It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, October 16th, 2023. Hello again, everyone. It's not bad, right? Voice is not bad.
That's great.
I sure hope you're doing well. It is so great to be back. Yes, we are back from beautiful Manchester, England. What a time it was. What a week it was. We were there, GC and I, doing our thing. Unfortunately, my voice had different ideas, but we forged on. We fought through it all. And I hope for the most part you enjoyed the coverage out there, and I have many thoughts on what we experienced over there in Manchester. I can't thank the good people of Manchester enough. It was a very lovely time. Everyone was very nice. It was a bit of a tense week for people like me outside of the fight world, and everyone couldn't have been nicer and warmer and sweeter and more welcoming. It was really a great time. I think I speak for GC when I say that. We really had a lovely time over there, and yeah, there's a lot that transpired since we last spoke on Monday. So I can't wait to, on Wednesday. We were last here on Monday in studio, and then of course we did the show Wednesday from the hotel room, from the kitchenette, and the boys pulled it off. First time we've ever done something like that. And it's nice to know that we can do that, and appreciate everyone for checking it out. Now, as always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of not only this program, but the UFC as well. Please download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. Put in the code the MMA Hour. A lot going on, of course, this weekend in the world of mixed martial arts, UFC 294. The big one in Abu Dhabi, Alex Volkanovski. We found out mid last week, around the time that we did our show, that he was going to fill in for Charles Oliveira against one Islam Makhachev, and then we found out in the closing seconds of the show that it would in fact be Kamaru Usman replacing Boashinia Paulo Costa against Khamzat Chimaev. The rest of the card, at least for now, intact. Much to discuss as far as that is concerned. Much to look at as far as DraftKings are concerned. Back into the show, we'll recap the weekend that was as far as the betting is concerned. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Michel Pereira, who maybe had one of the better performances from the UFC card at the Apex on Saturday, which flew under the radar. Some nice performances. What a main event it was. Huge first round for Sadiq Youssef. And then Edson Barbosa, the veteran that he is, was able to then sweep the next 4 rounds. But Michel Pereira was able to get a massive win after moving up from 170. I can't imagine why he would ever consider going back to 170. He looked great at 185 and ended up defeating one Andre Petroski, who came off that nice win over Gerald Mearshart back in August. He beat him in a matter of seconds. Pretty remarkable. So we'll talk to Michel about the big win at around 4:15. My old friend Darren Till is going to stop by. I think the last time we had Darren Till on the show, I think it was the first week back, August of 2021. I could even be wrong. Have we had Darren Till in the comeback? Did we have him? I don't know.
Yeah, we did.
We did have him once?
Maybe twice.
Once, twice, 3 times a lady. Anyway, I happened to see Darren Till backstage at the AO Arena. Every time I say AO Arena, by the way, I always think of my kids saying AO. But it was a nice meeting. We hugged it out. We settled our differences, and he's looking for a fight. Shout out Dana White, great show. And I said, you know what? It's time. We need to show the world that we can come together. So Darren Till is going to join us at about 3:30 Eastern time, and I'm looking forward to talking to him, of course, no longer in the UFC. So let's see what he has on his mind. At 2:30, one of the greatest professional wrestlers in the history of the business, one of the greatest luchadors in the history of the business, the icon, the multiple-time champion, the Hall of Famer, the legend. Mr. 619, Rey Mysterio, is going to join us in studio. How about that? What a world. On Saturday, I'm interviewing Logan Paul after his win over Dylan Dennis. He calls out Rey Mysterio, the current United States champion. And now here's Rey Mysterio in studio on Monday. You couldn't have scripted it any better. I can't wait to have the legend. I mean, an absolute legend of the art form, royalty. I cannot wait to have him here at around 2:30 in studio. First time. Did a sit down with him back in July of 2022 in Las Vegas prior to Money in the Bank. Dominic, his son, was there. They were very, very lovey-dovey, on good terms. Of course, a lot has changed since then. And so we'll see what he has to say about the call. Big MMA and combat fan as well. Remember, we spoke to Raul Rosas about Ray showing him some love. He went to the UFC pay-per-view in Miami back in April. He's a big-time fan. So I'm looking forward to talking to him about all that and more. And then at 1:30, joining us live from Abu Dhabi, that's what its name. Abu Dhabi, that's what its name. Abu Dhabi is the one and only Alexander the Great, the current UFC featherweight champion, who, of course, on 11 days' notice is going to fight Islam Makhachev in the rematch of the fight that happened back in February. It was so close, and now we're getting it. And he's kind enough, as he always is, to join us at 1:30 to talk about it all. So buckle up, my friends. A nice mix of characters and guests. I'm very much looking forward to it. And someone said to me, he's like, oh, wow, you're doing the show on the Monday after coming back? I'm like, bruh, we've been doing this since 2009, all right? This ain't no thing. Yeah, sure, I'm a little bit older. I'm a little grayer. I'm a little more tired. It takes me a little longer to, get back on the horse. I see people saying, oh, I need a week off. What? A week off? We get right back on this thing. And we continue to roll along. So we said goodbye on Wednesday, my friends. We said goodbye Wednesday night. And at that point, I was starting to feel the throat give out on me a little bit. The voice was giving out. But I thought I'd be okay. GC and I packed up and we said, man, how lucky are we that we got at the 11th hour, we got the Usman Chimaev news. Tremendous. We got that literally as we were saying goodbye in the final minute. The final minute. Not even the 11th hour. The 11th minute, if that's a thing. So we got that. We felt good about ourselves. Looked for something to eat. Couldn't find anything. Thankfully, there was a Nando's still open in the city center. We had a great time. And in the midst of that dinner, the whole UFC USADA relationship goes up in smoke. Pardon the pun. Crazy press release, scathing press release by the United States Anti-Doping Agency, which the UFC had told us for the past 8 years was the gold standard when it comes to this stuff. They were a beacon of integrity, and now all of a sudden, their relationship has fallen apart, and come December 31st, it will be no more. I was like, wow, this is crazy. I mean, this is nuts. In the midst of our show on on Wednesday, flying under the radar was the fact that the UFC is going to Saudi Arabia in March. That's massive. And we need to talk about both of those items. But I'm going to table them for now because I'm going to give you the breakdown of the days. So that's crazy. Wake up on Thursday, no voice. Oh my God, what a nightmare. I came all the way to Manchester. How did I do this? Why did I do this? How does this happen to me? I flew the red eye, did the show 4 hours. No one cares. But I go to the meeting about the press conference, the one with the cage and the bottles and all that. And, they see the state of my voice and they say, it's best you sit this one out. Oh, devastating. Go back to my room, put on my Bret the Hitman hard hoodie, and I say to myself, I ain't going out like that. I can't go out like that. I didn't come all the way here to sit in my room. Go back to the meeting and say to them, I'm in. Tag me back in. I need to be back in. I'm not sitting out. What are you talking about? I have to be in. And so I convinced them to put me back in the role that you saw on Thursday. At least some of you saw. And Thursday was probably the worst day for the boys. Maybe Friday was the worst day. But took all this stuff, sprays, things, and I felt like I was in a pretty good spot. Obviously, I mean, it was very apparent. I just didn't want it to be distracting. Get to the presser, cage and all. Quite the scene. There was like in this theater, it was filled. Almost get decked in the head by a bottle. I did the L cut. You guys all saw that. Dipped out, no problem. Very casual. A lot of people were talking about the flinch, but you have to remember, I was wearing an earpiece and I was fixing it, and then I moved just to protect the body. It was very Sean Strickland, Israel Adesanya-esque. So it was very, it was very shoulder roll, Philly shell-esque. And then I just dipped, If I would have stood there, I would have gone pelted. probably my glasses would have broke. It would have been a mess of a situation. So I had to get out of harm's way. I went to protect the ring girls. They were very thankful, or maybe they protected me. I'm not quite sure. And so that was a crazy scene. I mean, Logan gets hit with the microphone, gets cut open. It's a Misfits event, and they're all acting like Misfits. But the visual was cool with Tommy and John Fury's getting mad at me. I mean, he's kind of hijacking the whole thing once again. Like, John, I'm trying to conduct some kind of press conference here. It was a cool setup, the one-on-one thing. I enjoyed it. Then we get to Friday, and of course, Chris Hansen was there on Thursday. That was a nice surprise. Then we get to Friday. Weigh-ins are packed. I thought the production was very impressive. And luckily, everyone shows up. A little bit of drama with people being delayed and whatnot. Gordon Ryan pops in. You get the freaking pushing of the thing and the back and forth. Gordon Ryan and Logan's wearing the mask. But at that point, it feels like we're hitting a crescendo here, and this feels like a really big deal. And it does sort of feel like, the voice is getting better, like to 75%. And then we get to Saturday. And, I have several takeaways about Saturday. First of all, it was a pleasure to work with the DAZN team again. For everyone asking about who's paying me for these events, fine question, no problem. I understand that you are concerned. I get paid by DAZN. I don't get paid by Prime. I don't get paid by Misfits. I don't get paid by MAMS or KSI or Powerade or Gatorade or MVP or Nikisa or Jake Paul or Logan Paul. I don't get paid by any of those people. I get paid by the broadcaster, and that's something that I've said ever since my experience with the whole Fox UFC deal that I would never do again. I have to get paid by the broadcaster. So anytime you see me, rest assured I'm being paid by the broadcaster. I could tell you from now until the end of my days. And we get there, and in the past couple of years, I've been to a lot of big boxing events. I've been to big boxing events my whole life. Obviously, not as many as MMA. And the common thread is, when it comes to the major boxing events, Spence Crawford's of the world, Tank Garcia's of the world, which is just this year, the crowd only shows up for like the co-main. And when the co-main is finishing, they don't show up for the prelims. I mean, I've been to some prelims where, I kid you not, at T-Mobile Arena, there might be 50 people in the building. You know what 50 people in a 20,000 seat stadium looks like? It's not great. And this time, show starts, first prelim fight. I'd say the place was 60% full. By the time the main card started, it was 100% full. And what was so interesting about the experience was it felt like, more so than a UFC event, like I would say Jake Paul and Nate Diaz felt like a UFC event. And maybe it's something about these crossover influencer events. They know more people on the prelims. I don't know. I'd say Jake's events are closer to like traditional boxing because they're filled with the Amanda Serranos of the world and the Ashton Silvas of the world, as opposed to Misfits, which is completely crossover boxing. They're coming earlier, which I think is a good thing, and something that boxing should embrace. But what was so interesting about the crowd on Saturday, it was more of a WWE crowd than a UFC crowd. There were 10-year-olds there, 12-year-olds there. I couldn't believe it, how young these kids were. They were into it. They knew everyone from the first fight to the last fight, the tag team competitors. They knew everything about everyone. They were reacting to them. It was really impressive. I think people, they just kind of take this thing for granted. To build a promotion to the point where you can sell out a 21,000 seat arena like that and have everyone know the first fight to the last, that's not easy. Just ask every MMA promotion not named the UFC. It ain't easy. Just ask the majority of boxing promotions. It ain't easy. It really isn't. It's incredibly impressive what the Misfits team, MAMS, KSI, everyone involved has built. And I saw it firsthand. The first time I ever spoke to MAMS was before the first Misfits event. That was last summer. And I said to him, and it's the same thing I would say now, like, I don't know who a lot of these people are. I'll just be honest. Like, I don't. This is not my forte. I know who KSI is and Tommy and Logan and Dylan, but I'm learning who these people are. I'll shoot straight with the audience. When I was talking to, who was it? Was it Dean the Great? Who was I talking to? And Jarvis came in.
It was Slim.
It was Slim. That's right. It was Slim. Thank you, Rick. When Jarvis came in, I didn't know who he was. I didn't know who he was, and that's on me. But it's not my forte. Now I feel like I can talk about an event. I can learn the people. Like, this is a whole different world, and that's why I say this isn't boxing. You must call it crossover. It's a whole different lane and a whole different genre. It's a whole different thing, and that's why I don't get worked up about it. It's a whole different thing. You wouldn't believe. Like, they know these people. They have 3-4 million followers, and they've got personas and factions and all this stuff. It's a whole different world. Logan is and KSI at the head of it, but like there's this whole other thing. Dylan and Tommy, they're just kind of like parachuting in and out. Like, they're not really a part of this world. And this was the first time that I was really exposed to it. And so when I first met Mams last year, and he's been always very kind and straight shooter with me, I was just honest with him. Like, I just don't think that I'm the right guy for this. Like, there's great people that we've learned about over the last year. You know, the Wades of the world, Wade Plems of the world, Roundhouse Radio, who I met this weekend, who does a great job as well, and a whole host of others. This is their bread and butter. This is their beat. But I did my best, and I enjoyed it very much. I would say that, like, you know, is this something that I want to do each and every month, go travel around with this? No. If there's an event that has like an MMA connection or a traditional boxing connection like this one did, yeah, sure, it's fun. It's very fun. It was a massive event. It felt like a big deal. It was the Super Bowl, the WrestleMania, the Carabao Cup, the FA Cup, the Game 7, the Champions League final of crossover boxing. I never said it was all those things of traditional boxing or MMA. You have to recognize that. And I never said it was going to be truly high-level fighting. I never compared them to Hagler Hearns or Spence Crawford or Tank Garcia or UFC 294 or UFC 200. Don't get it twisted. And so I laugh every time these events happen, and then everyone gets on Twitter, and as I said yesterday, with their sanctimonious bootlicking tweets saying, I am so embarrassed. I can't believe I got trolled. I can't believe. What did you think? Well, you thought Dylan Dennis was some kind of like tremendous boxer? Come on. Did you not watch his MMA fights? What are you talking about? Like, what did you think this was going to be? Like, the joke's on you if you thought that, and I never said it was going to be that. I'm a fan of feuds and spectacles and all that stuff, but I never, like, you have to know what you're watching. The same way when I'm watching, you know, Ring of Combat, I know it's not UFC. The same way when I'm watching, like, a small boxer show, I know it's not, you know, Fury Usyk. You have to know what you're looking at. You have to know what you are getting ready to watch. I mean, don't get it twisted. So I see these people who, like, I love Michael Bisping, but I go online after the event and I see him say, like, okay, now that the real fighting is over, what about that, you know, whatever he said in Manchester? I'm like, come on, man. Come on. Like, let's call it like it is. You know what that is. And you also promote slap fighting. And your last 2 videos on your YouTube channel, I checked, were about this event. You're profiting off of it just like we all are. You know that this, why aren't you doing videos on Edson Barbosa versus Sadiq Youssef? Like, let's not act like we are above all of this, okay? At the end of the day, if you want to be truly above it, don't talk about it. Don't make videos about it. And if you're going to, like, cover other things like slap fighting and whatnot, like, I got a news flash for all of you. It ain't much, you know, it ain't much better than this. In fact, I would say it's way worse than this. That's 2 guys just standing there, and they're about to get slapped in the face. There's no defense. There's no nothing. At least these guys are, you know, in shape and going through training camps and, you know, trying to actually box. So I know what it is. You know, am I choosing to watch influencer boxing over Spence Crawford? No. But did I enjoy the spectacle? Yes. So we get to the final 2 fights, which were the ones, you know, I got to do the backstage stuff. That was a lot of fun. Got to do the in-ring stuff. That was a lot of fun. And then I got to sit with my good friends, Todd Grisham and Coach, which was a lot of fun. And it was fun to sit with Coach in particular in the sold-out arena because you'll remember that he said that I was banned from most arenas. So it was good to show him that I'm not banned from most arenas. And we got to call the last 2 fights. And I felt pretty good about the call. Look, I've only done commentary for like 5 or 6 fights, not even events. You know, I pop in here, I pop in there. I feel like the interviewing can hang with the best of them, but the commentary is something, especially the third man seat. You have to know when to talk. You have to know what to provide and whatnot. We all saw what we saw in the Logan Dillon fight. Dylan Dennis, in my opinion, his game plan, based on what I saw and what I learned afterwards, was tire him out first 2 rounds, which I said, I think on the broadcast, I agreed with that game plan. It made sense. Tire him out. You know, you want to protect yourself for 2 rounds and hope that he unloads everything so that he's tired, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Great. But then come the 3rd, you have to start pouring it on. The problem was he never started pouring it on. He never started pouring anything on. And there's an issue. Look, we have to give him credit. He showed up. He made the walk. Most people said he wouldn't. Not us here. I said he would for this one, not the KSI one. So he showed up. One thing that I think we overlooked was he had never fought in a venue like that before. He never fought in front of a group of people like that before. He's fighting on MSG. That wasn't that big. Logan has done this now in front of 80,000 people. He has battled the nerves. And so that's one thing that I think we may have overlooked. But then come the third round and come the end of the second where Logan unloaded on him, I think Dylan's approach was, I don't want to get knocked out, because you see that now, he's mentioning how he wasn't knocked down, this and that. I don't want to be a meme. I don't want to embarrass myself. Let me just create a moment for myself, a la Nate Diaz. So you saw him trying to create moments with the guillotine, with the going down on his back, with the takedown, all that stuff. And it just became hard to watch, because if you're going to talk all that shit and really not engage, and then do that, and then afterwards claim, hey, I'm just a jiu-jitsu guy, I don't have a coach, I don't have any formal boxing training, and I beat you in a real fight. It's man, you knew this fight was coming. I had heard about this fight since May. Why don't you have a coach? That's on you. That's not on Logan or Misfits or anyone else. Why don't you have you could have been training the last few months. You were supposed to be training for KSI. Why didn't you throw a punch? Why didn't you take a chance? Why didn't you go to the body? Why didn't you do something? Why didn't you throw a jab? He was throwing half spinning back fists. And so it's hard for me to feel bad. I don't think that Dylan embarrassed himself to the point where he won't find any. If I'm Misfits, I bring him back. I try to book him again. I think he's found a lane for himself. But it was a little bit disappointing that it didn't. From the first minute of the fight, you could tell how this fight was going to go. And even if he never would have engaged throughout the entire fight, that would have been one thing. But to try to make the moment, to try to make the meme moment, that was the part where it was this is a little bit silly. This is silly and hard to watch. Now, I will say this. He does have a point. I don't know why Logan's security guard stepped in twice. He stepped in once in the fifth and once in the sixth. That's absurd to me. You cannot do that, even though it was getting a little bit crazy. What were we doing? Security guards are jumping into the ring. It wasn't even to the point where it was getting that bad. Now, I understand he's going to try to appeal. I would just say move on with your life. The fight was over, and don't even waste your time or your manager's time or whatever. But, that's his prerogative. Now we get to the main event, and this is the one that kind of blew me away, because then when I got online afterwards, people were shitting on me for the commentary. I was like, what fight were you watching, and how was it different than the fight that I was watching? What I saw was a very frustrating fight to watch. In fact, I found the main event more frustrating than the co-main event. They were literally clinching every 2 seconds. It was impossible to see anything. There was no engagement whatsoever. And you could blame both of them for that. And I'm okay with saying that I hold Tommy to a higher standard for 2 reasons. Number one, he's the professional boxer. From the professional boxing family, he comes from boxing royalty. You can't hold KSI to that same standard. He's the YouTuber guy. He hasn't fought anyone like Tommy Fury. He was fighting guys named Swarms and Pineda and all these guys a year ago. And so, yes, maybe I'm a little more critical towards Tommy, but also let's all forget, he said to us repeatedly, including on this show on Wednesday, including on Thursday, including on Friday, a decision isn't enough. I have to stop this guy, and if I get a decision, that to me is a loss. And then when you get the decision, a very close one to boot, you're crying like you just won the heavyweight title. That's bizarre to me. That's the problem with diminishing your opponent's skills leading up to a fight so much to the point where we all think, okay, this guy's going to get steamrolled, and then you win by the skin of your teeth, and you're reacting like that. I thought he fought way better against Jake Paul. He didn't use his length. He didn't fight on the outside. He didn't use his distance. He didn't use his jab. And I know that KSI's style is very awkward and it's more suited for kickboxing. And I would think that he would tire himself out by the time he got to the 6th round. You could tell he was getting really tired. And I get that it's unorthodox, but he landed some of the bigger shots. And it just seemed like Tommy had no idea what to do with it, which kind of blew me away. A lot of clinching on both their parts. I thought early on, Tommy was clinching in order to tire out KSI because he is the bigger guy and he can rough him up a little bit. But then towards the end, I was like, guys, what are we doing? He can't cut off the angles. He can't evade KSI coming in. KSI is trying to close the distance. I get that and eliminate the jab, but I just felt like Tommy should be able to figure that out and pop him with a couple shots here and there. In the end, I scored it 3-3 with the point deduction. I think KSI has a very strong point. And I think he has a strong case for the win. Saw some people scored 4-2. I don't know. But I thought it was a dreadful fight to watch. And I said that on the broadcast. I said this was unwatchable. And I don't know how many people would say that. And that's not a knock on Misfits or DAZN or anything like that. It was a tremendous production. I said it on Friday. I said it on Saturday. But I got to tell it like it is. It was a very tough fight to watch. And after the performance in February in Riyadh, I was expecting more from Tommy. I thought this was a mistake from KSI. I didn't think that he was at the level of a Tommy Fury. He surprised me that he was able to go 6 rounds with him and, hit him with some shots, got him in the first round and survived that. And I just thought that Tommy would do what he told us he was going to do, which was, stop him early on. Second round, third round, bigger guy, if he just sticks to his jab and boxes him, he'd be able to figure that out with his hands down. And he's doing kind of like that, like bouncy jumping jack star jump thing. I thought he'd be able to figure him out. And so, the post-fight interview aftermath was very, interesting with them going back and forth. And then we did the, goodbye. And then I went back and then I went on Twitter and everybody was like, you need to die. You should never do commentary ever again. I was like, what? What are you guys talking about? What are you talking about? But now I've seen some other people say that they, they liked it and all that stuff. And that's fine. I'm still kind of learning that side of the game. I like being in the third man role. I would never pretend to be the second guy in the chair. And then when it comes to the interviews, I love doing that stuff in the ring, in the locker room, all that. That is some buzz. I adore that sort of thing. So overall, I think that, I was talking to Mams a little bit yesterday, and he was saying that, he was obviously bummed, and I get that, but they need to appreciate what they built there. I thought that was a moral victory for KSI going the distance, and I don't want to see the rematch. I said it to him. I said it publicly. No rematch. Give us KSI, Jake Paul. In fact, as I'm saying this, I'm seeing a press release right now that Jake Paul is going to return on December 15th on DAZN. And it doesn't appear as though an opponent has been announced. I don't think that's going to be KSI. And it's fine if they had this booked already. But, could the next one be KSI? I don't want to see the Tommy Fury thing anymore. They both tried to conquer that pro boxing mountain, and they both came relatively close and had their moments. But now I think it's time to move on and fight each other, because you see them go on Twitter afterwards and take shots at each other. It's like, guys, you're in the same sphere. There's no reason why. It's not like one fights for Bellator and one fights for the UFC. You have to figure this out. You can't keep, teasing us like this. This whole thing was built on you versus him. This whole rivalry is 2-3 years in the making, maybe even more. And KSI told us he was coming back to fight Jake Paul. Let's go. Give us the fight. We can't get to the point where traditional boxing is now making the fights, and you guys aren't. That's bad. That's bad for the influencer scene. That's really bad. So in the end, as we round third here, it was fun. I think people need to understand what they're watching, lighten up, chill on the sanctimonious bootlicking tweets. No one cares that you're, I love the ones who get critical only when they know it's okay to be critical. Only when they know, the powers that be will be okay with the criticism. Criticize, Bellator, criticize this, criticize the Jake fights, only when they know it's okay. But they profit off of it. The YouTube channel is filled with it. The tweets are all about it. I can't wait for the breakdowns of UFC Apex 745. Why aren't you doing that if that was the real fighting? Come on. It's disingenuous, and those going out there and saying oh, shame on us, shame on this, bro, get out of here. Fuck out of here. What are you talking about? You knew exactly what this was. Don't pretend like you are higher than all of this. And there was a chance that the fights would have ended up being better than we thought. But overall, that's that's what I expected out of Dylan Dennis to a degree. I did not expect him to knock out Logan Paul. Did I pick him to win? Yes. Was I kind of put on the spot there as the MMA guy? Perhaps. But, come on. I actually think that the surprise to me of the night was that KSI went the distance and that Tommy couldn't figure him out. And even Tommy's brother, his own brother, spoke to Fight Hub afterwards and said in so many words that the performance was dreadful. If that isn't enough for you, then what is? You're biased. Biased to who? To what? Not paid by any of these guys. If they never ask me back, then so be it. thought I brought something to the table, thought I helped it out. I had a good time. I said it was unwatchable. What more do you want? I will say this: the tag team was actually kind of fun. That was actually another surprise for me. When the one guy got dropped, I think it was Pineda, and then he brings in B. Dave, and this guy's going crazy, Tasmanian Devil, knocking everyone down, and like that was actually kind of fun. I will say that. There is a lane for all of this. They are never going to pretend to be traditional boxing. They're never going to pretend to be, but like if you can't recognize that there's a massive fan base, especially with young kids, and they're selling out arenas like the AO Arena in Manchester, and they're pulling in the numbers that they're pulling on YouTube, online, on pay-per-view. There's a world for this. I mean, get me someone to break down the numbers like Dana breaks down the slap fighting numbers. It's remarkable. Slap fighting ain't selling out arenas like that, I can tell you that much. If you want to compare the two, which I don't think is fair to compare the two. They're not selling out 21,000 seat arenas. I don't even know if they're selling out the Apex, if I'm being honest. So those are some quick thoughts. I think Dylan should probably go back to MMA. I don't think he is a boxer or striker, as he has told us himself. It sounds like Logan is going back to WWE, which is fine. I think he can stay in this world and do some big fights. I don't really want to see Tommy compete in these types of fights anymore. I'd rather him as a 10-0 boxer just continue to mature and see how far he can go in that world. Big guy, marketable guy, but like in my post-fight interview with him, he said, I'm done with all this stuff. And I said, okay, so you're done? You don't want a Jake rematch or Logan? He's like, no, I'll fight them. I was like, what do we do? I'm confused here. If it was up to me, I would say, I know you're making a ton here, but like it's probably best for your career to go down that path. Or maybe I'm an idiot and say stick here, but like by the skin of his teeth, beating KSI is not the best look. And then KSI, I'd like to see fight Jake Paul. And that's pretty much it. They built, they built this thing. There's an audience, but I think, that's the one. That's their Mayweather Pacquiao. That's their Conor Aldo. That's their, I don't know. What am I missing? That's their Jones Adesanya. That's their Volkanovski Makhachev. Anyway, we'll talk more about all of this with the boys and get GC's thoughts. He was there. And of course, New York Rick and Frank were watching from home, so maybe they have perspective. I think they were some of the people that were tweeting me about my commentary as well, so we need to talk about
Just
that.
a smidge.
Yeah, it was constructive criticism, right? I think it was.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You got to die part.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. That was very nice of you. I was doing my best Howard Cosell, telling it like it is. But we do have to transition back to Abu Dhabi and talk about what is transpiring and what Alex Volkanovski is doing this weekend. Guy gets a call on 11 days' notice to fight the lightweight champion of the UFC, the man that he almost beat, went the distance with, was maybe a few seconds or a minute away from actually defeating back in Australia in February. Oliveira's out. He's in. Just had hand surgery. Just fought in July. Maybe fighting in January. To hell with all of that. The guy steps up like the legend that he is. And if he pulls this off in 5 days, we're talking Mount Rushmore, greatest of all time status. I don't want to hear otherwise. He's kind enough to join us for a few minutes now. Let's go to Abu Dhabi and say hello to Alex Volkanovski. What a freaking legend, this guy. Alex, thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate it. You're in Abu Dhabi now, safe and sound. Glad to hear. Can I ask you, where were you when you got the phone call about potentially fighting on Saturday?
I was at home. So, yeah, in Abu Dhabi at the moment. But, yeah, I was at home. I was just in between sessions, I guess. I was still like, again, I'm always training, as we always say. But I was just chilling at home. I think I might have had Rain, my newborn. Might have been like holding her, just hanging with the fam. And then, Ash calls me up and he's like, you wouldn't believe it. Because we were actually trying to organise other stuff. Because I was going to come to Abu Dhabi just as a guest. And then he goes, you wouldn't believe it. And then mentioned Charles. Obviously something's up. Can you do it? And I just sort of laughed and went, all right, let's do it. You do your part, I'll do mine. I'll get ready. So I hit the boys up, and then off we went to camp pretty much.
I mean, obviously there's some business to be had, but there was no hesitation in your mind. 11 days Do I need a full camp coming off surgery? Like, did you need to be convinced at all?
Oh no, I didn't need to be convinced, but obviously there was a, you're still going to talk, and then obviously even weight. You're like, oh, weight, what's weight like? I'm like, nah, it's all right, I'll make it. Just a couple of things I had. Obviously, had to talk to my coach and that as well. But I was like, we pretty much said yes straight away. As in, I was like, I'm on board. Let me at least talk to my wife and Joe, and see what they said. And everyone was on board. Everyone was excited. It was it was pretty much all right, sweet. And then Ash just did his part while I literally hit up the guys at the gym, freestyle, and they said, looks like I'm doing a meat grinder tonight, which is a fight simulator. Can we rally the troops? And that's exactly what they did. So, yeah, like I said, man, the support I had from everyone as soon as we knew, it was just incredible.
Absolutely incredible. Can I ask, how much did you weigh when you got the call?
How much did I? I think I was going to say that for my YouTube channel. Maybe you just have to tune into that. And I'll tell you.
Exclusive. I mean, fair enough. I had to ask because I'm curious.
Sorry, mate.
No, it's okay. Your YouTube channel is killing it, and I urge everyone to go check it out. Your stuff is amazing, and I like the video that you posted. But, can I ask this? More than you usually are 11 days before a fight? I know this is at 155, not 145, but, like the amount of weight that you have to cut.
The kilograms from the day, the day before I got told, because I remember jumping on the scale and we were sort of laughing, like far out, you know what I mean? Laughing at how sort of heavy we were. And the next day, obviously got the call, but it was heavy then. But I mean, the weight, it was just water weight, you know what I mean? It's just weight that, for me, obviously eating well, a couple of drinks and stuff like that. But I mean, as soon as I ate pretty well, it just flew off me. So right now it's fine. But I mean, from last Monday, a week ago, it's we lost a bit, but the rest of it's going to be smooth sailing. So them numbers at the start, you're like, ooh, but again, I hold a lot of water, so we literally lost 5 kilos within a couple of days.
Wow. Okay. And last time we spoke was right after your win in July against Yair Rodriguez, and you were scheduled to have hand surgery, and you did shortly thereafter. When would you say your hand was 100%? When did it feel 100%? How long ago?
So I got elbow surgery.
Elbow surgery. Excuse me. Elbow.
Yeah, you're right. So elbow surgery. Got that. Yeah, pretty much straight after the fight, maybe a week after the fight, if that. And when was I? I remember, I think it was UFC Sydney. So maybe the week before that or that week, I was able to start training, starting to grapple and wrestle. Because I remember wrestling with Frank when I seen him in Sydney. That was one of my first wrestles. So that was UFC Sydney. However long ago that was, and wasn't a couple of weeks after that I was able to spar. So I've been able to spar, wrestle in that for a good at least 4 or 5 weeks.
Okay. So no trepidation there that you in a perfect world you have a full camp, but you feel like you're in a good spot here going into Saturday.
Yeah, 100%. Again, what I know now from what I knew even in February, you know what I mean? It's like it was just yesterday I did camp. So everything's still fresh in my mind. Obviously, I was like, all right, we've got to check this gas tank. But I mean, very happy with the short amount of time. We all did such a great job getting me in shape. So I literally had to squeeze a fair bit in the last few days of camp, as you would say. And we did a great job. I started with 3-round, fight simulators, and then bring some sparring in, and worked my way up to 5-round fight simulators, and we're getting through it pretty comfortably. So pretty impressed. Pretty impressive, really. Obviously, as I said, I've always said if these things that do happen, I'm the guy that can take these opportunities and that, because I'm always, all year round, I can always do 5 rounds all year round. I don't care what anyone says. Even if I don't train for a year, I've been killing myself for the last 11 years, literally. You know what I mean? In the gym every single day. Even when I have time off now, you don't miss a beat when you've been training like that. You know what I mean? My experience is there, so it's not like I don't know how to fight anymore. You know what I mean? I know how to fight, so I trust that. And then obviously the preparation, I knew I'd be able to sharpen things up in that short amount of time, and I knew the base that I would have wouldn't be too bad. Because I have been wrestling, I have been doing some live stuff, some cardio stuff, and been sparring that as well. So I've still been doing enough, and I'm very comfortable with where I am. It's good, man. Like I said, man, I don't know, like. So excited, man! All week I was so excited. Like, a bit now, obviously a bit jet lagged with coming out of Abu Dhabi, but that's why we're trying to get the sessions. I'm about to do a session now, but we're trying to do it later in the night, like when we're going to fight. So, but other than that, mate, we've been full smiles all last week. Everyone in camp was just nothing but like everyone was just joyful, happy, and like excited to help me out, and then just with this opportunity. It's been incredible, and I think this is something that I can really take in there. This freshness of no injuries, it's exhausting going through camp sometimes. You do 8 to 12 weeks of just absolutely bashing yourself mentally and physically. To not to do that, and then again, obviously you have to get yourself ready. But I'm sort of in a position where, I don't lose fitness overnight. It takes me a long time to lose fitness. And like I said, I'm pretty comfortable where I am, and now I can take this sort of freshness. That's the word I've been using into this fight. Going in there, sort of excited, fresh, and with I don't know, like as I've been saying as well. It's like I don't have to prepare for the worst. I don't have time to prepare for the worst. You know what I mean? As I always say, prepare for the worst. 5-round war, whatever. Can I do 5 rounds? Yeah, I think I can, but I'm not going to sit there and kill myself. I don't have time to prepare for the worst. But what I do have time for is to prepare what I believe is going to happen and stick to my game plan. That's why I think I'm going to be the more dangerous than I've ever been. I've never really had this sort of mindset going into a fight. A freshness, so clear of what I need to do. Again, I can't have all these variables. If it goes this way, do this. I ain't accepting any of that. I've got a job to do, and I'm going to stick to it. And again, I want to really set a statement, take this opportunity and take it with flying colours and really set a statement.
You say prepare for what you believe is going to happen. What do you believe is going to happen?
I believe I finish it. You know what I mean? Again, I think this is, you're going to see probably one of the most dangerous Volkanovskis you've ever seen, just purely because I can't afford to do anything else. You know what I mean? That's how I'm looking at it. And I want to look at it that way. So it's like I'm looking at it like, all right, let's do this. We're going in for the kill. You know what I mean? Stuff leaving it to the judges. Stuff any of that. Let's just go out there and really set a statement. 11 days notice in his hometown. All it's all. And then I go out there and take him right out, mate. That's legacy stuff we're talking about. This fight itself is just legacy. Go out and knock him out. That's going to be absolutely mind blowing for the world to see. And again, I can't wait. I'm nothing but excited for this opportunity. Cannot wait for this weekend, I'm telling you.
I love the enthusiasm, and I'm not going to keep you long, but I do want to ask, are you surprised he said yes?
I'm not really. I wouldn't say I was surprised. Credit to him. I'm not going to sit there and say, obviously he's had a full camp. You've got to take credit because he knows it's going to be a tough fight. Even, he might look at it like, oh, do I fight him 11 days notice or a full camp? You know what I mean? He can look at it both ways. A full camp, all right. He's probably thinking, he said it's going to be so much harder, blah, blah, blah. But not just that. But short notice, there's still a bit of pressure on him, right? Like he knows that what people are going to say, what people are going to think. He's like, and imagine losing to someone on 11 days, and there's a lot of pressure on him. I've been in this position before where he is in short notice. This was early in my UFC career, and mate, it's not easy. It's hard. It really is. It's hard. There's a lot of pressure. Like you can't ever. You think, oh, this guy's only got a puncher's chance. You start getting a little hesitant in there, and I'm going to use that against him again. There's pros and cons. A lot of cons, but there's some pros here. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm focusing on. I ain't focusing on anything else, but what I can capitalize on.
Because he is the champion, he had the full camp. He beat you in February. Do you feel like all the pressure is on him?
I do. I do feel the pressure. Again, there's still a lot of people who act like there's nothing to lose for me. You hear people that will say that, and that's a lie. Everyone knows I want this rematch. Everyone knows I want this belt. And if I lose this fight, I ain't getting a shot at the title not anytime soon, right? Let's be real. I ain't getting a rematch anytime soon either. So this is something that everyone knows I've wanted. I've been talking about ever since as soon as I walked out of that octagon with him. I wanted this rematch. But you hear about him talking about moving up and just so much as like, what if it doesn't happen? What if this is my only opportunity? So I'm like, I want to go out there and do it. And then again, just we all know I like a challenge. There's a lot of things that make this a challenge and make this exciting and make this again, high risk, high reward. That's how I'm looking at it. I'm ready to take everything with this opportunity. So I'm looking at this as an opportunity.
What is the biggest lesson that you
I
learned?
didn't get talked into this. Nothing like that. Again, obviously, you're going to get paid and you're going to do that. And like, it's not, it is opportunity to get that belt. But you know what I mean? Like, that's just how I'm looking at it.
Biggest lesson that you learned from February that you are going to apply in this fight, something that you didn't know going into the February fight that you learned about him that you were looking to apply in this fight?
I mean, I probably showed him a little too much respect. I mean, obviously his wrestling's great and everything's good. Like, you know what I mean? So I showed him respect. I still got that respect. But again, right now, I can't afford to show him any respect. I can't afford to, you know what I mean? I can't afford any of that. So I want to go out there and I want to really set a statement. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm looking forward to going out there and doing.
Is it true that you were supposed to fight in January against Eligibility, or at least that was in the works? And is it also true that you are still planning on doing that?
Yeah, yep, 100%. Like, that's what I mean. Obviously, the negotiations were talking, but like, what about January? We're worried about January. I'm not worried about that. Like, I've showed that I'll back. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to explain myself. I'm telling you, I'll do it. But yeah, like, I mean, I guess. They're obviously, I think they're talking to people to make sure. Obviously, if I go out there and I take that I'm double champ, I want to defend both belts. I know they're like, can it be done? They think it can't be done. So that's going to have to be a talk in itself. Like really let them know that, hey, I can do this double champ. I can keep both divisions busy. So we'll see what happens after that. But I definitely plan on fighting January. But yeah, that was the plans. But yeah, that's why again I was like, man, I was doing my head in waiting. Like honestly, when I was like trying to talk to the UFC and can we please do November, December? And they're like, look, they're trying to see what they'd like. But obviously, there's a lot of other champs that need to fight. They haven't been fighting, and you got to fit everyone in, and I can't be too greedy. And so I was like, come on, and they're like, oh, look, man, like we just can't. It just doesn't. The schedule just doesn't fit. And I'm like, all right, well. Unless I guess I've got a bit of time. Just enjoy yourself, but I was doing my head in, mate. So obviously, again, even when I'm enjoying myself, I'm always training anyway. But I was doing my head in. So when this opportunity came, I was like, mate, smile on my face instantly. And yeah, mate, like I said, like even my wife could see how happy I was. And even she was excited for this. It's like she knew I needed something like this as well.
No knock on Yair or Ilya, but is there something about this history, about this guy, about the division that just gets you a little bit more up? Like that's your division, and you're just like knocking these guys off left and right. But here you're being counted out. You're taking the chance. You're the underdog. You're the guy chasing the belt. Is there something about this role that fits you and your personality and who you are better?
Yeah, no, I mean, like I know I'm always talking about it, right? Like I'm always talking about being in this position, and I do love being in this position. One thing that I was in this position the first time I fought it. People thought I didn't stand a chance, right? Where there's no way moving up. Dagestani wrestling, like I mean, like the work that these guys have done, was incredible. So everyone thought I didn't stand a chance, and then so I wanted to shock the world, and we didn't get our hand raised, we're that close. We thought we had our moment. And I remember thinking, like, man, now when we fight, right, I'm like, everyone's going to know that, like, they've seen the last fight. They're going to expect, a lot of people are going to expect me to win. So it's not going to be the same sort of situation. So I was like, man, so I won't get that big shock. Whoa. But I mean, now, 11 days notice, I'm sort of in this position again a little bit. And that excites me. But again, man, if anyone can do it, it's me. So, like, if anyone can be in a position to take parts of this, it's me. And to actually go out there and, win this belt and be double champ, it's me. And you know what I mean? So, again, I'm looking at this as a crazy opportunity and something that can set you up for life, really. You know what I mean? That's, as they say, high risk, high reward, right? It is that situation, but I love this situation. what it's all about.
More so the people around you as opposed to you. There was some talk after the fight about, the controversy, the IV and all that. I'm just wondering, are you at all concerned about any type of cheating on his part?
Like I've told you, I don't get involved with any of that. I'm staying away from all that. You know what I mean? Like I just got a job to do, and we'll just settle it. I don't care. I just back my skills all the way. But again, I'm not going to get into that.
Okay.
Ariel, what are you trying to do, mate?
No. I was just wondering, are you concerned? That's all. It was a big talking point afterwards. So if there was any concern, I know the USADA relationship is gone.
Mate, there's so many other things that, you know what I mean, short notice. Obviously being in Abu Dhabi, all that type of stuff. Like, mate, at this point, I'm like, who cares? The more adversities, the better the story. So whatever.
How are they towards you there in Abu Dhabi? You feeling the love? Are you being welcomed with open arms?
Yeah, it's been great. Like, we're away, so we're not at the Fires Hotel or anything like that. Because last time we were there last year when I was just as a guest, it was pretty crazy. You know what I mean? Like it's as in, it was very very hard to go and do your thing. So we just wanted a quiet place where we could just go and settle close to the gym and do what we want to do. You know what I mean? So. Haven't been out and about, but I mean, the guys that are looking after us here at the gym are incredible. So the people that we have met have been nothing but great to us.
Okay, two last things. Is in your mind, and maybe you don't want to say this because of the type of person that you are, but do you think if you pull this off, you should go down as the greatest of all time or one of the greatest fighters of all time? Does this cement it right here? Is this it?
I mean, I'm not it's not. That's not up to me. But I mean, I'm doing these things to chase. That's what I'm trying to reach. They're them things. You know what I mean? And when you reach them things, that's what I mean by setting yourself up for the rest of your life, looking after my family for the rest of my life, and that's what it's all about. So, I mean, doing things like this definitely separates you from a lot of people. Like, you know what I mean? So, yeah, so that's what I want to do. Obviously, I want to be active. I just wanted to, shout out to Easy, actually, because I just seen a stat. I think he did 11 title fights from 2019 to which is just incredible. Which I remember while he was going through that process, because I was obviously champions at the same time, but seeing him be so active, that inspired me to do the same. I'm like, man, how good is that? That's what I want. I want to do that. You know what I mean? So then. That's why I was like, yeah, I want to be active. I want to, start doing things like that, which is pretty incredible. And that sort of just rolled on to now where I'm just like, oh, yeah, I just look at all these different things as challenges and all that, and it excites me. So, so I just want to give a quick shout out to Easy with that.
Yeah, and he gave you a shout out last week talking about he's going to take some time off as well. I know it's been a tough time for him, and I'm just wondering your thoughts on him saying that he's going to take an extended period of time off now. Do you think that's a good idea?
I mean, good on him. Like, look again, 11 title fights. You know what I mean? That's incredible. Like, I mean, I don't think you could find many actual fighters that weren't fighting title fights that probably have that many fights as well. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it'd be hard to find some fighters like that, which is just, it's crazy. So, I mean, he's been hard at it for a long time. I think a little bit of a break might be good for him. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I think we're looking at maybe getting some training in together soon. But just again, no pressure of anything like that. Just come and hang out and just sort of sit back and enjoy the process of training, not just be camp back to back. So I think that's what he's looking forward to doing as well.
You're a freaking legend. You're a legend, Alex. It's really a pleasure to watch you and to cover you and see how you conduct yourself and you show up. And you're the most active guy. They're lucky to have you. The UFC is lucky to have you. A champion like you taking a fight, a challenge like this on short notice. And you say you're going to finish him on Saturday. And I think the collective mind of the MMA community will explode.
We always say that, right? You've heard me say that plenty of times. Obviously, I've got some finishes in some of the later fights. But I mean, and you always say that, right? But I mean, there's still so many other variables that you need to, you know what I mean? You need to worry. Watch this, watch that, and you know what I mean. Where now it's like I can't afford any of that. You know what I mean? All I can do is focus what I what I think is going to be, the best way for me to go forward. And that's why I think I'm going to be the most dangerous you've ever seen me. I think, you know what I mean? There's not going to be, I'm going to be clear. There's not going to be any second guessing in there. I'm going to go all in, you know what I mean? So I can't wait, you know what I mean? Me not second guessing myself, not hesitating anywhere. No showing respect, going in full confidence. I think this is going to be the most dangerous you've ever seen me. You know what I mean? Like I said, I'm going in, man, I'm going in for the kill.
I love it. Best of luck to you, my friend. Thank you so much for doing this. Really appreciate it. Can't wait for Saturday. And again,
worries.
Thank you for coming on as always.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Much love. Good
I'm going
luck.
to get this session in, mate.
Okay.
I'll see you later.
Go get him. There he is. Alexander the Great. Getting his session in. I mean, what a guy. It's very reminiscent. I talk about Ange Postecoglou, the manager of Tottenham, and he always refers to the media as mate. And he's this guy, this guy's the featherweight champion of the world, just chilling in between sessions, taking a fight on 11 days notice against Islam Makhachev, and he's talking like you or I are about to go play pickup in the park. Yeah, nothing to lose. Gonna make this happen, mate. And then I'm gonna fight in January against Ilia Topuria. What? I don't know if were we talking about this on Wednesday, Rick? Who's done this as champion? Who's done this on short notice with this kind of legacy? Has anyone done this in recent UFC history? Short notice like this? I think I remember you saying something.
No, we were talking about just the circumstances around it. It was Rockhold giving Bisping the opportunity, right?
That's right.
We're now you're talking about, has anybody been in Alexander Volkanovski's shoes? And that, I think, is a harder one to come by.
It's unbelievable with his like esprit, with his demeanor going into it.
Beyond that, I think what was very interesting in what he said there was the idea that everybody thinks I have nothing to lose, but I know if I don't win this fight, I don't get an opportunity. I've wanted this rematch, so I'm coming into it with everything to lose. And I think that's a really interesting perspective, and I agree with him. Like 10 days notice or not, if he loses this fight, he's probably not going to get another shot at Islam. Maybe he gets another shot at lightweight belt at some point, but he's probably not going to get another shot at Islam. So like the idea that this is like whatever, Volk has nothing to lose is false, and I like that he has that mentality. And also he's like, yeah, I'll turn around in January and I'll fight Ilia Topuria, whatever. Crazy. Like he's one of him and Israel Adesanya. We continue to kind of point this out. Those are the two that have been there whenever the UFC needed them most, and just continue to be active and deliver.
GCS right now, what are the odds? He is the underdog, right?
Yes. Minus 250 Islam Makhachev, Volkanovski plus 205.
It probably wasn't that close going into the February fight a week out.
I don't believe so. I can get you the exact line from that one right now.
But I would imagine not, just because it was such a close fight. I love his confidence. I mean, a lot of fighters have said this before. You don't have to, you don't have to strain your body, your mind, 2-3 month camp, sometimes longer, right? I mean, look what Paulo Costa just did. They've been talking about this fight for months, and look what happened to him. He gets injured, 2 weeks before. And so there's something about being the fresh guy now. Let's not forget, Islam is incredibly talented and incredibly tough, and has earned the respect and the status that he currently holds. But he's been going through a training camp, and so there's maybe something. Now, we also should say that Volk is coming off of surgery, and there's some recovery that comes with that. But to just jump in there, apply it to your daily life. If you're sitting on something for 2-3 months, as opposed to, you find out 10 days before, 11 days before, you haven't gone through several weeks of stress, of physical pain, mental pain, all that stuff. There is something to that. I mean, look at the Bisping fight, right? He takes the fight on 2 weeks' notice. He was out filming a movie. He goes and gets a call in Toronto, goes for a run, and then he shocks the world. So there are great examples of the guy who takes the fight on short notice, pulling off the upset, so to speak. There aren't a ton of examples of the champion taking a position like this. And I understand why people say, nothing to lose, only because if he loses, he's still the champion, right? He's still the featherweight champion. But look how much February bothered him. Look how much that ate him inside. Like, I feel like this excites him more because he is truly one of those guys who wants to make history, who wants to be remembered as one of the greats, not just kind of sit on the belt and take 6 months off, 8 months off. Like, you know, the way he can do that as a featherweight is by being active. But now with the opportunity to be a double champion and beat a guy like Islam and then defend both belts, that separates him from everyone else. So he's gotten this great opportunity. And he was crushed in February. He was absolutely, I mean, he was devastated. You saw it. He spoke to us. He was crushed. Now he gets a chance to right the wrong. And he gets to do it in dramatic fashion. It's not technically Islam's hometown. He is from, you know, Makhachev in Dagestan. But one suspects that he will be, you know, the fan favorite. It will be a pro-Islam crowd, if only because it is a Muslim country. He is a proud Muslim, and there's you know, a lot of fans there that love him and Khabib, Khamzat, etc. So one suspects Alex is not going to be the fan favorite, but I feel like that Abu Dhabi crowd as well, because it is neutral, it's not in Russia, will appreciate what Alex is doing, especially because he saved the main event. I mean, we talked about on Wednesday, Mateusz Gamrot understanding that, you know, Alex versus Islam is just a much bigger deal. And I think they would have been happy with Islam versus Mateusz Gamrot. This makes it a gigantic deal. This makes it must-see TV. This is fascinating theater. I love this shit. And people did bring up, you know, this is the big difference between the UFC and boxing, and that is true. The UFC right now has a plethora of options if things go awry. And it has been a while since we've had one of these situations. They used to happen all the time. It's been a while since, you know, one of these pay-per-views fell apart late in the build-up, and they've had to call an audible. Boxing just doesn't have, and the promotions in boxing just don't have that kind of depth. Dillian White is out of the Anthony Joshua fight. There's not many options. Conor Benn is out of the Chris Eubank fight. There's not many options. If Ryan Garcia would have had to pull out of the Tank Davis fight, there's no options. You know what I mean? And so that's the beauty. That's why people love the UFC. And that's the UFC in particular. I mean, because, you know, their roster is the best by far in MMA. So I can't wait. This is going to be a lot of fun. Let's go back to this weekend. GC, you listened to what I had to say. And, of course, still to come, Rey Mysterio and Darren Till and Michel Pereira. And there's the USADA and Saudi Arabia situation that I want to talk about as well. But did you enjoy the trip? I didn't get a chance. I said I was going to ask you, and I went on a long diatribe there. Did you enjoy the trip?
Yeah. There's no way of really properly stating it. I loved it. Everything about it. I mean, just the culture in England, the people of Manchester, absolutely beautiful town, beautiful people there. It was amazing. It was an incredible experience. The arena was on fire while the fights weren't necessarily on fire. The arena itself was on fire. So much singing, so much chanting, absolutely packed to the gills from the start of the main card. It was fantastic. Could not have been happier with the.
I think you liked it more than you expected. Is that even possible?
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. Like I was like almost like on a high walking around Manchester.
You were on cloud nine. You were walking up and down Tesco, just looking at all the options.
You say that like.
No, I'm not joking.
I really didn't realize how difficult it is to put together a meal deal. The meal deal is like the amount of options you have is endless. And I mean, we're talking £3.90 or £3 90 pence. You know, still working on the terminology.
Sure.
I mean, it's a great deal. I do have a picture of what I ended up with. Maybe I don't. No, here it is. Here we go. I went Chicken Club. Little Blue Spark super smoothie and a dairy milk caramel.
And overall?
Sandwich is good. Smoothie was great. Chocolate's fantastic. Sandwich was all right. I mean, look at these options behind me. I mean, there's a lot to choose from. It was
who did you ask to take that picture?
A little creative secret here.
Oh,
I had to put it on a shelf.
Oh my God!
Between things, it was quite embarrassing. I actually asked the guy to take a picture,
and he said no.
No. He took it, but it wasn't very good. Wow. And he laughed at me pretty hard too. So
okay,
it was an embarrassing thing.
You didn't mean mug anyone that walked in front of the camera while you were setting that up, did you?
No. I actually looked both ways and like made sure no one was around.
Proper way to do
like,
that.
Please.
Well done.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna catch some flack because I'm wearing a Man U.
Oh my God!
And I'm wearing a Man City hat now. I just support the city of Manchester.
Sure.
MCR is special to me. I hope both clubs do well.
Yes, that is a big fashion faux pas.
Oh yeah, everyone's been giving me shit for it.
Any Christian Eriksen shout outs?
A lot of Christian Eriksen shout outs. So much so I was actually at Old Trafford and I had a stranger take my photo, and then I took some stranger's photo, and they were speaking broken English. I don't believe it was their native language, and they asked to take a picture with me. I was head to toe Man U stuff at that point. I had no idea why they asked to take a picture with me, but they seemed really excited about it. I'm 50-50 on if they thought I was actually Christian Eriksen or not. I was like, you want a picture with me? They're like, of course, please. I was like, all right, yeah, sure. And like we were dapped up doing it. It was, I think they might have thought I was Christian Eriksen.
New York Rick, what did you make of my assessment of the last two fights? Agree, disagree?
No, completely agree. I mean, I've said it in the lead up. I said it since. If you came to that event looking for the pinnacle of combat sports, if you were looking for the highest level of athletic competition that you could find, you took a wrong turn somewhere. Like that was not what that event was about. I don't understand the like searching for answers right now of like, how could these fights be so bad? Or how could the performances, like Dylan Dennis, Tommy Fury, KSI, and Logan Paul cannot box. They're not good boxers. Like, what is the confusion? I'm not understanding what is uncertain about this or what is confusing about this or what is still mysterious about this. Like, what was Dylan Dennis's game plan going to look like in a best case scenario? Was he going to go out there and be Floyd Mayweather? Like, how far was that from what you were expecting going in? It wasn't far from what I was expecting. So yeah, I don't understand. I'm kind of at a loss, to be honest, on what was expected out of the final two fights.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to say. Clearly, by some people's tweets, they were expecting Hagler Hearns. I think the one guy, like, it's interesting that you include Tommy in that discussion.
Yeah, he's not a good boxer. I like, if you can just barely beat KSI and Jake Paul, you're not a good boxer.
Is it okay? Is it okay? And because I see a lot of, like, the big criticism was that I was harder on him than I was on KSI. Is it wrong? Shoot straight with me. Is it wrong to hold him to a higher standard because of the fact that he is the Fury boxer? We know who KSI is. He's a guy who was, not doing this 2-3 years ago, and he's a rapper, and like, I can't hold him to the same standard. And so I saw something out of Tommy in February. I saw none of that in Manchester on Saturday night. I saw none of that. I mean, I really thought that was a dreadful performance, and I don't know how else to sugarcoat it. And I know you could say it takes two to tango. Yeah, it was not a good fight. As I said on the air, on the broadcast of the pay-per-view, it was an unwatchable fight. But I feel like I hold him to a higher standard just because I expect more from him because he is the traditional boxer. And when the traditional boxer is fighting down to the competition, that's a problem. That's not a good look.
I don't think it's unfair to point that out in analysis. I do think it's unfair because he's not a good boxer. Like, you're holding him to a standard he's never going to live up to. And you can roll back that. I mean, do I need to remind you how long I've been saying Tommy Fury is not a good boxer? Like,
well, you've also been saying he's not a star. He's not a draw.
Yeah, he's not. Dylan Dennis sold more tickets to that show and drew more people in on pay-per-view, and he can't box either. But he did more than Tommy. I'll say this. Tommy gave a good effort fight week. I felt the intensity between him and KSI. Yeah. He did a decent job. But let's not be confused about what that was. Like, Dylan Dennis and Logan Paul stole.
They sold the show. They sold their thing was bigger. In fact, what kind of drives me nuts about Tommy is that he is selling this, and he's talking about all the stuff that he's going to kill influencer boxing and all this. He's benefiting just as much as everyone else. In fact, you can make a case that he's benefiting more than everyone else, if only because Logan, KSI, they don't need this, right? Like, they're wealthy without this. He's coming along for the ride, and then he keeps talking about killing it, and then he keeps talking about he's better than it, but then he keeps talking about, in the same breath, oh, I'll do it again. I'll do this and that. It's like he's a walking contradiction. And it does my head in, as they say.
I have not been interested in Tommy Fury as an influencing boxing staple before Jake Paul fighting Anthony Taylor. after Saturday, I am still not interested in Tommy Fury as an influencer boxing staple. He's just good enough to squeak by influencer boxers as somebody who has the Fury last name and has been training for longer than they've been doing anything in their lives, and he's just squeaking by and giving performances that is nothing to write home about. Go be a boxer. Not interested.
I couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. What'd you make of Dylan?
The game plan had a lot to be desired, right? Like, obviously, there was.
Was it the game plan or the execution
we're just assuming,
of the game plan?
We're just assuming that like he wanted to tire out Logan Paul.
No.
In reality,
Plinio told me in the middle. Did you hear that?
Okay.
He texted me in the middle of the broadcast saying the game plan was tire him out for the first 2 rounds and then unload the clip in the third, fourth, fifth, sixth. He didn't do that.
If that is the game plan, well, I mean, is he not capable of that? And I'm perfect. Look, I said. Did I say it on Wednesday? I said on Wednesday that I was going to bet on Dylan Dennis. And I said, when I said I was going to bet on Dylan Dennis, please do not confuse this as an endorsement of Dylan Dennis and his boxing skills. I don't think Dylan Dennis can box. Never did, still don't. I mean, the performance was very clear. But I don't think Logan Paul can box either. And I don't know, his performance didn't blow me away. Like, there's a certain kernel of truth to Dylan Dennis saying, like, I'm a jiu-jitsu guy. I got in there. You said you're going to kill me. All this stuff that I talked about your wife. And I'm kind of like, fine. There's a certain kernel of truth to that. Like, no mistake. None of these guys are great boxers. I don't think Dylan Dennis is capable of turning it up in 3, 4, 5, 6. I think Dylan Dennis is an MMA fighter at his ceiling, a really, really good jiu-jitsu player, probably more so than an MMA fighter. And that's what it is. For him to get in there and box, like, I did not have higher expectations than that. And that's as somebody who was willing to put money on Dylan Dennis because of how I do not feel Logan Paul is a good boxer. And if you're going to give me 4.5 to 1 on the guy who kind of fights for a living, I'll take it. But I did not have wildly different expectations of Dylan Dennis than what we saw. Like, that's okay. That was kind of it. Would I have liked to see him throw more punches? Sure. But am I sitting here going, how could he look this way? Oh my God, Dylan Dennis looked like that? I mean, what did you expect? Like, this is how Dylan Dennis was going to look in a boxing ring.
The fascinating thing about it all is the aftermath where people say, like, I can't believe this, I can't believe that, I can't believe we fell for it. And here's the one thing that you can't deny. Good, bad, ugly. He was able to capture people's attention, especially online, right? Like his tweet, he was at like 200,000, then he went to 1 million followers. So that captivated people. And there's a lot of people who didn't know who he was who now know who he is, right? He's going to be on Piers Morgan tonight, apparently, to talk about it. Like, Dylan Dennis, I still don't know the names of the 2 guys that he fought in Bellator, right? So that's a crazy thing. That is a crazy thing, how far he's taken this. Now I think if I were, guiding him, we need to pivot. We need to get off the Nina and Logan train. And we need to but he's not yet. We need to use this newfound fame, whatever you want to call it, to our advantage. And, I see people reacting to me saying Misfits should, think about keeping him around. Why wouldn't they? Like, is Dylan Dennis that much worse than, B. Dave? No, there's appropriate matchups for him, and he's clearly someone who can get people talking. Did his credibility take a shot? Yes. Did it get hurt? Yes. But against maybe someone lesser than him. That being said, I don't feel like there is within me, I'm speaking for myself, a strong desire to watch him box anymore. He's a jiu-jitsu guy. Jiu-jitsu, in my opinion, is gaining more and more attention. And I was talking to Gordon Ryan, like, there's money to be made now. To me, it should be a jiu-jitsu / MMA life for him.
Yeah.
And that's it. He was but like, spare me the after the fact, I didn't have a coach, I didn't have this. And he's getting mad that I said, it's like, I think he did a great job, and I told him he did a great job, and he to a degree carried this whole thing and made it much bigger than it was. But you can't say after the fact, you can't say leading up to it, I am boxing and I'll knock this guy out, I'll knock that guy, and then you lose and say, well, I'm just a jiu-jitsu guy with no team, no coach, no training. Come on. I hate when we do this. Nate did this too.
Nate did this.
Yes.
I was just about to say, and I'm okay with that. If he's running Nate's game plan, I'm okay with that. Run it. That's fine.
Just be honest.
It works. It works for Nate. Why doesn't it work for Dylan?
It doesn't. What?
It works for Nate. The number of people who posted about how a failed guillotine in a boxing match was him winning the fight was astronomical. So yeah, it works. It definitely
That was a bit of a
works.
laugh. The problem was that happened 2 months ago, and he tried to do the exact same thing.
I was gonna say I feel like Dylan was hoping to have that moment for himself in the fight.
Did you just change? What's going on?
I just want to make sure I'm playing
Okay,
both sides.
okay,
You
sorry.
know, a couple of men, they hit me up and they were like, take that hat off right now. I was like, okay, I'll switch
Every
back.
time we cut to you, you must be wearing something else.
We might have something else.
Sorry, keep going,
in the works. I lost my train of thought.
Sorry.
So you were saying how Dylan tried
Yes,
that.
I felt like Dylan came in and was almost just like, yeah, I'm not going to win the fight. He's going to be able to outbox me. Let me try and have my Nate Diaz moment, create some chaos, and try and move on with my life. And as far as the excuses, like, I mean, that's just going to happen in this scene. Like, it just always happens. When Jake lost to Tommy Fury, he was sick a couple times and he pulled his shoulder or whatever. KSI was obviously...
I'm okay with that. That's like, I broke my hand, this and that. I'm okay with that. But to say I didn't have a team, I didn't have a coach, that's on you.
I didn't prepare well enough.
Dylan,
that's on you, yes.
Why does Dylan have to take accountability? I don't think he does. I think he's perfectly fine to not.
Yeah, honestly, the whole thing is so dumb.
It's such a
so
farce.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
The whole thing is so
really
ridiculous.
Is like, I guess to play
gives me a
devil's
headache.
advocate, just a little bit of devil's advocate on people that are disappointed. These people, and you said this to me, like they're so good at selling the fight. Like it gets people interested. Like Dylan was able to capture an audience. Like I feel like they do such a good job of selling the fight and getting people excited for it and getting this interest. And then when you get to the fight, it's just like such a letdown.
There is no
especially
fight.
the last two.
Buyer's remorse.
Like-
they have buyer's
yes,
remorse.
like
They bought it and then they.
I mean, the best tweets were, I illegally streamed this and I still want my money back. Like, it was like, I mean, the last two fights were just so, they were so boring. The whole main card, essentially, other than the Dean the Great fight and Waleed Sharks and the Soul Poppy one, it was just all snooze fest.
I think that's a great point. It definitely feels like buyer's remorse. I'm all for somebody saying, I paid for that. I'm disappointed. Maybe I didn't get my money's worth. Once we start trying to act like this is a competitive product to a UFC card and act like these are the same thing and act like, well,
Why do we do that? Why do people do that?
Why are you watching this instead of UFC? Like as if these are not completely separate things. It'd be akin to like, why are you eating a hamburger when you could be eating a piece of chicken? Well, I kind of like both. Like I'm going to eat the hamburger now and I'll probably eat the chicken another time. Like they are not mutually exclusive. You do not have to only watch UFC and not be allowed to watch UFC or Bellator or whatever because you watch this. And vice versa. You are not subject to only caring about influencer boxing. You can also like UFC. It's okay, people out there, for you to have different things in your life and different tastes. I did not have any expectation that this was going to be the pinnacle of combat sports. It was a fun enough event. The crowd seemed awesome. And that's it. Like,
And that's it.
It doesn't have to be larger.
But
than
you know
that.
what I'm
It
talking
really
about? The
doesn't.
sanctimonious tweets
Oh,
afterwards.
there.
What? Yes. The amount of people that, like, as soon as the event ended that I saw were just like, thank God I didn't watch any of that or I didn't give a single dime to that crap. Like, now it's back to Tenera Lisboa at the UFC Apex. Now we can really get back to business here. Like, it's just like, dude, it's fun. It's dumb. Yes, the fights were incredibly disappointing, but, like, it also isn't that serious.
By the way, nobody is forcing you to care. You do not have to care.
Well, one thing I will say, I do not care about this stuff. Like,
Yeah.
I will say, like, now to play devil's advocate to defend those people, each time one of these happens, my, like, interest and excitement for it keeps going down, and it's just like, how many times can I tune in?
But you know what?
and be
We're
like,
not
But
the
that's
audience.
fine.
We're not the audience. We're the ones who are parachuting in because there's an MMA connection. You know, it's
That's
Jake
true.
versus the MMA. It's not for us. Like it's for the people who know who Jarvis is. You know what I mean? It's for the people who know who Alex Wasabi is. It's not for us. We didn't know who he was. Just like I didn't really even know who Jake and Logan were before they became boxers. You know what I mean? Like I didn't know about their Vine careers. I've been very honest about that. First time I ever spoke to Jake, he DM'd me and saying, you keep calling me Jake or me Logan, like you know what I mean? It was Abby Subban who told me about the KSI Logan.
Shout out, I love Abby.
The man. He told me about the first one. He was like, my son is all into this. I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about right now. Their first fight in Manchester. So I don't think this is for us. It's interesting when one of our own goes over there, but this train is going to roll along without us. And what kind of drives me nuts is when like the MMA community, you know, I hate these terms that we use now. gaslighting. People don't even know what that means. Woke. People hardly even know what that means. Virtue signaling. But to a degree, that is what they are doing. They are trying to virtue signal and be like, this is such an indictment. Boxing. This is another example why boxing is dead. Yeah. Were you staying up to watch Tim 2 in Australia on Saturday on Showtime Boxing? You know shit about it. You don't watch it. You don't follow it. Were you watching Lee Wood? Shut the fuck up with your takes on the state of boxing and how this is ruining boxing. It's its own separate fucking thing. It's its own separate fucking thing. And if you can't recognize that, and if you are comparing it to actual traditional boxing or mixed martial arts, you're the clown. Not the ones who are like, I know exactly what I was doing. I know exactly what I was watching. I know exactly what I signed up for. I'm sorry if you didn't recognize that. And for the people who are saying, why did you say this beforehand? I didn't think I had to. There's a reason why I call it crossover boxing or influencer boxing. You see the way I talk about Dylan Dennis going into this fight. You see the way we talk about Tommy Fury on this show going into this fight. When have I said that KSI is some, generational talent? Fuck out of here. Don't change the narrative on us just because it didn't mesh with what you thought this was going to be. We knew exactly what this was. It's like someone told me before I got married. He said, someone who was trying to convince me not to get married, a friend of mine, he's like, look,
interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So he was like, look, you eat a lot of chicken your whole life. At some point, you're going to want some steak. I always remember
this
that.
Earlier.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, exactly. So you know what? After eating the McDonald's that is the UFC, sometimes it's nice to have a bit of steak. Well done.
Wait.
Are
So
we
McDonald's is the
calling crossover boxing?
I feel like that's flip. No,
I just
compared to the UFC being McDonald's.
You mean a well-done steak, maybe? Or?
That feels a bit. That feels a bit ridiculous.
This is ridiculous. What's going on here?
I agree.
What are you even doing this?
My point is, if you're eating McDonald's every night, it's nice to have a different meal.
I agree with. I would say, obviously, I think the McDonald's is the departure. Anyway,
you get the point.
I agree with everything.
You know why I
said.
say first? Can I just say no? The McDonald's is yes. I get what you say because it's the cheaper product. But the point is, the UFC has become McDonald's. It's just
that's fair. It's the commercialization of it.
We're pumping out Happy Meals every weekend. I don't even remember who fought in the co-main event at this point on Saturday.
That's fair.
I do remember it was Virna Jandiroba against whatever.
Jennifer Lyons.
Yeah, you get the point. You know what I mean? Like it's just become it's become like chicken nuggets in a frozen bag.
I agree with everything except when you try to shame people for not watching the Zoo fight and Lee Wood, because then you're just doing what they were doing. But I agree with everything.
No. I'm not shaming them. I'm saying if you are so concerned about the state of boxing, why aren't you acknowledging?
My point is, we should all be able to watch whatever we want.
Yes.
You should be able to.
Yes.
You should be able to love boxing and skip influencer stuff. Hell, you should even be able to skip the Lee Wood fight if you only want to watch Tyson Fury versus Anthony Joshua or whatever. You're shaming boxing and not even watching those fights or any fights. Period. Sure.
You're not watching anything.
I think you should be allowed to do that. I think you should be allowed to do any of this that you want, any combination. I know this.
Sure, you could be allowed, but you're not right. You're not right. Boxing isn't dead. This isn't an indictment on boxing.
See, well, that's separate. Boxing,
no, it's not separate. That's my point. They're saying that this is
the death of boxing.
The death of boxing. This is the example that boxing is dead. What are you talking about?
No, that I don't agree with at all.
Was celebrity boxing the example that boxing was dead? Back in the day with like Danny Botafuco and fighting...
Our boy, Dustin Diamond.
That wasn't the example back then either. Boxing is not going to be dead. It's doing just fine. And this is just like a spawn of it. This is like some weird spawn of it.
The good news is...
How about Eddie Hearn?
You are free to watch whatever you want.
Eddie Hearn was loving it.
Front row.
Yeah, met his daughter too. Lovely. Louis Theroux was there. Didn't get to beat him. I was so sad. I saw him on the screen, and he was doing like the watch party thing. And I was like, "Holy shit!" Louis Theroux and I are in the same building. This is unbelievable. And so I asked everyone, if you see Louis Theroux, please tell me where he's sitting. And they were trying. The DAZN team were trying. I said to them, "This is top 5 people on the planet that I would like to meet. No joke. Top 5 people. I don't need pictures. I just wanted to shake his hand and tell him how big of an influence he's been on me. I've told you guys this. Couldn't find him. No one could find him. No picture.
Maybe he was in the back in like a green room, or like a
he DM'd me.
Suite, a VIP suite.
No, he was with his kids. They said he was with his kids. He knew all the characters. His kids knew the characters. And then he did DM me saying, "Sorry, I missed you, and we're going to meet up one day." And that was nice. But man, I wanted to shake.
I mean, that's pretty damn good.
That was great. It was great. But I just wanted.
It's an IOU.
sure. I see Andrew Schultz out there.
Shout out.
Yeah.
Doing an interview with the Schmo brought me in. Happy to report Schmo and I had a nice tete-a-tete on Friday. We're all good. The beef has been squashed.
Oh, okay. I like that.
So, a lot of big things happen. A lot of big things. Yeah, a lot of
Big
big things
things.
happen. I'm probably forgetting half.
Did you lose your voice in the tete-a-tete? Is that what happened? Like what happened?
No, it was gone.
No, I actually have a theory. I think the voice went when we were looking for dinner on Wednesday night. We couldn't.
I got mad.
Yeah, place after place we went to, they were just like closed, and each time Ariel was like, escalating it.
Wait,
by the time it was like, the 9th or 10th place, Ariel was like screaming. I think that's where.
Was I screaming?
I'm gonna be so fucking pissed if we can't find anything. I swear to God.
I did not say that.
It
That's
was
fucking wow. This is.
I was like, we'll find something, Ariel.
This is slanderous. I was hungry. Were you? By the way, I had just been speaking for 4 hours.
Yeah,
and
no.
then-
I know. I get it.
Wow.
We found Nando's anyway.
yeah, by the way, why wasn't Nando's like option number one?
That's
at
actually
that
what
didn't
you
point?
know
said
where it
on the
was.
show. You were like, we'll go to get Nando's.
I don't know. I don't think we realized that it was so close.
I know everyone was like, oh, there's a this and there's a that this way, and then the Nando's was like 5 feet from the hotel.
Wow.
Did you like it?
I loved it. Yeah, I mean, I got a picture here of it.
Oh,
I mean,
geez.
I got a lot of pictures. I got a whole photo
ahead,
photo
go ahead.
album.
Tell us, tell
We
us.
got the Nando's.
Oh yeah, look at that. I was
got-
surprised you went lemon and herb. I was really surprised.
I didn't go lemon and herb. I mean, this is more slandering. You talk about me slandering you. I went with the mild spice. I didn't know how spicy it was going to be. I should have gone more spice.
You went mild or medium? I think you went medium.
Medium, maybe. I should have gone more. I went with mash. I kind of got crushed for the mash. I didn't know that
Yeah,
was
the
a
mash
thing.
was whack. I told you not to do the mash.
I see the peri peri nuts were fantastic. I see garlic bread on another table. I was like, wow, I should have gone for the garlic bread. In my defense, it felt like it was about to close. Like the guy looked like he was doing us a favor, but like he pulled the swiper card out to reopen the register. So like I was kind of in a rush. I had to make a very drastic decision. Would love to go back. Was still happy with it, but yeah, I mean, it was a great experience. Got to see it.
Yeah, it was good.
We got an English breakfast.
We got an English breakfast. Yeah.
Full English brekkie. That was solid.
There it is. Yeah, some people were questioning the amount of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, one singular mushroom was an odd touch. Sausage over there, I have to say, people always comment on the sausage over here. Pure class over there.
Yeah.
The roadies, I mean, just fantastic.
Oh yeah. Those were
Top
like
right.
the that was like the potato thing,
potatoes
right?
and
Yeah.
onions and cheese.
Yeah, it
The
was
scrambled
nice.
eggs were like
It is
kind of
scrambled
crumbly.
eggs?
Yeah, kind of crumbly.
Yeah, it
a
was
little
crumbly.
odd. Wasn't
Looked like
my whole
curds.
thing. But I mean, shout out to the Cozy Club. Great,
Yeah.
beautiful spot.
Wow.
Beautiful
It was beautiful.
spot.
Look at
Yeah.
that.
Oh yeah, some of the spots were great.
I
Wow.
mean, just a touch of class there. Here's the kitchenette.
I didn't see it. By the way, you go back to the other photo,
Oh wow.
Which one?
the one of you with the plate.
Yeah.
I was just like, photo credit or anything.
Oh, you were
Up there?
I
All right.
mean, it was on my phone. So
Sure.
Here's the kitchenette. This kind of gives
Yes.
people a nice view of what we were working with.
This
here.
is wild.
I mean,
Yeah.
it is narrow. We were cramped. It was, it was good times though. I mean, fantastic memories. What else did we do while we were there? There's bet shops everywhere. I went in and placed a real bet. Got to rip this ticket up because it did not hit. But we were kind of thrown off by the bet shops. We got this pie. What would you say about this pie? I mean, it was like this giant Indian pie.
Oh, that was great. We had a couple of great meals with Adeola Depot, our guy.
Shout out. I mean,
Yeah.
an
Can we just-
absolute man.
Yeah.
Absolute man, he is.
Can we just talk about how great Ade is at a very difficult job? Like he's the best.
Smooth as hell. I don't want that job. I don't want that job. He's great.
setting up 10,000 different sports, going to this screen. Now he has to
Yeah.
do a three-person stand-up with this person. Then he has to do an interview. Like, I mean, the dude is incredible.
And then he's got a walk and talk, and he's doing all this stuff. He's got great energy. Yeah, we hung out with him several times. Right, we went for ramen on Thursday. Then we went to this great Indian place on Friday.
Deshum. Shout out to Deshum.
Yeah.
Oh, Deshum.
You
Many
know this?
people told us to
Oh,
go.
yeah.
How do you know this?
Been to the UK. What are you talking about?
Oh, I didn't know it was a
Oh,
thing.
they have more than one?
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
I thought this was local
Nah.
Manchester.
Nah. That was great.
No, it's not local Manchester, but it is UK, and it is like the spot. Like Deshum is.
Oh, it was
Deshum is the
fantastic.
spot.
It was absolutely fantastic. Ade is the man. I mean, you talk
Very
about class.
Yeah.
That's Ade Oladipo.
Oh, wow.
Right there.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
guy
We went
from-
shopping together, got some stuff.
Yeah.
You got a haircut.
Yeah, got the beard trimmed up. I mean, it was a great time.
What else? What else?
Let's see what else. I mean, the architecture over there. When we had Ben the Bane Davis on, he talked about Newcastle architecture. The architecture in Manchester had me absolutely blown away. I mean, it was top-notch stuff. This is a place called New York, New York. Thought that was kind of, funny. Picture, there's the bus. I was like, man, we're really here. We're touchdown. It's about here was our welcome to Manchester moment. This was it was just nice and gray and rainy. I was like, this is Manchester for us, baby. This is nice. Rolls-Royce engine, shout out, made in Manchester.
I thought it was impressive that you were sitting first class Virgin Atlantic. I didn't really roll like that.
Do we need to get into that?
No.
Do we need to break down yesterday?
No.
I mean, we can get into it if we want to. You mentioned influencer boxing now for us.
Yes.
It's for our guy Mahir Khan. I mean, absolute legend, the son of our Uber driver yesterday. I mean, we get in the Uber and this guy is fired up to have Ariel in the car. I mean, you should have seen him. He was on 10.
Yes.
Very
breaking down the fights. Everyone was talking about it. That was the cool thing. It's like the whole city was talking about this fight. And most of the people thought KSI won.
I don't want to move on too quickly. So the first picture of Ariel and Mahir, when is that from? What is that?
This is like
That's
at the weigh-ins on Friday.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you got into an Uber.
And it was his dad.
With his
That's
father.
His dad,
This is yesterday morning.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Yes.
And this guy is on go. Like, he high-fives me before I get in the car. He's just like, what's up, guys? Like, I was watching the fights. I saw Ariel last night. Actually, well, he kept calling Ariel
Alex, yeah.
I mean, still
Close
shout
enough.
out. Shout out.
It's just fine.
I mean, he was on go for these fights. He broke down every fight. Like, he had a whole conspiracy theory on why they gave it to Tommy over KSI.
Oh, yeah. Can I address that conspiracy theory? I see a lot of people saying like, they wanted the boxer to win. They want the Fury family to win. I actually disagree with that, if only because this PBA commission, which has become like somewhat of a talking point in this influencer world because it's not the British Boxing Board of Control, which is the one that, Eddie Hearn deals with and, everyone else. They make a lot of money off of these events, right? Like they're the commission that would be, if anything, they want KSI to win.
The promotion is Misfits.
Yes.
Like, let's not, the conspiracy theory that like Tommy was
if they're going to, if the commission is going to side with anyone, and I don't think they are, I think they just called it like, it's a very close fight. I thought it was 3-3. And then with the point deduction, KSI wins, but 3-3 is a close fight. It doesn't get any closer than that. And even if it's 4-2, that's a close fight because there's only 6 rounds. The point is, if the PBA is going to side with anyone, it's probably going to be the Misfits clan. It's not going to be the Fury clan, in my opinion. So I see people saying like, oh, they wanted them to win. I don't know if I agree with that. Sorry, you reminded me of that.
No, yeah, I mean, it's a good talking point. It's a good argument. I mean, we were getting into it with the people in the hotel lobby. They're giving us their takes. Like, people on the street are giving us their takes. The Uber driver was going hard at it. I mean, it felt like the city was really encapsulated by it.
Mm-hmm. Any more photos?
Let's see. I should have taken more photos,
But overall, it was a great trip, except for when you got hit with a wave of nausea.
Old Trafford. That was,
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude! I thought we were gonna have Miami 2.0. I thought I was gonna miss the fights, but it was me, you, and Ade at lunch, and we were like halfway through lunch.
You just got nailed with it, like a tidal wave.
I started like sweating. I was legit like I just started sweating, and I was just like, oh, what's going on here?
Becoming British.
I ran out and I got some fresh air. I was like, all right, I think I'm good. And then I walked back in and I was just like, oh God, I'm not good. And so I had to bounce and go back to my hotel room. I mean, you should have seen me, man. I would accepted that I was going to throw up. It just never came. I'm walking around downtown Manchester with a trash bag in my hand, trying to get to a pharmacy to get some anti-nausea medicine or something. I thought I was going to yak right in the middle of the streets and just have to throw it in the trash can. I was down bad for 3 hours, but we fought through and we got to the fights on Saturday.
Crisis averted.
Crisis averted. Actually, it stopped me from going to the Etihad. And shout out to Pete Carroll, our man. He recommended a great place called Mulligan's. I tried to go, but it was too crowded, and then couldn't go again. Just gives me a reason to go back. Just gives me a reason to go back.
Any Forge Irish Stout?
This is why it's so heartbreaking, actually. I mean, legitimate heartbreaking. I had it on my list. I didn't get fish and chips, which was on the list. I didn't get a proper English tea time. And then Forged Irish Stout, top of the list. I walked into Mulligan's on Friday. The Ireland friendly is on, so it's packed out, packed to the gills. Everyone's got Guinness in hand. I can't even get to the bar. It's so crowded. But through the people, through everything,
yes,
I see the draft,
Oh.
the tab for Forged Irish Stout. I was like, oh my God, I have to get up there. I tried to push my way through. There was literally too many people. I couldn't even get to the bar. So I was like, I'll come back tomorrow, right when they open at noon. I'll get myself a Forged Irish Stout, proper and creamy. Then I got sick and I couldn't go back. I mean, it's absolutely heartbreaking, devastating to say the least. I mean, I was just like,
Can you not get it in America?
no, you can't find it anywhere. Can't find it anywhere.
It's not here yet?
No. I had plans to go there. Supposedly the best Guinness outside of Dublin. I was going to get myself a Guinness, followed up with a Forged Irish Stout, head to the edge.
Oh, do the test.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah,
that would have been brilliant.
Yep. And then I was stuck in my hotel room for the whole afternoon.
But you got to go to the fights. Did you go to the whole card?
Whole card, yep.
And you loved it?
Well, yeah, well, no. But, I mean, let's be clear. I love the
You were
atmosphere.
saying that Astrid Wet really has a lot of potential.
Please stop. Stop. No, I did not. The card was not good. I have to just come out and firmly state that I am with people. It was not good. My interest continues to drop in these things. I don't know when I'm just going to like give in and not watch it. The atmosphere was incredible, though. The atmosphere was.
You got to give them props for that. Even those little like
the prime light up bracelets, the singing, the chanting. When we're waiting on KSI and Tommy Fury, they played "Don't Look Back in Anger" by Oasis.
Yeah.
Obviously from Manchester, the whole crowd is singing it. It was 10 out of 10. Now, if we can get that, like, let's get a UFC event there, or maybe like a a really big boxing match there. Sign me up.
All right.
Sign me up.
All right. Well, speaking of all of that, at the end of the Logan Paul-Dylan Dennis fight, which of course was won by Logan Paul, and apparently Dylan Dennis is going to be appealing it because of the security guard, which, he does have a point. The security guard did jump in there at the very end. I don't know if anything is going to happen and if it's worth their time. I did get a chance to speak to Logan Paul, who finally got a victory, who was very fired up. And in his post-fight interview, I do believe we have the clip. I didn't even ask him what's next at that point, but he had something on his mind. He had something he wanted to say. This is what he said. Here's the quick clip.
And I want that U.S. title. Rey Mysterio, I already beat you once, brother. And I'm coming for that U.S. championship. Let's go!
Okay, so I was expecting Logan to call out perhaps, I don't know, Tommy Fury or an MMA fighter, someone like that. But he ended up calling out one of the greatest professional wrestlers of all time, the current United States champion of World Wrestling Entertainment, Mr. 619, the Hall of Famer. He was just inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame back in April, right before WrestleMania 39, where he fought his son, Dominic Mysterio, who's doing incredible things. And so he had that on his mind. The next WWE pay-per-view is on November 4th in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, the week after the big Francis Ngannou versus Tyson Fury fight. And wouldn't you know it, the legend himself is actually in studio right now. What an absolute honor this is. Holy smokes. Oh my God. I need to bow down to my guy, Rey Mysterio, in the flesh, the champion. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is incredible. Look at that belt.
Put this right here.
Man, we couldn't have scripted this any better, Ray. He calls you out and you're in studio.
Wow, I was shocked when I heard that.
Were you? Well, we're going to get it all that. It's so nice to see you, my friend.
You, man. Thank you.
This is amazing. I've been great. You smell fantastic, by the way. This is incredible. Okay, this is so great. Welcome to our home. This is our home here. We got all our little tchotchkes. We got Raul. Well, no, that's actually Virna Janjiroba.
Oh.
Yes. Someone else, but that's a good call. Dylan made the same, I guess, statement. But I know he's your boy.
Yeah.
I know he's your boy, and we're going to talk about all of that. Yes, I saw the photo that you posted after his big win. Yeah. But how about Saturday night? Okay, so let me ask you this. Logan's fighting. I know you were at a house show, right?
Actually, I was home.
You were home?
I had just flown home that morning.
Okay.
And I was ready to watch the fight because I wanted to see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were watching?
Yes, I was.
Okay. He wins his fight. Can I ask, what did you make of the fight?
I thought Dylan was going to put up more of a fight.
Yeah.
I mean, he threw a couple swings in between rounds that I thought, okay, this is the round where he picks it up.
Yeah.
And it just never did. You know, I was shocked more than anything.
Disappointing? Because of all the talk and the build-up and all that stuff?
Yeah, I did think that it was going to be more of a fight. And, Logan was all over him.
I mean, really, like, there was nothing.
Yeah, it was nothing.
Even like the stuff at the end, like there
Why
was
do you
more
think?
fighting. What did I think, or
No,
what?
why did you think? Because I was hearing your commentary.
Yeah. The voice
with
was
Coach,
struggling
yes.
there. Yeah, with Coach and Todd Grisham.
Yeah.
I think that his game plan was to tire out Logan early on. Let him unload. He thinks that he's too big. He's got too many muscles, all that stuff. And then come the third round, fourth round, fifth round, pour it on. The problem was, I think he felt his power in the closing seconds of the second round. And then I think he just said, I want nothing to do with this. And then I think he was just trying to create like a moment, a meme, if you will. Right? He was doing the MMA stuff. And then it got a little silly, in my opinion. Like going back on his back and going for the guillotine. That to me is just like, you talked a lot of shit leading up to this. Yes, he did. At least go for broke. And I think he really didn't want to get knocked out. Because you know how it is. Like, that picture is going to be posted everywhere. That video will be posted everywhere, and he has to live with that. And so I think now what he's saying is, oh, I didn't have a coach. I didn't have a training camp. I didn't have anyone guiding me. I'm a jiu-jitsu guy. But I survived.
And that's what I didn't follow. His training prior to the fight. I don't know how he prepped up for this fight.
No. But he had no boxing coach in his corner.
Wow.
He just had 3 MMA fighters.
Wow.
He had no team.
That's crazy.
But he's known about this fight for a long time.
Of course.
And he made it very personal. You think that's family stuff?
At points, I said, okay, are they making us want to pick up this fight and watch it, or is he really going overboard? And it was pretty deep.
Yes.
It was pretty deep. I kind of put myself in Logan's shoes. If that was my girl or my fiance, So,
but it was interesting. He said he forgave him. He
was
like
right
very
before the
zen.
fight. Yes.
And even as they did the face-off, he kept mouthing, "I forgive you. I forgive you." And I thought that was really interesting to see, because I think he had to do that, because otherwise he would want to like rip his head off. Someone's talking about and then he got hit in the head with the microphone. I mean, this thing, do you like, I know you're a fight fan. You like this crossover boxing world, influencer boxing world?
I like it when it doesn't get too heavy. I like the smack talk, but obviously this felt like very, very deep. To a certain extent, okay, it's cool, but there's got to be limits, I imagine. Talk smack about my performance or my losses or whatever. But when you mess with the family, you got to put up a defense.
But also, you've been watching fighting for a long time. You know what you're buying when you buy this pay-per-view, right? You know you're not getting Spence Crawford, I would imagine. Or
of course.
Right?
Yes.
That's the part that confuses me. It's like, I see people complaining afterwards. It's like,
no.
These are novice fighters. They're amateur fighters.
6 rounds, too. So
6 rounds, all that stuff. So then he wins, and I'm in the ring with him, and I think he's going to call out another boxer, say I'm going back to WWE, but he calls you out specifically. Says he wants that U.S. title right there.
He said, if correct me if I'm wrong, but he says, I have my eye on someone and something.
Yes.
He said, that U.S. title, Rey Mysterio. So I was like,
what was your reaction?
I was like, what did he just say? No way. And I had to rewind it to make sure. And he did. He called me out. I was like, okay, I'm not hard to find. You can find me every Friday night on SmackDown.
That's right.
So I can't wait to see what he has to say.
Why do you think he called you out specifically?
I think personally because he's been doing really good in the ring. He just won a fight, so his octane level is at a peak, and his adrenaline's going. So I think he felt very comfortable. Now the question is, will he be comfortable whenever we decide to make this match?
He's a big boy.
He is.
Do you think he looks at you as like, okay, this will be, smaller guy. This could be a bit of a, for lack of a better word, easier challenge than...
I mean, I've been fighting bigger guys my whole life, so I don't see why he would see it that way. But I do believe that he has trust in his growth inside a wrestling ring. Look at the performance he put against Ricochet. Incredible. I had to tip my mask off to that match. It was really good. And then the one prior to that against Roman. So I think he now wants to make a statement in WWE, and he wants to carry gold.
So you've been impressed with his maturation, better than you thought?
Yes, no, really. I think he's grown.
You were in there with him at the very beginning.
I had his first match, my son and I versus The Miz and him. Now, he did mention something that I got to correct him, because he said, I already beat you once. And I think he's mistaken, because the one that beat me was The Miz.
Right, that's true.
So if Miz wouldn't have saved the day in that match, Dom and I would have pinned him.
That was April of 2021. Do you think he has improved? Like, has he exceeded your expectations in terms of...
That was actually last year.
22? Sorry, 2022. Yes, that's right. We're in
Texas.
It was the double night in Texas.
It feels like WrestleMania was last year, right?
I know, exactly. It feels like we're already in Philly for 40. Has he improved more than you thought he was going to in what, a year and change?
I see his growth
Really?
and his improvement, yeah. Especially after having the match against Roman.
Yeah.
And then this last match, like, he can adapt to any style, which is crazy. You know, not a lot of guys can come into our world and perform the way they perform, like Logan
Right.
and like Bad Bunny in a way.
Yeah.
You know, they pick up the beat right away. So it's shocking, but not scary.
Okay.
Yeah.
He takes some crazy risks, though.
He does.
I was in London for Money in the Bank, and he went through the table, and like I thought he may have broken his neck. Like, so, you know, he was like on the ropes, and they did this spot. I think it was with Ricochet, or even the move with Ricochet at Royal Rumble, the springboard, right? And then the way he fell.
Yes, yeah.
That's
he does some crazy bumps. I remember seeing that, yeah.
Yeah.
They were out the second rope.
Yes.
Did like a Spanish fly, I believe, to the outside, yeah.
That's some scary stuff.
Yeah, yes it is. So he's a risk taker,
He's a risk taker, but is he taking too many risks? Like, does he have to chill out a little bit?
No, he can keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, do whatever you want.
Okay.
Do whatever you want, Logan.
Yes. Beat yourself up.
Yeah, please do.
So is this happening? Is this a done deal or not quite yet?
Well,
you versus him?
I'm going to see what he has to say on Friday. You know, we're going to have to tune in this Friday night on SmackDown because he called me out and I responded, but now we're going to face each other. And I got to hear what he has to say.
Will you both be on SmackDown this Friday?
Yes, we will.
Okay. Yeah. A little face-to-face?
Yeah.
Do you need me there to conduct it?
That would be great.
I was doing
I'll tell you what, that would be, I mean, whatever he has to say.
Can you put in a good word with...
After that, then we do, whenever we call out the match, then we do a face-to-face.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I would love that.
Let's do it.
You know I got great respect for you and the business.
Yes,
and everything.
thank you.
Got
Thank
to do
you.
some
I know.
bits. Okay, that would be exciting. Okay, so that's this Friday.
This Friday.
By the way, why are you in New York? Is it just to talk to me? Did you fly in because you needed the platform?
I needed
the microphone.
I need to get this out. And I need to make sure
said,
that
screw Monday Night Raw. I need to come on the bigger show
yes.
and actually respond to this knucklehead.
And I need to get Ariel to do the face-off with Logan and me.
Thank you. Put in a good word with Paul.
You know I will.
Nick, everyone, the whole crew. Okay, and so there. I was just mentioning there is a big pay-per-view coming up in Saudi Arabia.
Crown Jewel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
November 4th.
That's November 4th.
So that's a potential, but nothing done at the moment.
Nothing set in stone yet.
Okay.
We got Crown Jewel, then of course we have Survivor Series coming up after that.
Okay, so there's two.
You know, I'm not a guy that says no. I love taking challenges, so I'm all in for this match whenever you want to set it up.
Okay. By the way, you know, you have everyone's respect. Everyone loves you, and you could be done now. You're almost 49 years old in December, right? Yeah. It's unbelievable. And I want to get into that in a moment. But when he first came in, I know how it is sometimes. Like the locker room maybe isn't warm to accepting, and some people come in and they don't know the politics, if you will, and all that. What was it like when he first came in? Did you feel like people, accepted him with open arms, or was it a bit of a,
I think the buzz was like a little standoffish, a little cold, but I think slowly the more he was around and the more we saw he was taking this to heart, then we started to give that respect. And that's how it is. You embrace, people that walk in from another world into our sport. That happens in any sport, I would believe.
Right.
So, but he has gained the respect of all of us. And, we see his work. We see how much he appreciates, and we see what he puts in to go out there and perform.
Wrestling is a little bit different, though, because it's not like as a celebrity, Logan can go play for the New York Knicks. But, but like him, Bad Bunny, McAfee to a degree, like they come in.
All three guys that you just mentioned,
right?
Wow.
Killed it.
Like 34 years to get to where I'm at, and just to kind of pick up the growth and learn from, all the superstars or luchadores that I've wrestled throughout my life. And these guys have had maybe 3-4 matches, and at the level that they're at and how they're performing, like that is amazing.
It blows me away. Yeah. It's almost like they make it too easy. Like I know how hard it is.
Yeah.
And these guys are flipping, like Bad Bunny doing what he's doing.
Yeah, crazy.
I don't even know how they have the time to prepare.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like this guy is one of the biggest artists on the planet.
Yeah.
How does he learn this stuff?
Well, that's what speaks highly of the person, that he takes the time to learn the craft, whether it's 1, 3, 4 months, like back to back, to understand exactly what he's doing. So you got to give respect to that.
Puerto Rico was nuts.
Oh my
That
God.
crowd was unbelievable.
Oh,
that
my
might have been one.
You were there, right?
I wasn't. I
No,
was
you
watching.
weren't there. Okay.
I was in Montreal, and I thought Montreal was one of the best crowds of the year. Elimination Chamber was Sammy.
Yep.
And then I saw the Puerto Rico crowd. I was watching it from home, and they're doing like uno dos for all the near falls.
yes.
And then when you guys came out, and then when he came out,
Oh, blew the roof off. Savio.
Yes.
And then
Oh,
Carlito.
Savio.
and
Yes,
Carlito,
yes.
Wow. And now we have Carlito. on
Carlito
board.
back.
Yeah.
Is he back full time?
I believe so. Yes.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to recruit him into the LWO.
Okay. Whose idea was it to bring back the LWO?
It was so the feeling was already there.
Okay.
Something that it's a representation of Eddie and what he represented to this profession, you know. So it was good that it came in at this time. It was a little bit later than what we thought.
Okay.
But the fact that it's here and that the people accepted it and embraced it was unbelievable, man. And Santos is such a good guy.
Yes.
You know, I grew up wrestling with his father. He says he was a kid when he met me the first time. This was in maybe 92, 93. And his father told him, "You see that kid right there? He's gonna be a great one day."
Wow.
And for him to now be in the same ring with me, like I respect that to the fullest. You have no idea.
I know it was just Eddie's birthday a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
What is that day like for you?
Man, it's always hard to reminisce on anything that has to do with Eddie, you know. But overall, I feel very fortunate and blessed to still make a connection with the fans and, in a way or sense, represent his name when I step into the ring every time, because they just, even though we feuded before he passed, there was a bond there that was incredible, and people understood that, and they felt it just like we did.
I think you were telling Logan on his podcast back in April when you were on Impulsive that it was only just a couple of years ago that you went to his grave for the first time.
Yeah.
Why did you, I mean, like, we're talking like 14 years or something you waited, right?
That was Royal Rumble 2019. Yeah, in Phoenix.
Yeah, and I think he passed in 05 or something?
Yes.
Yeah, so why did you wait so long?
I couldn't do it. I would rather, it broke my heart that day.
Sure.
But it was very hard for me being at the funeral and seeing him and the burial, and then shortly after that, a day or two, have to go on tour. And then interact with the fans and see the signs and the Eddie chants. Like, that was very emotional for that period of time. So I just wanted to keep the memory in my heart, in my head, and remember him, how the good times that we had. But for some reason, in 2019, I said, okay, I think it might be time. And we did it, and it was very hard.
Yeah.
Very, very hard. Yeah.
Where's
very
he buried?
emotional moment. In Phoenix.
Okay.
Yeah, Phoenix, Arizona.
And what was that like when you went there?
It was hard. I just, all your memories just kind of start flashing in your head, and the good moments and the moments you had in the ring every time you traveled. The first time I met him, you know, I was 12, 13 years old, and I was just a fan, and seeing him by my uncle's side wrestling together, like, I never thought we would have such a rich history and brotherhood like we did.
The last time I spoke to you was in July of 2022, right before Money in the Bank in Las Vegas.
Vegas, yeah.
Yeah, and you gifted me that
Yes,
mask,
yes.
which is like one
I
of
hope
my...
you haven't sold it.
Absolutely, yeah, right. Imagine you see that on eBay.
Hey, I
Holy
gave that
shit.
to Ariel.
I would hope you would never speak to me again if I ever did that. No, I have it in a very special place. It really meant a lot to me.
Thank you.
And that day, when we did the interview, your son, Dominic, was in the room, just kind of off to the side.
Yeah.
And I just asked, like, would you ever wrestle, you know, but you guys were in a very good place.
That was 2000 what?
22, like, not this
22.
summer, the previous summer.
Yes,
2 months
okay.
later was Cardiff.
Oh,
Literally
wow.
2 months later.
Oh, wow.
And then everything changed.
Wow.
But come on, Ray, we got to talk about this. Like, your son is not just a superstar. Like, he is a megastar. The heat that he gets, his presence,
Yeah.
the way he speaks, the way he acts, the way he wrestles
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Like, I just asked you about Logan's maturation and evolution. Did you expect this out of him this soon?
No, so when I spoke about his improvement and his growth, Logan, like, to see how fast he's picked up, I see the same thing in my son. Like, I'll be sitting at home, 'cause I'm a SmackDown guy, so Mondays I'm home, I'll sit down with my wife, we'll watch Raw together, and we see our son come out, and we see the connection he has with the fans, and it's mind-blowing. And to see his growth week after week after week, for the past year and a couple months, since he did the turn.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Like I'm in awe every time I see it. And, when you connect with the fans, whether they love you or hate you, that's what you need. And he's getting it. He understands it.
God.
There's an instinct there that he feeds off, and he does what he feels is the right thing to do in that moment. And if it was wrong and somebody corrects him afterwards, he'll learn. He's like a little sponge, and then the next time he'll apply it, which I think is cool.
Yes.
But his growth is like, I didn't see this coming so fast.
No, I mean, you saying it speaks volumes. I have heard that the best heels are sometimes like the nicest people behind the scenes. Is that accurate? Because I've met your son, with all due respect, I hope, like, he is a sweetheart. And then I see him, I'm like, golly, this guy is pissing people off. Is that true? Is it just easier for the nicest people to be the biggest assholes?
Kids are always great and behave proper outside the house.
Yeah.
But at home, they're assholes with mom, with dad.
That's true, yeah.
With sister.
Right.
And that's how Dom is. He's a very well educated kid outside, and he understands our business because our business is special. And there's a level of respect that you always have to maintain. I don't know if him being around this his whole life, growing up, with the angle when he was 7 years old with Eddie, like all of that, it's stored in his brain and in his heart. And he saw me do all these things that now he picked up. So I don't need to tell him anything anymore. He learned, and he knows what he needs to do. He knows how to behave. And overall, not even outside of the locker room, meeting other people. He's just genuinely a great kid. But in the ring, oh my God.
I know you've had your differences, but like, could you describe as a father what it's like to watch him do this now? What is that in your business? You're a legend, and you're still active and killing it, and you're a champion. And to see your son do this on television, become the star that he is, he's not a bit player on Raw. He is like one of the faces of Raw now and the business.
Yeah.
What is that like for you as a dad?
This is me speaking as Oscar and not Ray.
Yes, of course.
It's unbelievable. Like, again, to see how fast he's been learning and growing and how he connects with the audience is like, wow, this is, like, I had that at one point, and maybe I still do, you know, but the good side. Like, I love the chants and the cheers and the ovation, and he's the complete opposite. For him to be able to start mastering that now with only 1 year as a heel, I can't even imagine what it's gonna be like in 3-4 years. He's not even at his peak yet. So it is shocking, and my pride is over the roof. And I tell him,
Is it better for him that he's not on the same show as you?
Yeah.
Just so that he can, or is it better if you were, would you have preferred?
Well, let me tell you this, it was very pressuring for him by my side, and he had to deliver to a certain expectation that the moment we separated, it's like, man, I'm a new person now. And you saw what happened. He kind of learned on his own and asking others, and others giving him advice. I wasn't by his side anymore. I would only let him know when he would do good, and when he would do bad, I kind of stepped away. So I would let other people take care of that situation.
Okay.
But yeah, man, he's been killing it, I gotta say.
Well, I was there in LA when you guys had your match. It was a great match. But again, I maybe it's because I'm a dad now too, and I'm not that much younger than you. I'm 41, and I just was thinking, like, I can't imagine competing against my son. My son's a lot younger than Dom. He's 11.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Like, what is that like? What was that like? Could you even possibly describe what that weekend was like, and then just actually the moment that you're in the ring together?
So I remember we talked about it when I saw you the first time, right?
Yeah.
In Vegas.
Yeah.
And we kind of, would be cool,
Yeah, it would be cool, yeah.
We talked about it, my son and I, when he started training, when I saw that there was something there that he had. And I said, imagine the day that we get to face each other. Then he signed with WWE, and he's thrown in the ring right away, and 2 years go by really fast. We become tag team champions, and it was like first time ever, father and son. And then all of a sudden he turns into a bad guy. He's a heel. And he's getting all this great reaction from the fans that the moment of WrestleMania this year, it happened so fast that I didn't see it coming that quick.
Okay.
But I was able to enjoy it, soak it in, and live the moment. Because we don't get to do that sometimes because we're so much on the run that I was able to, and I even told my son, I said, hey, just kick back, enjoy this moment, feel it, because you don't know if it's gonna happen again, but this is very special because this is the first time. So I'm pretty sure he enjoyed it too.
Would you have preferred if there was a longer build?
Oh no.
Okay, you were happy.
The moment was there, and the place was the right place.
Yeah.
You know, that's my backyard, LA.
But it's not done though, right? I feel
hope
like
not.
Okay. I feel like there needs to be some sort of like conclusion to this.
I hope not. Yes, I think there's still more to give for both of us.
Hair versus mask match?
And why not?
That would be
I would love that. I don't think we've ever seen that here.
I don't think so.
No, hair versus, imagine him bald.
Yes.
But don't imagine me without the mask.
No.
You already know.
I forgot about it. I already erased it. Whenever your retirement match happens in 10, 15, 20, 30 years, it has to be against him, right?
I'm sure he's on the radar to possibly have, whether it's a retirement match or whether it's a hair versus mask match.
Okay.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I would love to do that.
But if you want to give me credit, you could go to the bosses and say Helwani came up
He
with
pitched it. And
problem.
please have him be the guest referee.
How are you doing this at 49? You can argue that you're just as popular now as you were 20 years ago, and you're just as active, and you're performing just as well. How is this possible?
So I was talking about this earlier. The moment I started to take care of my body more and listen to it and learn what methods are the correct ones to still be able to perform at the level that I've been performing. Obviously, stem cells has the majority to do with it. But overall, you know, I invested on a cold plunge. I invested on infrared sauna, red light therapy, you know, just what LeBron does to his body, you know. Invest in your body so it can perform at its highest level.
Bioaccelerator in Colombia. A lot of MMA fighters go there too.
Yeah, that was my first treatment.
Did that kind of open your eyes as to how much better you can get?
Prior to that, I had already tried stem cells before in LA and in Vegas. And I was kind of way ahead of the game before it really came out. But it was very small quantities. Bioaccelerator was the first place that I went that the levels were really high and that my body reacted incredible to it. And then after that, I went to CPI, stem cells in Tijuana, with Joe Rogan and Eddie Bravo, talk about it too in their podcast. And incredible place too, you know. So now I've kind of made it a necessity to do it at least once a year. Take care of my body, everything, rest it up for about 2 weeks, and then go back on the road and start doing what you need to do.
Do you think you'll be this active as a 50-year-old?
Wow, that's a year away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know if
I'm hoping.
You're hoping.
Yeah.
Do you have a date or an age where you want to stop?
I thought I did.
What was it?
Yeah, I said 50.
You did say 50.
I did say 50 a while back.
Has that been pushed now?
Yeah.
If you continue to feel this way?
Yeah, if my body keeps responding the way it has, you know, obviously the way that I've been working for the past 34 years, I've modified my work a lot for the better, but still being able to invest the audience in watching Rey Mysterio.
Of course.
You know, I always like to come up, create moves that fans can say, wow, he's still doing it. So that's part of my growth, and as part of what's been keeping me healthy, to be able to keep doing what I do. Sometimes they tell me, bro, you don't have to keep doing this thing that you slide underneath the rope and hit the ground, but I love doing it. Yeah, it's like I just like doing it. You know, I like giving the fans always something special.
You said in your Hall of Fame speech, your wife has sacrificed so much. Your speech was fantastic, and the part about your wife in particular, of her, you know, sending you money when you were just starting out and putting her dreams aside. Yeah. At some point, do you think she's going to say like, okay, now it's time for you to come home and take a break here, or is she just not that type of person?
So when I did the Cold as Balls with Kevin.
Yes, I saw that.
We were talking about that, and I told him, because he told me, he said, Ray, made. You have an incredible life. You have a daughter that's going, Aaliyah just started with UCSD.
Okay.
You know, she's pursuing her medical field.
No
career.
wrestling for her.
No wrestling for her. Not at the moment.
Okay.
She wants to be a pediatrician. Obviously, Dom is doing what he's doing. And I said the day I retire, the one thing I just want to get back is spend the rest of my time with my wife, because she was always there by my side. Without her, without my stone, my wife, I would not be where I'm at right now. And that's God's truth.
Yeah. And so when does that time come?
So that we're kind of playing it on and she gave me the liberty to say however you feel. Whenever you say it's time, I respect that.
Wow.
So she's that open to it. So I'm hoping that it can be within the next year and a half, 2, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think your daughter will go into the business at any point, or?
It's scary if she does, because she might like it. She's never stepped in the ring.
Oh, wow.
So, and she was in Vegas not too long ago. She's like, Dad, when are you going to take me to go train? Just because I told her, yeah, we'll step in the ring one day. For some reason or another, it hasn't happened. And I think that's just a sign from God saying, don't get her in there, because she's going to like it. I mean, she's...
catch the bug.
Yeah, but this is something crazy, Ariel. So, obviously, my dream was always to become a professional wrestler, a lucha libre, the mask. To see my son now follow in my footsteps is like, wow. And to do what he's doing. My daughter, my wife was pursuing the medical career. And she put it aside to help me.
Yeah.
But now my daughter is going
wild.
down that path. And like
that is deep.
Yeah,
that is incredible.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Very, very. And she's so dedicated, my daughter, and so smart that I know she's going to do incredible.
Do you like when they get involved in angles and stuff like that? Is that fun for you?
I don't mind it, but I give them the liberty to say yes or no.
Okay.
Obviously, when they were younger, it was different. But now that they're older, if you want to be a part of it, and if you don't, please just feel free to say no. But they like it. Okay. They understand my position. They understand the love that WWE has with my family and vice versa. So it's always been a lifelong relationship with the family, with the Mysterios.
Speaking of that Kevin Hart video, I actually watched it this morning. He asked you for your Mount Rushmore, and then he kept interrupting you, but that's Kevin Hart. And you never actually finished.
No,
you gave 2.
I threw in like several names
after
that.
And they cut it out.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, you said Hogan and Flair.
Yeah.
And then I was dying to know the other 2.
Yeah.
And we never got the other 2.
So I have to throw Eddie in there.
Okay.
Just because Eddie is, like, without Eddie, this whole growth of Lucha Libre would probably be different. You know, even like when Mil Máscaras was part of WWE, it was like big, but it didn't expand. And I wish it would have. So Eddie kind of just opened the doors for all of us. So I said, Hogan, Flair, Eddie, and if I personally have to throw another one, I love The Rock and I love Stone Cold, but I would throw Kurt Angle in there too.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah.
Why him over those guys?
He's just
Taker?
To be, and no, don't get me wrong.
Of course, you have to pick 4. It's tough.
Like his Kurt Angle coming from, I guess I have respect for athletes that come from another sport and pick up, and not only pick up, but become incredible at what they do. And they dedicate their life and time into this. So I think that's why I picked Kurt. And then when I wrestled him the first time, it was
magic.
Right away. When I click with people like that, usually they've been in the business for quite some time, or we've been wrestling for quite some time. But him, it was instantly. It was like Eddie and myself, you know, the first time we faced each other.
Do you think that another luchador can have the same kind of success that you have? Like, can the mask, can everything work in today's wrestling world? Or
definitely.
It can?
Yeah.
Is there another one? Is there a guy out there that
I've been watching now Dragon Lee and how he's been growing, and the fact that now he's brought up to SmackDown and is no longer part of NXT, I believe so. You know, he has a lot of potential to grow and be his own person. I've always said it's very hard to duplicate someone. You're never gonna find another Taker, Kane, Eddie, Ray, and the same. I think when Dragon Lee makes his mark, and he will, he's gonna become his version of Rey Mysterio.
I thought eventually Dom would wear the mask. Now I feel like that
Me too.
ship has sailed, right?
Yeah, me too.
Do you think he ends up with a mask?
Wow, it's almost like going backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's crazy how you have certain images or illusions of how you would like this to happen, but then right there in the moment, things just kind of don't go that way, and you just go with it. So, but yeah, Dom, at the beginning, I was hoping to see him with the mask and represent not as Rey Mysterio, but as Prince Mysterio.
Oh, that was the initial.
That was the idea, yeah.
Wow. And why didn't it happen?
Because everything happened so fast.
Right.
And his growth now has happened so fast. From day one, it was so fast. I remember they told him that they wanted him to be a part of, I believe it was SummerSlam, during the pandemic. And that's when he had his first match with Seth. That was
summer of 21, right?
Yeah, summer of 21. And I remember telling him, because he said, hey, they want me to wrestle. And I was like, ooh, I don't think you're ready. And I didn't think at that time that he was ready. I said, but you're a grown man, so you make your decision. If you want to do it, go ahead and do it. But you only have one shot to impress. And he's like, I'm gonna take it. Just like that, like he was gonna walk to the park and come back.
Yeah.
And he took the match. And I think from that moment, I should have understood that there was something special, from his first day, first match ever. I mean, his first match, and it was in front of no fans, but in front of cameras, and against Seth Rollins. That's big.
Yes, live.
That was really
Can't
big.
mess up.
No.
How
That is
nervous
big.
were you watching that?
Oh my God. Yeah, very nervous. I was in his corner too.
Yeah.
And I know how great of a leader Seth is. So I wasn't too nervous. I was nervous for him to do what he needed to do the right way. That's it.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, that was just, what, 2 and change years ago.
Yep.
Mind-blowing.
Yeah, I know.
It really is mind-blowing.
It just feels like time is moving so fast.
Yes.
now.
Oh, my God.
I remember as a kid, they would say, when you get older, you're going to feel like everything is going so fast. And they were true. That's
is
right.
true.
Yeah.
By the way, your old friend, Edge, Adam Copeland, is now with AEW.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
I was shocked.
Shocked, yeah.
Yes, I was. Because we had just spoken a week before that. So, not that I expected him to tell me anything, but I was like,
He kayfabed you?
No, well, we never had we never had the time to even talk about what was next. I saw him in his last match, and yeah, we'll be in touch because we call each other every now and then. And next thing you know, I didn't even see. It was on social media the following day, and they were like, "Did you see who popped up?" I was like, "No, what happened?" And they showed me. I was like, "Wow, I did not see that coming." But I imagine he has his reasons on why, and I can't wait to sit down and chop it up with him.
Ultimately, this is good for the business. It's good to have a number two. There is no good at number two in MMA right now. There's options,
Right.
But there's no AEW to UFC's WWE.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right, yep.
There is a dominant brand, and there's a number two, trying and
Right.
giving guys options. To me, I've always been in favor of the athletes having an option.
Of course,
right?
that's always good.
And so I feel like this is good. Do you feel otherwise?
No, I think it's always good to have an option. And if at the end of the day that was his decision and that's what made him feel good, take it. And I would say that about anyone who would have done it. The fact that we have a great connection doesn't mean that we can dictate, what he should want or doesn't want. But overall, it was shocking because I thought he was gonna re-sign with the company,
Okay.
or figure out what he wanted to do, whether movies, because I know he loves acting as well, or stick around for some more time. Yeah, and we're
he was a bit of
roughly
a-
about the same age.
Right. And it felt like he was like a lifer. Like
Yeah.
sort of like a taker, like a guy that we always saw with one organization.
Yes, I think that's why it shocked so much, because he was a home guy.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, now I want to talk to you about your fandom of fighting, because I saw you at the UFC event you were in April in Miami, I believe. The Izzy Alex Pereira
No,
fight.
I missed that one.
Which one were you at? You were at 291, I think it was. Or was it you were at one fight and it was you and Donald Trump there, and you got like as big of a pop as
That was in LA. That was Brandon Moreno.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
But like you got as big of a pop as anyone else there, which is amazing, including Donald Trump. And I saw you posted Raul Rosas when he won that Noche UFC event. Did you watch that one?
No, I had to work that night. Yeah,
it was great.
And I was trying to pick it up, but I had horrible signal where we were driving through, so I missed it.
How big of a fan are you of MMA?
I'm a big fan. I'll catch it when I have the time to sit down.
I know it's hard.
Yeah, now that I'm in Vegas, I want to go to more events.
Okay.
Definitely.
Who are some of your favorites? Like, who are some of the guys, like, if they or females who are, if they're competing, you have to watch?
Yeah, Shevchenko.
Yes.
I just saw the last fight she had.
Against Alexa Grasso.
Alexa Grasso, yeah,
Mexican.
incredible. Obviously a Brandon Moreno fan when I watched his trilogy. Incredible. Now that we saw Raul get this win that he really needed after the last fight he had. But overall, I grew up watching more of the, Cody Garbrandt, like that
era.
That era.
Okay.
Yes.
TJ Dillashaw. Uriah Faber.
Yes, Uriah Faber.
Okay,
yes,
you like the smaller guys. Shocker.
For some reason, I like them going, because they go hard.
Yeah, I know.
They go very
but
hard.
I mean, you could probably relate to them, right? A little bit more, the smaller guys, or
in a way, Dominic Cruz. Dominic's incredible on the mic too.
Yeah,
I love
all the bantamweights you like, all the 135 pounders.
Yes, yeah, that's more of my.
Did you grow up watching boxing too?
Very little.
It was
Very
mainly
little.
wrestling for you.
Mainly wrestling, yeah. But wrestling consumed pretty much the majority of my time.
Really?
Yeah. We traveled so much.
Yeah.
Incredibly, especially in Mexico.
But Mexican boxing is so big, so many legends. I thought maybe it would be, but Lucha Libre is so big as well, so it's easy to just focus on one. And
funny enough, boxing doesn't have the same hype that it did back in the 90s.
In Mexico?
In Mexico.
Okay, yeah.
Because it was very big, especially when we had Chavez around.
Yeah.
So back then it was more of a competition between boxing and wrestling, but wrestling has kind of dominated over the years. We just haven't had any great boxers come out of Mexico. Besides, obviously, Canelo was probably the last one.
How would you rank him right now in terms of popularity in Mexico? Lucha Libre, MMA, boxing?
I think there's a fight between Lucha Libre and MMA, and then boxing.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That MMA has come so far.
Well, it also helped out that AAA brought in Kane as well.
Yeah.
I know Brandon just did something not too long ago in Tijuana, so it's very, very hard. Yeah. Every time we go to Mexico with WWE, we were just there, we sell out. So, and I know UFC does the same.
Yep. Recently, speaking of UFC, WWE and UFC now under the same umbrella, is there anything different about the company now that they're TKO?
Not really. We haven't seen a big difference yet. Everything is flowing really good. Matter of fact, everything's been on point. I don't travel as much as I used to, so maybe I'm missing a couple things here and there. But overall, there's a great chemistry and great connection between the roster right now, both Raw, SmackDown, because we're actually doing a lot of mixed interactions with brands. NXT, Raw, and SmackDown,
yes, that is true.
Which I think that's probably one of the things that has changed a little bit. A couple of the superstars from both brands, Raw and SmackDown, going over to NXT.
Is it wild that Vince isn't, the majority owner?
That is wild.
Yeah.
Well, it is wild not to see him. Like, even though we've gotten used to him being there, it's just crazy to go through Gorilla and not seeing him there.
Do you have, is he a texter? Like, is he a guy that you could text? Like, he's so larger than life that it's like hard to
It's
imagine him
crazy.
doing like regular things.
Yeah.
Is he a guy that you can email with or call or?
I've had texts and emails with him in
Okay.
the past. Not too many, but I have. So I would imagine he is.
Your take on Triple H Paul as like head booker, head of creative. What makes him good at his job?
God, he was part of the roster, so he understands what we do and go through. And I don't think they could have picked a better person to take that role, you know. And he's been doing incredible, you know, from the whole writing team and him and whoever the final person that gives the authorization to say that's a go. It's been doing really, really good, you know. And to a certain extent, you know, we would have times where things would be changed last minute. Right now, everything's flowing very smooth, very, very smooth, and it's a good atmosphere.
Yeah, it's tough when things are changed last minute, right?
Yeah, well, because, you know, me personally, I know I sometimes stress about matches, and I still get that jittery feeling, you know, nervousness.
For all these years.
After all these years, you know, I always tell myself the day I no longer feel that, it's time to go.
Right.
So it's a good thing, because when I go out there, I perform. But everything's been feeling very smooth, so you don't go out there with pressure. You just go out there, focus on what you need to do.
If Triple H said to you, okay, what's your perfect scenario for WrestleMania 40? What do you want to do? What's the match?
40, wow.
What's the story? It's coming up.
So yeah, and I thought about doing Dominic and Rey too.
Okay.
Which
Hair versus mask.
But something would need to be on the line. You know, whether I'm still United States champion or he's still North American champion, something would have to be on the line to make it look or feel like
Bigger.
you have to watch this.
Hair versus mask?
Hair versus mask.
That might be it.
Hair versus mask.
I'm going to be insufferable if they do this, by the way. I'm going to take all the credit. Him bald would be nuts. You without the mask. It's been so long. Like I even try. I remember what you look like because I remember the filthy animals and you coming up. But like it's been so long that it's hard to like kind of see past the mask. You know what I mean?
Which is crazy because every now and then, you know, I'll walk through the airports and if they recognize me, I'll take a picture or sign an autograph, which is weird because before I lost it in WCW, it was something that I protected very much, you know, and I wouldn't do none of that. I would turn away if I saw fans and kind of just ignore. But once I lost it and I wrestled without the mask for a period of time, it was almost like I felt like I started like a new trend. That happened. Well, let me take that back. So I lost the mask and then I was taking pictures without the mask. But then when I signed with WWE and I came back with the mask, then I would take pictures without the mask or the mask if I had it.
Okay.
And that's where I kind of feel like something new started there. Like they already knew who I was. They respected the fact that I lost it. And they still respected the fact that I'm wearing it still, which is unheard of in Mexico.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't do that.
If you lose it, you can't put it back on.
No, they like the Wrestling and Boxing Commission would not let you.
Really?
Yes.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
they would say it's not allowed?
You can walk out to the ring with the mask, but before you wrestle, you have to take it off because you're cheating the fans.
Wow.
Yeah.
So did you get flack for putting it back on early on? So like when you came back to WWE or when you signed with WWE back in the day? And then
I only wrestled here with the mask.
Oh, so that's allowed.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah. But now, and obviously times have changed now. That was, what, 99?
Yeah.
And then I signed with WWE in 2002. But I remember going to Mexico for the first time with WWE, with the mask, and they were like, you can't use it. I'm like, come on, but this is my
There's an actual commission that's telling you this?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
So what'd you do?
So we came to terms.
Wow.
And they were like, yes, okay.
That is amazing.
Because of the brand and who you represent and what you represent for our people, you good.
Wow.
We give you the blessing to
That
continue.
is incredible.
Yeah.
I saw you you posted or someone posted like there's this huge mural of you in San Diego.
They just did that, yes.
Wow. Who did that? Like, did you know that they were going to do it?
So I knew that they had done it and they were gonna.
We're looking at it right here. There it is.
Yeah.
You're coming up.
God, one of my homies knows the guy that did he's a tattoo artist.
Look
Incredible,
at that.
huh?
That's amazing.
Yeah. I mean,
Have you seen it in person?
No. I haven't been to San Diego recently, so I know my uncle's on there, Matt One.
Wow.
Dom. You know, we just missed one guy, Psychosis.
Ah, yeah.
He would have been good.
Legend,
Yeah.
legend.
Maybe they can add him in.
What is
later.
that like seeing that?
It's awesome. That's awesome, man. And especially in the area that it is, you know, a lot of Latinos there. I mean, that's our backyard.
Right.
You know, it's cool. To see stuff like that just around the world overall is really cool.
It's amazing how I've never heard anyone say anything bad about you. Like there's no, it feels, I know maybe I'm over, like no enemies in this business where it's very cutthroat and politics. And how have you been able to navigate as a good guy? Like, and I don't mean a good guy as a babyface. I mean as a good person. How is that? Like, what's the secret to that for someone who may be coming up who wants to have a reputation like that and be loved by everyone?
I remember walking into locker rooms like with my uncle when I was just a kid, and I would see the camaraderie and how they all got along. And obviously my parents did a good job on raising me, you know, but overall, I was always taught to respect your elders and anyone in the room when you walk in. And that kind of just stuck with me. Breaking into the business at a very young age, you learn so much and you see how things are done, and it just sticks with you. What's happening to Dom is what happened to me, you know, breaking into the business. And I'm a free spirit too. I'm a good vibe person. I don't condone fighting. I just relax, chill, let's talk it out, you know. So I think that's overall my personality, even at home. When there's a discussion, no, please don't fight. No, whether it's my wife and me or me and my daughter or my son and me, I'm like the peace guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
I feel that. And your Root to Fight stuff is tremendous too.
Oh my God.
You rock it all the time.
Oh, I love it.
The one with you and Chavez.
Oh, I love that.
Tremendous.
Yes. We have a fire jacket that's coming out.
Oh, really?
Before the end of the year. It's almost like a green, like Mexican flag green, with some sarape print on the inside. Ooh,
I have the white one. They came out
so
with the white one. I
Very
have one.
similar.
Okay, yeah,
It's
yeah.
now green though.
Jesse hooks me up.
Yeah,
Jesse
yeah, I
Katz.
loved it. I was just talking to him last night.
Legend.
Yeah.
And you are a legend, my friend. And
Thank
so
you, thank
in
you.
conclusion, Logan Paul, you have heard his call out. You heard what he had to say. If he wants a piece of that bad boy, he's got to come. There it is.
It's right here.
It's right there. Anything you want to say to Logan before we go?
It's right here, Logan. You know where to find me. I hope I can see you this Friday night on SmackDown, and we can discuss the terms on how you want to do this. I'm always up for a challenge. And yes, you are good, but you're not better than Rey Mysterio.
Let's go. Can't wait. Where's SmackDown this Friday?
Good question.
You don't even know. You're
Man,
you have no idea.
I was in LA yesterday.
Yeah.
And then Friday I was in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So I got home Saturday, and then I flew out Sunday right away.
Jeez,
and then Sunday from LA, took a red eye here today, go back to Vegas, and then fly back out Wednesday.
And at some point you look in your schedule and you're like, oh, I'm going
This
to
is where I gotta
city.
go.
Yes,
Yeah.
That is
Yeah,
unbelievable.
hours before I check in.
Really? That
Yes,
is wild.
sometimes, yes.
What a life, my friend. Massive honor that you
Thank
would
you.
come in
Thank
studio
you.
and visit us with the gold. And I loved it. I threw in the Mr. 619 there
I
on
know
the
you
back.
did.
You saw that.
I know you did.
I could, I didn't want to go to. I didn't know what was going on. There was a lot of people. Dylan, I didn't know if he was going to attack me or whatever.
Yeah.
So
What a crazy ending, huh?
it was crazy.
I did not expect that ending.
No.
Yeah.
And you and Dylan I saw you take a picture with him.
Well, he was at our last show here in at the Garden.
He's a big fan.
Yeah, he's a big fan. And we kind of talked about that moment, him doing the fight, but we didn't really get into detail.
Okay.
And again, I was expecting a lot more, but hey, it is what it is. Now it's time for me to do the job right.
That's right. Finish the job.
Yeah, finish
Poor
the
Dylan.
job.
Thank you so much, Ray.
Thank
I really
you.
appreciate it.
Thank
Huge
you.
honor. There he is, the legend,
a
the Hall
swap.
of Famer. Oh, yeah, that'd be nice. You take this one to SmackDown and see if anyone notices. And I'm available, by the way, for that face-to-face. Let them know.
I am putting a word in for that.
We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to say goodbye to Ray. Here's my conversation with Michael Chandler from 2 weeks ago about the Conor McGregor fight, and we'll be back with Darren Till. First time in 2 years. Don't go anywhere. Another situation where it seems like every single show, every single week, we're talking about it. We're getting questions about it. Fighters are talking about it, just like they did on Monday's show. It's the Michael Chandler-Conor McGregor situation, a saga that dates back to February when they first announced, UFC did, that they would be coaches on The Ultimate Fighter. And here we are in October, still wondering how this whole story will play out. I've been asking Michael to come on the show for quite some time, since February, and I promised him I wouldn't ask the same old, same old. So let's see if I'm able to stay true to that. He is kind enough to finally join us again on the program. Is it true? Is he there? There he is. My guy, Michael.
What's up?
No one makes me
What's
work
up,
harder than
dude?
Michael Chandler. It's amazing. How are you, my
Hey.
friend?
I'm great, man. No, I appreciate the opportunity. You know, I love you. Just been keeping my head down, nose to the grindstone over the last couple months, and you know, not a ton to report, but for sure, Connor will get knocked out sometime next year.
Okay, so is this what semi-retirement life is like? Just golfing on a Wednesday? Is that what you're doing?
This is it, man.
It's
This
not
is
bad.
it. I actually, I'm getting a practice round, and I actually have a 3-day tournament coming up this weekend at Troubadour. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. So it's gonna be. I'm probably gonna buy a lot down there and live the golf life. But we'll see. Right now, we're just dialing in the game, trying to take a couple strokes off.
Oh, you know what this is? There was a video that went viral yesterday that at 2:20 p.m. Eastern, everyone's phone in America is gonna go off because this is them testing.
I was gonna say, dude.
This is it.
I was gonna say, did you know what just happened? I was like right in the middle of the interview.
No.
Yeah, so I just got a notification and in my phone. Okay.
This is a test of the National Wireless Emergency Alert System. The purpose is to maintain and improve alert and warning capabilities at the federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial levels and to evaluate the nation's public alert and warning capabilities. No action is required by the public. A guy posted a video yesterday that went viral and let everyone know that this was going to happen. And then I was talking with the crew here. I was like, this is literally right at the beginning of the Michael Chandler interview. Great timing. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you trusting me enough to interview me during the national.
That's how big. That's how big of a deal you are to me, Michael. I would bypass the national alert.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you. You know, I'm just I mean, it's I haven't done a ton of interviews these days. Just really been focusing on me and the family, and I am happy, healthy, wealthy, and wise, man. Life is good.
Okay, so I'm going to stay true to that promise to a degree here. Let me ask you this. Bellator 300 this weekend. We just revealed the poster. I don't know if you saw this. Bellator is coming out with a limited edition poster. I don't know if we could show this poster to Michael because I think he would appreciate it. If we can put it up for him, I think that would be very cool. Where they're making a Bellator 300 poster, and on the poster are the biggest names in the history of the promotion, and you are included there. How could you not be? We're showing it on the screen here. I don't know if you can see it as well. Let me know when you can. But you're on the left side of the screen. And so
Oh yeah.
Do you see it?
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Yeah, I like that they're doing that, honoring the history. I would have placed things a little bit differently if I'm nitpicking. I think you would have been more front and center. You were the face of the promotion for a long time. I'm just wondering. It seems like, you know, Bellator is coming to an end here, and I was wondering if you could share with me your feelings as you're hearing these stories. Is there any sort of emotional attachment, or are you so far past that?
No, there definitely is. You know, obviously, I'm a very much forward-thinking. Don't really care about yesterday. I'm ready to trot forward and create a life for me and my family in the future. But yeah, I wouldn't be where I am if it was not for me having all those fights in Bellator. You know, and I have to say, Scott Coker personally invited me this weekend to be at UFC 300. Unfortunately, like I said,
Bellator 300.
Sorry, did I say? Yeah, I said UFC 300. Maybe that's some foreshadowing. Right. We don't know. But Bellator 300 this weekend, and you know, Scott and Mike Kogan, Rich Chew when he was a part of it. I mean, moving back to the Bjorn Rebbe days. I mean, it was a part of my life for a very long time. There was definitely some ups and some downs. It taught me a lot about myself. Taught me a lot about the industry. You know, myself and my management, Dave Martin and Randall Alleman, kind of navigating all of those waters all the way into, you know, coming into the UFC now the last couple of years. But it's, you know, if it does come to an end, which you probably obviously know a lot more than I do. Like I said, I've had my head somewhat in the sand and out on the golf course. But, you know, I think it's definitely would be bittersweet to see them go, because I definitely was in large part, I was a big reason why Bellator became Bellator. And also, like I said, I give them their props that I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for my time in Bellator.
I saw that you did some cool stuff with the Tennessee Titans. You and your family were there. When you see those guys, do they all come up to you and start asking you a million questions as well? And does it get annoying ever, people like myself, but even like now you have athletes, or do they come to you from a different perspective? Like, are they asking you business questions? Like, what is the relationship there like? What are the conversations there like?
Yeah, a little bit of both. It is very cool, man. I love Nashville and I love the Titans. Friends with a lot of the guys, some of the coaching staff on the team, train with a lot of the guys here. A lot of guys who aren't on the Titans team, who are in the NFL, train here, live here in the off season. So there's a very great group of dudes that I can train with, hang out with, outside of just your normal, I guess, fight crew, if you will. So yeah, I mean, I'm definitely a little bit long in the tooth when it comes to being an athlete. Navigating the waters of contracts and what do you do with your money? How do you set yourself and your family up? And that's what I've really been focused on a lot these days, realizing that what is out of my control is when Conor decides to figure out what he needs to figure out when he's coming back. But what isn't in my control is I have 24 hours every single day to create a life for me and my family. And we're doing some very big things, some things that we could talk about, some things that have not yet been announced, but it's been a lot of fun. Like you said, you mentioned, I got the call from Hunter Campbell back in February of this year.
Yeah.
It's now been however many months. And, the fight could have been as early as September right after the show. And then we were talking about December, and now it looks like December's not going to happen. So all I can do is focus on me and my two boys and my wife, Bree, and enjoy my life.
What are the big things that you can talk about that you just referenced?
Well, so for me, I've invested in a couple different companies and come on board a couple different companies. Obviously, Cram Nutrition, which the PB&Js. I need to send you more. I will share a secret code with you and only you. I can't say it live on air because I don't want millions of orders coming in. But yeah, I mean, Cram. We're building Cram. We're nationwide in Sprouts. We're now in Myers. It is the PB&J reinvented, and it is like we talked about, sprouted, fermented, organic bread, no sugar added to the jelly. We're doing very, very well with some big talks. I have a company right now that I just invested in that we are holding tight to our chest, that I'm very excited about, that I will be one of the people on the board and pushing it and building it. And then other than that, Speed Fitness. So I'm kind of on the board there as well as an investor there. So just trying to do things outside of just fighting. The problem fighters have is they just rely on that paycheck, and they don't have multiple sources of income. I've been a guy who's tried to build a life outside of just that. I'd like for that to be a small percentage of my income, and we're doing a pretty good job of it.
How would you characterize the last 10 months in your life? MSG fight, big time fight, perhaps didn't go your way, but everyone loved it. And then all of a sudden you go from that to, the fight that everyone wants, Ultimate Fighter, ESPN, you're all over the place. But now it kind of is in a spot of this uncertainty. So that like roller coaster, has this been a frustrating 10 months? Has it been how would you put it into words? How would you describe it?
It's a good question because, it's not just another fight. This is the biggest fight that we have seen in a very long time, right? The comeback of Conor, the biggest comeback in combat sports history, he calls it. Obviously it's going to be targeted for a large card with large names at a large venue. And then obviously the 12 weeks on ESPN with all the viewership every single week, the people following the storyline. It's been a lot of ups, and I did a lot of stuff. I was working my tail off for about 14 weeks straight, every single week, doing my own show live on YouTube and talking about the fighting and every week and talking about each of my guys. So I threw myself into a deep frenzy of hard work and immersing myself in it. And then now over the last couple of months, I've kind of pulled myself away from it and kind of just buried my head in the sand a little bit because I wanted to make hay while the sun was shining, but it definitely needed to focus on me. So focusing on me and enjoying it. But every single day I have an opportunity to worry about the things that are not in my control, worry about the things that are in my control. And by and large, if you do the right thing and focus on the good in my life, because I have a lot of really, really, really good things in my life, a lot of blessings. If I focus on those, good things are going to happen. And this fight will get booked. It'll get set up. More and more information will continue to come out. I know some information that other people don't have that may or may not be shared. Like, just like, this industry, there's a lot of stuff going on outside of just what the people know. So we enjoy the process, and it's going to be a big fight, and it's going to be a big opportunity for me, and it's going to happen. It just is a matter of time.
Any information that we don't know that you want to share with us today just to enlighten us? inform us, educate us? No? Okay.
no. But ultimately, things are moving in the right direction. And of course, I get it. You know, the guy on Monday, Hanato Moicano, I get it. People calling me delusional. Why are you waiting? Why are you wasting all this time? You're wasting these years and blah, blah, blah. Listen, man, I don't believe we get old. I believe we get lazy and we get busy. And at 37 years old, I feel better than a lot of 27-year-olds, and would venture to say that I probably feel better than a lot of 22-year-olds. Why? Because I've taken good care of my body. I've taken good care of my mind, even with the wear and tear that I put on my body. Good sleep, supplementation, treating your body right. Man, I feel phenomenal. So I'm not really worried about the getting old thing. I feel phenomenal. And like I said, I got a lot of tread left on these tires. So I'm going to, if anything, I needed a little bit of rest. All right. Not to go on to another tangent, but I knocked out Benson Henderson in August of 2020, signed with the UFC in September of 2020, immediately went into a training camp, was the backup in October of 2020, then fought January of 2021, then fought May, then fought November of 2021. I've been nonstop and said yes to every single opportunity since I signed with the organization. Been in a couple wars, fight of the years, fight of the nights. So a little bit of time off isn't a bad thing. I'm building things outside of fighting, and the people will be able to see it, and they will be able to see the fruits of our labor when the time comes.
Okay, so I've tried my best to beat around the bush for the last 15 or so minutes. Could you tell us, as we speak here today on October 4th at around 2:28 Eastern time, where does the fight stand? What is the status of the fight, you versus Conor McGregor?
The status is unequivocally the fight is still happening. The fight is not booked for a date. The fight is not booked for a venue. The fight is booked between Chandler and Conor. There's no way that Conor comes back and doesn't fight me. If Conor doesn't fight me, he's probably just not coming back, and that's out of my control. So he's coming back. He's fighting me. At this point, obviously by deductive reasoning, by process of elimination, there's now a main event in December. There's a main event in November. We're not going to not be a main event. So that pushes us into 2024. I'm ready to fight in January, February, March, April, May, whenever. So we'll see. Obviously, it makes a lot of sense that there's a very historic card coming up with the UFC. I haven't been told that's when it's going to be, but I wouldn't be surprised if that is when it is. And if it is, I got more and more time to prepare. I've never had this much time to prepare for one certain guy, one certain opponent. So me and my team training here in Nashville, and also when I go down to Florida, we're going to put together a game plan, knock this dude out in the first round or two.
When you signed up for The Ultimate Fighter, were you told this fight is happening on X date or X month?
No, I was told, hey, the plan would be do this, and then the fight would be around, right after the show. Because It made a lot of sense, right?
Yeah.
We do the show till August. Maybe we fight right after the show. It would make a ton of sense from a TV perspective, from a building of the hype, building of a fight perspective, to fight right in, what was it, August, September, or maybe right now in October, right after the show ends. But ultimately, that's not happening. But no, that's one thing I will say. Listen, myself and the UFC have a very good relationship. It's a very honest relationship, whether they tell me what I don't want to hear or I tell them what they don't want to hear, or at least telling each other the truth or any information that we have. So we got a good relationship, and I know they're trying their best, and we knew this was going to be an interesting road no matter what. That was one thing that they said, hey, you're about to sign up for The Ultimate Fighter against Conor, and you're going to be booked to fight Conor. This is not going to be a tradition.
All right, so that was my conversation with one Michael Chandler. You can see it on the YouTube channel right now. Obviously, some things have changed since we had that conversation some 11 days ago. Conor is in the USADA pool. The USADA relationship is coming to an end. And it seems like we are on the road to finally making that fight happen. So I am looking forward to that being made. Now, thank you again to Rey Mysterio for coming in. I look forward to the response on Friday. For now, though, let us move along and say hello to an old friend who we have not had on this show for about 2 years, if my memory serves me correct. And there I was backstage at the AO Arena in Manchester, just doing my job, and a familiar face. I heard the of Liverpool. I heard it. I felt it. We had a nice little hug, a nice little chat. And we wanted to show the world that we can all move on, water under the bridge, and you can be friends again. And so it is with great pleasure that I say hello to a man who I wasn't sure at one point if I would ever talk to again, whether on this show or in private. Our old friend Darren Till. Is he in his car? You had to be in the car again, Darren. You couldn't do this from a proper location. Clearly this means more to me than it means to you.
No, it means a lot to... I'm in a limousine. Come on.
Oh, okay, nice. Why are you in a limousine? You're not driving.
No, it's not.
Or are you driving the limousine?
It's just
Are times so tough for you now that you're a limousine driver?
Times are tough, Ariel. You know me. As honest as always. I'm a limo driver.
No, what are you doing in a limo?
It's not. It's just a new car. It's just
okay. Oh, wow, look at you. Are you driving?
Model.
I hope you're not driving.
Yes.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Why do you have to be driving?
Why?
This is very unsafe.
No, I'm not driving while the interviews. I've stopped.
Okay, good. I didn't want you to do both.
No, I'm parked up outside. I'm actually in the city centre. I've just found a new place. I just want to shout it out. It's called Hibiki, a sushi place, pure, authentic Japanese food, absolutely phenomenal. So I've just this interview means a lot because I've just left me sushi mid eating.
I'm sorry.
Because I knew I was. No, don't worry. There's a few people there. They're okay. They're chatting.
Okay.
We got time.
Well, it's kind of surreal to see you on here, Darren, because I didn't know if this time would ever come, but it was really lovely to see you on Saturday night. And we don't have to get into the whole thing, but like this is a virtual hug for the people to see. We have shaked. No, are we not? We're not. I mean, I thought we were on good terms.
No, that's what I was about to say.
Okay.
Since we had our falling out, which as a man, you know, I am Ariel. I hold my hands up for. I acted out of line, and I shouldn't have because we were good friends. And but one thing's for sure, Ariel. We never took it out into the public. We kept it in house. I think I sent you like a shitty message one time. I was like, I think you remember.
Yes, I do.
The block after guys are like, Till, that's not a very good apology.
Yes.
I was like, I know, but that's me. But, you know, I'm 30 now, Ariel, and how old are you?
41, believe it or not.
Okay, you're looking good.
Appreciate it.
So as I say, yeah, it's we don't have to divulge into things, but
No.
we used to have a lot of banter, and you 10-7'd me one day. I thought I need to go one further, but it was a little step far, and it's just good to be talking again, mate. It really is. So
it really is.
I'm happy to be back, and I'm sure everyone else is happy to have me back. I know a lot of people miss me on here.
Yes.
So yeah.
And I've missed you, most importantly. I mean, in the pandemic, we had some great time. We were kind of a light for some people. We had the shirt. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we kept it going. We kept it going. The pandemic. I remember 1 week in the pandemic, I had over 1 billion impressions on Instagram just because of the shit we were doing. So
Wow.
it was good. It was good fun.
I remember one time we were watching a UFC event, and I think we went on Twitter Space or something, and you were on the toilet, and we stayed on for like 3.5 hours. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Those were good times.
Wow. I remember that. That was good. They were good times. But there's more good times ahead.
Okay.
I knew Saturday that we couldn't resist each other, so it's good.
It was meant to be. It was the best part of Saturday night for me, seeing you there. And so let us start there. I've seen some of your tweets, but if I could ask, what did you make of the event on Saturday? You were at the Misfits event in Manchester. What did you make of it?
I thought the production values were as good as the UFC. I thought it was absolutely phenomenal. They gave. So me and my girlfriend actually attended an event about 4 months ago. It was Coldplay in, where did we go? Manchester, yeah. And they give you like wristbands before you go in, and these wristbands like glow in the dark. So every time the lights go off, your wristbands glow. So when you've got an arena full of like 20,000, 30,000 people, it lights up. It's cool. It's a gimmick, but it's cool. And it's like, they had that. They had obviously the Lamborghinis and shit. Listen, the production was absolutely phenomenal. I was sat ringside there with Eddie, and I could see him sort of looking and being like, wow, I need to step my game up a little bit. So yeah, that side of things was good. The undercard, there was actually some terrific fights on there. There was a guy in pink shorts there. I'm sure you'll tell me his name. He was a small guy, absolutely phenomenal talent. I don't know his name, so I'll have to find that out. And the Sol Papi versus the other guy, the tall
Slim,
guy.
yeah.
That was a great fight. So yeah, that's Slim. He's very impressive. He impresses me a lot. And then obviously,
so we get to
Do
the
I
co-main.
downvote?
Okay, so we get to the co-main, and it's Logan Paul versus Dylan Dennis. Dylan representing BJJ/MMA to a degree, and he does
he's
no to a
he's
degree.
not representing him.
Okay, fine. I said to a degree. What did you make
Okay.
of what he did out there?
It was everything I expected. It was everything I expected. I think he wanted to disqualify himself. Listen, no matter what you say, and no matter what Conor says, and no matter what he says, he can't box. He physically and mentally cannot box. Jiu-jitsu, yeah. I mean, I don't know in terms of one of the greats how good he actually is. Like I'm like the biggest super fan ever of Gordon Ryan. He was there the weekend, and I know him and Dylan have got like a beef. I don't know what it's about. I don't really care. But in terms of how good Dylan actually is in the jiu-jitsu world, I'm unaware. I just know he is very good at jiu-jitsu. So obviously that side of things. Logan, on the other hand, can't box, got no power. He is a very athletic guy. Like he's big, he's strong. He does like the stuff he does in the WWE. No normal person can actually do that. So you have to give him credit for that side of things. But in terms of boxing and the art and knockouts and stuff like that, it was preposterous. And I say that word because I don't know. I think I've used every other word, so I want to sound a little bit intellectual now in my 30s. It was disgusting to watch. It really was.
Do you blame Dylan for that, or do you blame both of them? Like the disgust, is it because Dylan didn't do anything, or is it also because you were not impressed with Logan at all?
Well, Dylan didn't do anything. And Logan couldn't actually do anything to Dylan. Like, he just hasn't got the power. Like, Jake Paul, even though I still don't think he's as good as what he thinks he is, but Jake Paul has actually got power. Like, if you put your hands down and Jake catches you with a right hand, he will knock you out. He can actually punch and dedicates a lot of time and effort to the sport. Logan, on the other hand, is just not that guy. And so I know he was fighting for the honor of his girlfriend and all that shit. I don't really look at it. I mean, you know, it was sort of crazy, the events leading up to it, but it was just preposterous.
Okay. You watch that. Do you say I can do better than those guys? And I'm not getting to the main event just yet. Okay. I don't know. I've not seen you box. I've seen you fight, but I've not seen you like do, traditional Queensberry rules boxing.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how to say it without people saying stuff or you not like. I've been in the gym now 8 months, haven't took a day off. I'm in there with the pro guys, like you'll know them: Liam Smith, Callum Smith, Josh Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
I can fucking box like fuck, mate. I really can, and I'm big and I'm strong at the moment and I'm fit. I've got a lot of power, so I don't even look at these guys like a challenge. I just look at these guys as a way to make a lot of money. I know that sounds a bit whatever, but while I'm out the UFC now, I do just want to make a lot of money. I want to set a good future up for my 4 kids. And so, yeah, I don't know. They're just not a challenge for me. With all due respect, Ariel, and God love him, I said it. I love his family. I love Tyson. I don't even think Tommy's a threat. He sparred actually a couple of the guys in my gym, and I don't know.
Okay, so now we get to the main event. That was a bizarre one as well, and I actually thought it was harder to watch the main event than it was the co-main, as crazy as that may sound. What did you make of their performances? Let's start with Tommy.
I'm trying to find another intellectual word, but I don't know so many. Scandalous. It just wasn't any good, Ariel. The co-main and main event, he just was not any good. He just was no good. Tommy did the same thing, and I do like Tommy. I do like him a lot. I mean, my good old friend Brendan said they were out a few months ago, and Tommy was asking him questions like, I like Darren and stuff like that, because Brendan told Tommy that we stayed up for the Jake Paul fight and that I was rooting for him, which I was, but just for 7 rounds here, he just did the same thing. It's like his brain just didn't know what to do. Like, he'd run in with the right hand, KSI would duck, he would hug, and he didn't even know how to box on the inside, and it was just that for 7 rounds. Like, I'm not even going to really hate on KSI. Like, we all just expected Tommy to knock him out, and Tommy couldn't. I don't think he's got any power, which I've spoke about with the guys in the gym. And two, honestly, I just don't think he's cut out for this shit. I don't. I think, listen, the Furies are the Furies. Tyson Fury will go down as one of the best heavyweights of all time. I've fucking got so much time and respect for Tyson. The dad, I don't know him so much. I know he likes the shouts, but I'd love to have seen the corner work from the dad. What were they telling Tommy to do for 7 rounds? Because
6, by the way.
It just wasn't any good. 6, sorry, earlier. I keep saying 7 because I've seen 7. Maybe that was the booze. I don't know. I don't know.
So I got a lot of shit, Darren, because I was on the broadcast and they said I was being too hard on Tommy, and but you just kind of backed up what I was saying. Like, I held Tommy to a higher standard because he's the pro boxer. KSI's the rapper coming in there. So he's doing the MVP thing. He's dancing. I'm like, all right, fine. But like, Tommy should know how to figure that out, no?
That's the thing. I obviously, MVP's been around for a long time now, and he's got that style. We sort of have a similar style. Mine's not so much jumpy.
Right.
But that's MVP style. He's mastered that to an extent. He does it well in MMA. KSI just isn't that guy. So that's the first critique. But then I'm the same as you. Like I did. Tommy sparred some brilliant boxers in our gym who I sparred along with, and it's like you do sort of hold them to that little bit of a higher standard. And it's like all the things that KSI and Logan that say before these fights, like real fighters, real people just don't buy into that. Like the normal fan will be like, wow, this KSI is saying a lot of shit. But we just look and go, yeah, okay. But Tommy, you know, he's been around that all his life. I mean, I don't know, Ariel, and all the shouting and screaming after it, and you know.
That's the other thing, right? He said that
love him.
He said that if he wins a decision, it's a loss. That I will knock this guy out. That he can't shine my shoes. That he's a nobody. And then he wins by the skin of his teeth, and he's emotional, like he just won the heavyweight title. So like, what am I supposed to believe here? You know what I mean?
That's the thing, Ariel. Like, yeah, like KSI just isn't that guy. Tommy should, but this is the thing. We can't actually say it about Tommy because Tommy has got no knockout power whatsoever. Like, if you're on the boxing circuit, you know things. Like, he has got no knockout power. So it's like, he just probably couldn't knock KSI out anyway. And it was just, KSI survived him. And now Tommy's saying he wants to go. Listen, I'm not hating. He's made a lot of money and he's come from, like, celebrity reality and stuff like that. And he's doing, you know, he's a good-looking guy, Ariel, and let's have it right. We'd all love to look a little bit like Tommy Fury, but I don't know. I don't think he's cut out for this fighting life. I think he's cut out for the fighting YouTubers. But now we should start treating Tommy as a YouTuber. I actually consider Jake a better boxer than Tommy, if I'm being honest at this point.
Even though Tommy beat him.
But again, Tommy should have knocked Jake out, but he couldn't. Did Jake knock Tommy down?
Yeah.
Oh, it was a 50-50 knockdown.
Yeah. By the way, who do you think won the main event?
What the fuck is this guy filming me?
He's filming you.
Oh, mate. Yeah, he was.
Who do you think won the main event?
Oh man. KSI might just have got it with the point deduction.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I thought it was 3-3.
As again, it was a 50-50 either or there. I don't know. It'd just been happy if either, whichever. It wasn't one of them where it was like a robbery. So no. I know KSI was pissed off after it. Did you not see the community notes on Jake Paul as well?
Yeah, that was actually hilarious. Hilarious.
Oh, I swear.
I saw the community notes on Dylan's tweet too, where he said that, you know, he would knock out Jake if they fought and pay everyone who liked the tweet. And then the community notes was that he always says that he will pay people if they like the tweet, and he never actually does that. I thought that was pretty funny too.
I never ever got a community note, Ariel.
Good work. Ever. Good work. Why are you not in the UFC, Darren?
Are we going to jump into this?
Yes. I mean, we're not going to just have you sit here and talk about Misfits boxing, for goodness sakes. I mean, I haven't talked to you in 2 years.
So let's just jump straight into it. Right. And first, I want to talk about Paulo Costa.
Oh, okay.
Because he's putting up posts. He's calling cameras. Now, listen, Paulo Costa, in my opinion, he's a good fighter, but he's pulling out posts and he's putting up surgery things and all that. Now, I've gotten a lot of hate for the past 2 years, Ariel, over my 2 fights I've lost. And so I should. I looked out of shape. I didn't look good. It wasn't the Darren Till that everyone knows is capable of these fights, like with Wonderboy and Whittaker and Gaslam. On that note, Ariel, not once did I always gave credit for the last two fights. The better man won. But 2 years ago, as we all know, before the Brunson fight, I shredded my knee to bits. And the other, for the matter of fact, all down to Tom Aspinall. I'm not blaming Tom, but me and Tom were grappling and my knee was destroyed. I kept it quiet until one day before the Derek Brunson fight, and I tried to hide it from the UFC. And they said, Darren, why have you even turned up? And I said, I don't know. That's just me, right? And I don't feel like I get enough credit for this shit because Paulo Costa's putting elbow things up, Sergi this, Sergi that. But playing the big man, mate, you're either a fighter or you're not. Now, all these trolls that troll me more than ever nowadays can say what they like, but I've always came to fight, whether here or there. My coach, Colin Erin, tried to pull me out the fight at the time. I wouldn't have it. And so it just pisses me off a little bit. Now, I'll get on to it. What's happened is, Ariel, I lost my fight. I spoke to Hunter. Hunter still said to me, Till, I still believe you've got the tools. You just need a little bit of rearranging here, there, everywhere. I said, Hunter, give me some time to think what I want to do with the future because I'm still young, which I know I am. I'm still got my prime years in me. He said, okay, Till. I flew off to Thailand, had a good long think, and I said, Hunter, can I have some time away from the UFC just to get shit in order? Just like stop fighting, worrying about paychecks and this and that and injuries. Can I? And same with you, Ariel. I've always had I know you and Dana don't see eye to eye. And again, that's none of my business. I don't look into that shit. If it's nothing to do with me, I don't really give a fuck about gossiping. I've always had the most straightest relationship with Dana and Hunter. I've said what I've thought, and I've always been straight with them. I've never come out in the media and slagged them once. Okay, sometimes you'll talk about fight or play, this, that, the other, but if I've ever had a problem, I've always said it directly to Dana. And that's the approach I had with them. And what approach did they give me back? He said, Till, we're behind you because you've always been that way with us and we'll be like that with you. I said, thank you, Hunter. When I'm good and ready, you will see me back in that UFC because it is not what money or anything that drives me. I just want to be a good fucking fighter. And I know I've said in the past I want to be great, but I've got to get back to being good first. And I'm still as ever dedicated. People can say what they want. Till looks like that. I'm still the hardest worker in the new gym now, in my boxing gym, full of absolute animal boxers, all professionals, all been there, done it, read the book. You know what I mean? I strive to be great in these gyms. So that's what it was, Ariel. I just wanted some time away from pressure, just to think. And obviously, all this boxing malarkey's come along now. You know, I've been in the gym. The coach, my coach Joe, gave me a chance and a shot. Very impressed by my skills. And now we're going to have a stab at this for the next 2 years, 3 years maybe. You know, and so that's just the way it was, Ariel. And as I say, the way I've been with you. I wanted to see you one day. It was the same way with Dana. There was none of this coming out in the media. The only thing I was upset by was there was a press release that said I've been let go by the UFC. And I texted Hunter and said, Hunter, come on, mate. He was like, it was algorithms or shit like that. I said, no problem. I'm not going to get angry, but obviously I asked to be released. So that was that. And again, I'm on a new phone number. I haven't spoke to Hunter or Dana for a while, but the relationship's still as strong as ever because one thing in this life, I'm just straight and I'm real with it. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah.
Okay, so could I ask you, when you asked for your release, did they say, no problem, but you can't go and do X, Y, and Z? Were there any strings attached?
No, not in a sense. They were just like, I sort of made a little promise, but not promise. I sort of said, listen, I don't want to just go off straight away and do MMA. My head's a little bit battered. I just sort of want to be released and see what my options are. And that was, we're talking that was eight months ago. And, I've had some crazy offers since I left by big MMA organizations and I turned them all down. I have been in talks with some of them, but again, I wouldn't go down that disrespectful route of like just signing straight away with the PFL, Would I need the money off these big deals? Fucking right. What do people think where money coming from? Growing off trees? But I feel like I've done it the right way for 8 months now. I've just been in the boxing gym every single day. And so that's it.
Why turn them down?
Words, Ariel.
Why turn down the MMA deals if they're good?
As I would say, what's the point in saying to Hunter, I need some time off, relieve the pressure, and I go sign with the PFL or Bellator or some big one or something like that. So it just makes no sense to say that shit.
Are you not interested in fighting in MMA outside of the UFC, in other words?
I mean, I could say whatever to you, Ariel, but imagine someone said, now there's 2 million to fight. You're going to
Sure.
take it, aren't you?
Are
Money
you allowed
talks
to
and
take that deal if presented to you?
I
Or,
would, yeah, 100%, yeah. I mean,
okay.
I don't know whether Taylor and Hunter might come along and say, there's a stipulation here. But I don't think they would. But as I say, yeah, I'm sure I am. But I haven't accepted nothing up until now. I will be accepting most probably the offer that the Misfits are going to give me to punch Mike Perry all over the ring.
Okay. So,
Okay. Come on, Ariel.
okay. So you are now focused on boxing, right? That's what you want. The next time we see you compete will be in a boxing match.
I mean, 99% unless I get the craziest offer ever from something else. But yeah, most likely, yeah.
Okay. And is it most likely that you would sign with Misfits? I mean, you said you were sitting next to Eddie Hearn. Like, are you looking to go down this sort of crossover boxing route, or are you looking to go down the traditional route?
Well, both, Ariel, because I know I can go down the traditional route. My coaches have told me that, and I've sparred with all these good professionals. And I mean, listen, yeah, but would I be a fool to turn down some of the offers coming my way, like Perry coming from bare knuckle and me coming in to fight him? Some of the YouTuber influencers, your Jake Pauls, your KSIs, you know, stuff like that. So even Tommy, okay, Tommy's a crossover from boxing to I'm crossover from MMA. Me and Tommy make a lot of sense as well. And, Tommy would take that fight, So, yeah, Ariel.
Okay.
That's it, in short words.
Mike Perry told me that there was some talk of you guys in BKFC, but you didn't want to do BKFC. Is that accurate?
Oh, he's completely right.
Okay.
Let's just Till tells no lies, Ariel, you know that.
Yeah.
But there's a reason behind it.
Okay.
Because I feel like if I was to go in the BKFC now, it is brutal and it's a phenomenal sport. But that's sort of when you're calling it the end. Because you get fucked up, you're fucking your hands up, taking them big shots with no gloves. That's when you're sort of saying, this is the end. Now, I'm not saying that directly about Perry. But yeah, I would fight in the BKFC. But I would probably fight in it when I believe there's nothing left and I'm just in it for wars and money and shit like that. So, he's fucking damn right, Perry. But that doesn't mean I'm fucking scared of you. Come on, son.
Okay.
You see me Saturday.
What was that like?
What?
Whatever. What was that like on Saturday? I saw the video of you guys seeing each other. It looked like it was friendly, but then there was a little bit of alpha male stuff going on. Like, how would you describe the interaction?
It is what it is. Like, I've seen him. I'm quite upset with one thing he said earlier.
Okay.
Right? And I get it. I do get it from a man's perspective, and obviously a woman's. The raw dog thing.
Yes, he told me that on Wednesday.
I've upset a lot of people, haven't I, Ariel?
Yes,
over the years. I have. I've upset a lot of people. Now, do I regret it? Yes and no. But at the time, it was just an easy target, and it was just, if we were going to fight back then, it was so easy to get into his head about it. But since then, I know he said he hates me to you, which I didn't like, because I don't hate Mike Perry. I respect Mike Perry for the man he is. And now he's got a beautiful baby with his girlfriend, Lattery. And I wish them all health and happiness. If he still hates me, that's okay. But when I see Perry in the ring or outside, I can't help but not hate him. And that's why when we seen each other, it was a bit back and forth, but we ultimately shook hands. And so that's just the way it is with Perry.
Is he your top choice for your first fight post-UFC? Is that the one you want?
Maybe second fight. I would like to dip my toe in first and just get a little fight.
Okay.
And then obviously do a bit. Listen, Ariel, this is how I see it as well. Like, you've got the MMA community, the boxing community, and you've got the general community. That Perry fight's a fucking big fight. It's 6 years in the making.
Mm-hmm.
People want to see that fight. And if that's promoted and done in the right way, that can be big.
Now, why does it have to be in boxing and not in MMA? Like, I kind of want to see you guys in MMA.
So do I, but let's do boxing first. We've both left the UFC. We're both practically boxing. Let's do it boxing. Like, we practically wouldn't take each other down anyway. We didn't when we sparred all them years ago. We just dropped our hands and just punched holes in each other. So, I mean, I won, obviously, but...
Did you win?
Till this day, Ariel, I've never said... Because I'm not about that.
You just said you won.
It was just...
You just said you won.
No, listen, it was a good back and forth. He cut me. You heard the guy who done the interview. He thinks I won, so we'll leave it at that.
Mike Malott.
Yeah, I don't think you can take anything away from sparring. Like, you know, me and Leon have sparred. I've sparred Leon's brother. I've sparred Sean Strickland. I've sparred Kamzat. I've sparred all around the world. Just because you beat someone at sparring doesn't mean you beat them in the fight. Like, me and Sean Strickland went to a boxing gym once and done 12 rounds. We just punched each other around the ring. That doesn't mean one or the other's going to win.
Sure.
Obviously, we both think we're going to win, but sparring, this is why I hate all these. And Americans do it mostly. I'm not hating on Americans, but they'll have trained with each other in the past and they talk about sparring stories. And it's just so obviously, there is things you can take from it, but ultimately, them bright lights and the big stage, it's so different from sparring. I feel anyway.
Mm-hmm. Are you and Khamzat still friends?
Of course. We're good. Just like he's moved now to what? You're cold.
Who's that?
Go on then, jump in. It's just a home. Go on, jump in then.
It's a homeless person? What?
Yeah, go on. You got food? Yeah. Make sure your phones are on silent. Interrupting my interview. Yeah, he's. I think he was telling me he's moved like to Dubai for like certain reasons, and that he feels better over there and stuff like that. I don't know whether he's going to come back to Europe, but yeah, he come to England a few months ago, and I seen him, and it was good to rekindle our little Smash Bros friendship.
Okay.
And I can't wait for Saturday. Saturday.
Do you have a deal with Misfits?
Getting close.
Would it be fair to say that it's looking like the next time you fight, it will be under their umbrella?
More than likely, yeah. Unless Eddie pulls his finger out of his pocket.
Have you talked to Eddie?
I like Eddie.
Have you had a conversation,
like
a serious conversation with him about this?
More or less, yeah. He wants to speak, and I would like to speak to Eddie. I like the way he does things.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. And so
he is.
My understanding is Mike is fighting in BKFC in December. Does that mean we're not seeing you until 2024 compete? Or are you going to fight?
No, I'm trying to compete now in November, December. As I say, get a fight, whatever. Just get me toe wet again. And then probably I will be looking for the Perry fight next year. I want to make a big thing of it. I know he does, you know. Yeah, that's it. Let's see who can grab that up. More than likely, Misfits will want to make that fight, but that fight can be made anywhere, anyhow. It'll sell no matter what. I just think it would be massive here in the UK. Every time I fought in the UK in the UFC, I've sold it out the quickest. I think the only one that's beat me was when Tom and Paddy and Molly fought in the UFC last year. But other than that, like when I fought at the UFC in Liverpool, sold it out quickest ever. Same thing in London. So I think I've still got little spark.
Does it?
Of course, yeah.
Is it her? Is like not that long ago. I was there when you fought Tyron Woodley for the welterweight title, and then you have some tough moments. But like, in your 30, it's unbelievable that you're 30. You know, like it feels like you've been around forever. And so,
and that's why
mentally, how have you been dealing with this? Like, you know, because everyone wants to shit on you when you're down. They want to kick you when you're down.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. And I'm not even going to say I've come back from it, man. It's tough. It's really tough. It's tough. And, you know, it's like, yeah, it is hard. It's like you get brought up so quick and fast. And I've had me moments, you know, when you see when I beat Gaslam and the Whittaker fight and Wonderboy and Cowboy, and then even like when I fought the likes of Masvidal, you know, when I just destroyed him until he knocked me out. And it's, you know, even in the second round with Trikas, I was showing that again. But I've had me tough moments here. I know that. And I don't know, man. What do you say about it? Like, that's why I get so angry at the Paulo Costa situation. Like, he's, for what, a year now, just said this and that, and then just puts up this elbow thing like I've had surgery. Like, mate, we're not asked. Honestly, really, Ariel, we're not asked. I ain't asked. You give it to Barry McGuigan and you shit yourself. By the way, the Barry McGuigan means you give it the big one. You give it the big I am and you shit yourself. You pulled out the fight. You said it was the UFC. Do what I did. If no one believes me now, go and ask the UFC staff, Heather and all them guys. They'll tell you. I even remember after the Derek Brunson fight when he come in the UFC center and was like, Till's ACL's not fucked. And Heather went, yeah, we've done a scan. He's got no ligaments left. And he was like, oh, really? Yeah. He didn't tell no one. He only told us the day before, and he asked us to inject him so he wouldn't feel no pain. Like, I'm not trying to get no sympathy here, but if you're going to fight. If you're going to give it to Barry McGuigan, fight. Don't be putting up stupid surgery shots like, oh, especially the shit you've said, and pull out a week before and ruin possibly one of the biggest events of the year. Like, I ain't into all that area. People can say what they want. Darren got beat, Darren's this, Darren's that, Darren's fat, this, that, yeah. But I've never not turned up. I've never, ever not turned up. And if I've pulled out of a fight, you can have a good, sure, goddamn reason that it probably wasn't even on my doing. It was either my coach Collins or the UFC or something like that. Like, you're either a fighter, mate, or you're not.
When you fight again, what weight will it be at?
Fuck me, I don't know, Ariel. That sushi was lovely just then. I don't know. Was that sushi nice?
You're big now.
Yeah, I am. But as I say, I'm big and I'm in shape. It's not like I'm big and fat. Like,
sure.
I could show you a picture like of me when I went to Liam Smith's fight in January in Manchester, and then from Saturday, and you can just see my body changed completely, made a massive shift. Like, I've really been working hard this year. I got a little belly, but who didn't? Mike Tyson, all the greats had I'm not saying I'm a great like them. I'm saying they all had a little belly.
But like, what would you be? What would you be like in the 200s?
Yeah, well, I can probably make 190, 195, something like that. That's a good weight. Perry's fighting at 190, shit like that. So this shit can be done. And again, Ariel, honestly, really, I don't care about weight either.
No, I know. I was just curious.
This weight shit.
What do you make of people who say that you're on the stuff? I see people saying that to you. On the juice.
What stuff?
You know, the juice. They say
on the juice.
Yeah.
If they're not saying I'm on drugs, they're saying I'm on the juice. What is it? Make your minds up. Like, I see everyone's comments from Saturday. Darren Till's coked up. Really?
They said I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
Yeah, I seen it. Like, everyone was saying, I'm like, go back and look at these interviews, mate. No, I've had about 10 forged Irish stouts. That's what was up. Like, come on, Ariel. I made the trolling. Like, you know me, I've trolled everyone for years. And I get trolled hard myself. I've had to take it. Sometimes it's fucking hard to take, because sometimes these trolls say some real things to you. You're like, fuck, he's right.
Yes, I know. I know from experience.
Like,
I know from experience.
Yeah, you 10-7'd me, and I was like,
yeah.
Oh, wait. You 10-7'd me. Can you see me?
I can see you. Yeah.
Yeah, you 10-7'd me, and I was like, wow. Tough to come back from this one. Like, I gave you so much shit for years, and then one day you just ruined me.
And it was Dylan Dennis, actually. The tweet was about Dylan Dennis.
It was.
Amazingly. Coincidentally.
Getting compared to him was just, it broke me. Getting compared to him.
You know what hurt me about that? Can I just say, you called me the worst thing to ever happen to MMA. And
No, but you know that was me trolling.
No, but you know what?
The phone number thing.
But no. But here's the thing, Darren. I woke up, I remember, I'll never forget, I'm in Montreal, I just had my 40th birthday party, and I wake up to a tweet from you, like a mate, if I will, calling me the worst thing to happen to MMA, and I was like, why? What did I do to deserve this?
You're making me cringe for myself. I'm getting embarrassed for myself.
Why?
That's like you. No, Ariel, if we're going to have it out for the culture and for ourselves, because, you know, we've had a good standing relationship, and as I said to you, you know, I know you've had your spiffs with fucking Dana, and I know you had the spiffs with Paddy and stuff like that. That's none of my business. Me and you've always got along well. But I agree. That thing I said about the worst thing that happened, you know that was me wrong. I agree with the phone number thing. I took it a tad too far. But as I said earlier, after that, you know, you got mad with me. We never spoke, but I never came out publicly ever, said anything, never tweeted you. I actually muted your tweets on Twitter so I would never say anything like, because I knew we weren't on good terms. Because I did want to see you one day. So that's what time it was.
I appreciate that. And I've never said anything about you either. I've never taken any shots. I've never talked, you know.
Are you sure?
What did I say?
No, you haven't.
What did I say?
No, you haven't.
I haven't said a thing. I wish the best for you. I really do.
No, I know.
Okay, so this is good. So you're coming back maybe this year, likely under Misfits, boxing. Is there an opponent? If the first one isn't Perry, is there an opponent in mind?
Yeah, I just think, the first one can be whoever. Just both of us to get our feet wet, whoever it wants to be. If it wants to be an influencer, YouTuber, you know, that type of thing. It doesn't really matter. It's obviously, you know, I wanna get this Perry fight on this. We both want to get it. sorry, we both want to get it on. I think it's going to be good for the culture. And as I say, Ariel, I'm fucking sick of repeating myself. I've been through a lot of tough times. You know, I've had these tough little runs, but you know, I'm hoping deep down, dedication, honest hard work, confidence, I can turn it all around, and I know I can, because I know when I'm in the gym and doing these things now, I'm special with it, so I know I've got it.
I believe in you. I believe in you truly.
Listen, I remember when Khabib had a fucking long layoff for
He
like
did.
3 years, and he was considering retirement. I remember when Leon couldn't even get a fight for years, and it was just like, now look, Leon Edwards is the UFC welterweight world champion. I remember there was a time there when he thought I was going to be the champion. It was always like, you know.
It's true. But as a wise man from Liverpool once said, times are tough and friends are few. Tarata fucking you, right?
How the fuck do you know that guy?
Come on, that guy's a legend. He looks just like you. Last question. Will you ever fight in the UFC? Again.
Isn't he? Yes, 100%.
Wow.
I want to go back to MMA. Obviously, I haven't been training MMA. Now, my last time training MMA was probably in Thailand, and then before in Team Carbon. Yeah, hoping, you know, a few years down the line, get back with the gang and make another fucking a run at it. I want to. I don't really strive for I want to make a lot of money, but in the UFC, it wouldn't be about the money. I want to fucking make some good fucking fights in there again. That's what I'd want to do.
You got to finish the story. There was a story that started. It's incomplete at the moment.
It's a good story.
Yeah, you're taking a bit of a side quest here.
I think a lot of people as well, even watching this, want the Darren Till story to be a good one in the end. I think they do.
Everyone does. Everyone does, Darren. You're one of the great characters in the sport, and I think a lot of people are rooting for you. And this is lovely. This really warms my heart. I love you. I'm rooting for you. I have forgiven you, just like Logan forgave Dylan. I have forgiven you.
Did he forgive Dylan?
Well, he said it right at the beginning of the fight. He said, I forgive you. He was mouthing that to him. I forgive you. I forgive you. And then he told me, yeah. He said he had to forgive him. He said he had to forgive him so that he wouldn't fight with emotion, which I kind of understand. If it's actually true, I don't know, but interesting. He didn't want to fight with emotion.
It was rough. It was just rough what Dylan did to Logan before the fight with that.
Oh, it's horrible. I don't know if he truly forgave him, but I think he had to kind of convince himself before the fight. It is rough. It is rough. Now he's appealing it. Dylan's appealing it. Do you hear this?
Let's just forget about Dylan Dennis. Or I'll get my good friend Gordon. Gordon Ryan knows what time it is.
Darren, much love. Good to see you.
Thank you, Ariel. It was good to see you.
Yeah, it was really good.
Can I have your phone number?
Absolutely not. We're just going to go through DM for now. We need to build this back up, okay?
I was going to make a wife joke there, but I can't be falling out with you again.
No, come on. We're just getting started. Just leave it for a couple more interviews, okay? Much love. Keep us posted. Good luck, and thanks for jumping on. I appreciate it.
Thank you, mate. See you later.
Welcome back. There he is. Darren Till. How nice is that? You know, it's good to make amends. Oh, he says he's got a translator. Well, this is what's happening, Joe. What's going on? Tell me.
We got this. Just give us a second.
Okay. Well, that was nice. I really enjoyed that, and I do wish the best for him, and I do think the Mike Perry fight under any kind of banner would be fun. I kind of feel like in MMA it would be most fun, but I understand if they want to box, and Perry has enjoyed a renaissance, if you will, outside of the UFC. He was a big star. He was a big star this past week in Manchester. And it was amazing. He was dressed up. Like he was ready to go. He was absolutely ready to go. He was dressed in the locker room just in case at the 11th hour something happened. What a guy, Mike Perry. And I think we'll see him back in December, most likely under the BKFC banner. So what's happening now, or do you want to give me an update?
I think it's best if you bring them both in.
Stick with the same plan?
Yeah, and just explain what's going on in case there's confusion.
Okay, well, let me say hello to, up next we have Michel Pereira, who had the big win this past weekend over Andre Petrosky. And anytime we have a Brazilian fighter who doesn't speak English, we call upon the official interpreter of our program, Our good friend Luciana Andrade won half of the 10 and the 7, of course, a longtime UFC Octagon girl. And she is here once again. I think I had to convince her this time a little bit more because I think she only likes to work Charles Oliveira interviews. I'm not sure. But she has obliged and opened her schedule to help us out. Hello, Luciana. How are you?
Hello, and I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great, thanks. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for doing this.
Well, that's not what I said, by the way.
Well, you were a little hesitant. Am I right about that?
Well, of course, the last time I was there, some people criticized it, said, well, she's not a good translator. You shouldn't call her a translator. That's being an interpreter.
Interpreter, yes. Yeah, yeah, that was actually my
word.
mistake. I called you a translator, and I guess the correct word is interpreter. So that's on me. That's not on you.
I know, but then, those people are like, well, she didn't do a good job. And I was like, yeah, I'm not a professional. I'm just merely helping a friend here.
Yes. And I think you did a great job. I think you read the comments. That's the problem. And you took them to heart.
Always do.
Yeah, it's a
How
problem.
can you not? But there's also this.
Yes.
When I'm at home and I'm watching other people translate, interpret,
yeah, translate. Yeah, same thing.
It's so easy to do it from the comfort of my couch. And I can think about all the words, but live, it's different.
Okay. Well, you've had 2 now under your belt. Do you feel more comfortable doing this? Do you feel like this is a potential new career path for you, or?
Probably not.
Okay, probably not.
I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm shameless.
I wouldn't say shameless. I think you're actually really good. I'm happy to see the pen. I think that might have been a bit of a difference from the first time to the second time. The second time, is it possible you were feeling yourself a little bit too much and weren't taking notes? Because the first time I was impressed with the note taking.
I had it here.
You did?
It was just. I'll say there's also this. If it's just one question, like, hey, how was your last camp? Blah, blah, blah. That's easy. But you talk a lot.
I talk too much.
You ask about whatever the person tweeted and this and that, and the question. And by the time you ask the question, I'm like, Jesus, I forgot to be.
No, this is actually very good feedback. This is good feedback. So I need to keep my questions shorter for this interview. I need to keep them tighter.
Exactly.
Okay.
Objective.
And you're okay with MMA terminology, but just don't make them complicated. Go in and go out.
Yeah, don't make it too complicated, because then, I'm not a commentator. So when it's technical,
And you know Michel Pereira. And by the way, is it Pereira or Pereira? Because I know the R. Pereira. Why is the R one that you pronounce in the middle of the name, but not if it's like Hoyce or Henzo? Why is it? Why do you pronounce that R? That always screws me up.
So you can have names like Roberto in the beginning, one R, and in the middle, Porta, which is door.
Okay.
But then if you have double R, then it sounds like ha.
So it's when it's a double R.
Ferro.
Double R,
like
you pronounce
double
the R?
R sounds like the R in the beginning of the word.
Oh.
If that makes sense.
But
and then when it's just one R in the middle of the word, it sounds different.
So if it's one R, then you pronounce the R.
Pereira.
Okay.
One R. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so now that we established that, I know how to pronounce his name correctly. Let us say hello to the man who defeated Andre Petroski on Saturday at the world's most famous Apex. He is the great Michel Pereira. There he is. Michel, bom dia.
Hey, my friend, how are you?
I'm doing well. Oh, you don't even need an interpreter this time. You're great.
No, I need a translator.
Okay, this is Luciana. She also works for UFC. You know her?
Yes.
Okay.
Oi, Michel. Tudo bem?
Tudo
Eu não
bom?
consigo ver você.
Tudo.
I can't see him, but I can hear you.
Okay, we'll fix that. We'll make it so that you can see each other. Thank you for doing this. Oh, you've got a microphone too. Michel's got a microphone. This is great. Okay, so we're going to get right into it now. Michel, congratulations on the win. Can I first ask you, why did you decide to fight at 185 as opposed to 170, which is what your fight was, your last fight in July was scheduled to be?
Michel, parabéns pela vitória. Por que você decidiu lutar na categoria 185?
Eu decidi lutar na categoria acima 84 porque eu perdia muito peso, era muito difícil para mim lutar na 77, sofria muito. E agora essa é a minha categoria 84.
I decided to go fight on the 185 category because I used to suffer too much losing weight at the 177. So this one is just easier for me.
Considering how enjoyable this was, is it safe to say that you will no longer fight at 170?
Considerando o quão divertido isso foi, é seguro dizer que você não vai mais lutar na categoria de 177?
Pode ser que um dia eu possa lutar novamente na 77, mas eu estou me sentindo muito bem na 84 e eu agora na 84 eu posso lutar muito mais vezes. Então, para mim, é muito melhor na 84.
It might happen. I'm just feeling really good fighting at 184. And I'm just going to continue doing it so far.
Okay.
Yeah, basically, he said it might happen.
It might. Okay. He's not. Why would you even consider 170 if you look so good, so healthy, and so powerful at 185? Why even put your body through that again?
Por que você consideraria lutar na 177 se você se sentiu tão bem, se o seu corpo parecia tão bem nessa categoria? Por que você faria isso com o seu corpo?
Pode ser que um dia possa acontecer alguma coisa, que eu lute na 77 novamente, mas os meus planos de agora para frente é lutar no 84. E é uma categoria que eu fico forte, fico mais potente, treino melhor, vivo melhor, porque na 77 eu sofria muito durante aí 2 meses aí baixando peso, não treinava muito bem, treinava bem, mas era mais complicado para treinar. Então a 84 agora é a minha categoria.
Well, it might happen, but 184 is the category that I feel better. My body is better. I train easier. The other category, I used to suffer so much. So I just feel good right now in this category. So that's the category I'm fighting now.
Okay, and if I could, because I haven't talked to you since since the fight happened, or was supposed to happen in July against Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, can I ask what went wrong that led to you missing weight before that scheduled fight in July?
Eu não falo com você desde a sua última luta contra o Steve Thompson, Wonderboy. Repeat it.
What went wrong? Why did you miss weight before that fight?
O que aconteceu? Por que você perdeu o peso naquela luta?
O que aconteceu é que eu fiquei 1 ano e meio sem lutar e foram 5 lutas minhas canceladas por problemas de atletas, se machucavam. E aí eu fui só ganhando peso, ganhando mais músculo, ganhando tudo. E quando foi na semana de eu tirar o peso, foram acontecendo coisas estranhas comigo em relação do meu peso estar diferente. E quando a gente foi ver, a gente estava com um problema que eu estava muito forte, muito grande, e não consegui tirar o peso, não consegui bater o peso.
Well, what happened is that I spent a year and a half without fighting. I had fights canceled, because of other fighters. And I started gaining a lot of weight. And on the week of the fight, a lot of weird things started happening to me. And then we realized it was because I was too strong. I had gained a lot of weight, and that was the challenge.
Were you upset with him that he didn't take the fight, or did you understand his reasons?
Você ficou chateado que ele não aceitou a luta ou você entendeu as razões dele?
Eu queria ter lutado, né? Tava pronto, tava preparado, sofri pra caramba para tentar bater o peso, e eu já tava muito tempo sem lutar, então querendo ou não, fiquei um pouco chateado sim, porque eu nunca, assim, na minha carreira toda, eu nunca vi ninguém não lutar com o outro por causa de peso, então achei ele um pouco covarde em relação a isso, mas ele tá no direito dele e tudo bem.
I wanted to fight, of course. I was ready and prepared. I suffered a lot to lose weight for that fight. So obviously I was upset. I thought he was a little coward. In my entire career, I never saw anything like that. But at the same time, he was within his right.
That's a strong word, coward. Is this something that I know you were supposed to fight him back in June as well. Is this something that has to happen in your opinion, you versus Stephen Thompson?
Covarde é uma palavra muito forte. Eu sei que você era para lutar com ele novamente, acho que em junho. Repeat it again, sorry.
Does this have to happen in his opinion? At some point, does he have to fight?
Essa é uma luta que precisa acontecer, na sua opinião? Essa luta tem que acontecer ainda?
Não, eu não penso mais em lutar com ele, porque ele é 7-7 e o meu foco agora é na categoria da 8-4. Não penso mais em lutar com ele, é a página virada. Não penso mais em lutar com ele. A oportunidade de eu lutar com ele era aquela e eu não vejo mais eu lutando com ele, não.
No, he's in a different category, so I don't think about fighting him anymore. Now I'm like in 184, the opportunity has passed.
Okay. And so now you fight at 185. You fight against Andre Petrosky. Did you feel pressure going into this fight because of what happened in July? Like you had to do something spectacular to kind of put that situation in memory in the rearview mirror?
Agora você está lutando na categoria de 185. Você teve que fazer alguma preparação muito diferente para essa luta?
Não, continuei treinando como eu sempre treinei bem. A única coisa que a gente mudou foi só a tirada de peso, que eu tirei 10 quilos em uma semana e foi super tranquilo, então foi muito... treinei muito mais, me preparei muito mais, porque não estava de dieta nem nada, então foi tudo muito melhor eu nessa categoria nova.
No, it was just much better. I only had to cut 10 pounds in the week of. I trained more. I prepared more. I just felt so much better. I just kept training.
Were you expecting a quick finish like that? Andre's a very good fighter. He's coming off a nice win. Were you expecting that, though?
Esse lutador estava sempre vindo de boas vitórias. Você esperava que a luta acabasse tão rapidamente, dessa maneira?
Eu sabia que eu iria nocautear ele, porque eu estava muito bem treinado, mas não imaginava que seria tão rápido, porque é um cara que vem de 5 vitórias, é um cara duro, é um cara muito bom. Então, eu me surpreendi também de ter ganhado dele dessa forma que eu ganhei.
I knew I was going to knock him out, but I didn't imagine it was gonna be this fast. You know, he was a guy that was coming. He's really good. He was coming from a victory, so it did surprise me.
You mentioned that you hadn't fought for about a year and a half. Because this fight was so short, are you trying to maybe fight one more time this year to make up for lost time?
Você mencionou que você não lutava há 1 ano e meio, e considerando que essa luta acabou tão rápido, você acha que vai acontecer alguma outra luta novamente?
Sim, eu já falei pro meu empresário para já me colocar aí no máximo dezembro novamente para lutar. E agora nessa nova categoria eu quero lutar mais vezes, o máximo possível que eu puder em um ano.
Yes. I already spoke to my manager because I want to be back and fight in December the latest. And yeah, I'm ready.
Do you have a preference if it was up to you as to who you would fight in December?
Você tem alguma preferência para quem que se você pudesse escolher com quem lutar em dezembro?
Não tenho preferência, não conheço muito dessa minha nova categoria. Um cara que eu tenho vontade de lutar por ele ser um showman, por ser o meu lutador favorito, é o Adesanya. Eu acho ele muito legal lutando, então eu acho que seria uma luta muito divertida, né? Eu e ele dando show. Não tenho nada contra ele, é um cara que eu gosto de ver lutando, um cara que eu acho legal. Então seria uma luta muito legal, seria eu e o Adesanya. Tenho vontade de lutar com ele.
No, I don't have any preferences. I don't know much about this new category, but one fight that I really like, I really enjoy him. He's a little bit of a showman. His name is, it's Adesanya. I think it would be such a fun fight, me and him. I have nothing against him. I'm an admirer, so I would like to fight him if I could.
Okay, that would be great down the line, 100%. Now, you raised many eyebrows when you held up and draped yourself with the flag of Israel. Why did you do that, Michel?
Isso seria muito legal de ver essa luta. Ok, so você chamou muita atenção quando você levantou a bandeira de Israel. Por que você fez isso?
Eu sou um cara que eu gosto da paz, eu não gosto de guerra, e tudo que está acontecendo em Israel agora tá mexendo não, tá mexendo com o mundo todo, né? Eu vi vídeos aí de crianças morrendo, crianças chorando, perdendo o pai, perdendo a mãe. E hoje eu tenho um filho pequeno, né? De 1 ano de idade. Então, querendo ou não, a gente imagina, já pensou o meu filho passando por uma situação dessa? Então, eu me comovi com essa situação de Israel e falei, não, vou fazer uma homenagem a Israel, porque guerra não é bom para ninguém, não é bom para nada, né? A guerra.
Well, I'm a peaceful guy. I don't like wars, and unfortunately, I end up seeing videos of kids being hurt. You know, I have a son that is a toddler, and it makes you think like, what could happen. And war is not good for anybody. And this really it shocked me in a way that I wanted to do something about it.
Have you received a lot of hatred for what you did on Saturday?
Você recebeu muitos ataques de ódio pelo que você fez?
Eu não vi muito, não, mas a minha esposa, mandaram muito para minha esposa mensagem, dizendo de matar a gente, de essas coisas ruins. Mas eu não ligo, né? E já vi, se vir aqui em casa, estão lascados.
I didn't see much, but my wife received a lot of messages, a lot of threatening messages to kill us. So I didn't see it, but I'm gonna let everyone know that if something happens, if someone comes to my house, they will pay.
Much respect. I would also like to know, did you receive any love for it? Did you receive positive messages for what you did?
Você recebeu mensagens positivas sobre o que você fez também?
Muita mensagem de Israel, muito dos meus amigos, muita pessoa começou a me seguir de Israel e fico muito feliz pelo carinho que Israel tem por mim agora. O pessoal do exército lá de Israel mandou um vídeo para mim, então fiquei muito feliz de fazer essa homenagem para Israel e Israel me retribuir falando obrigado, postando meus vídeos, então eu fiquei muito feliz.
Yeah, I received lots of messages from Israel and friends. I'm happy for the love that I'm receiving. I got many followers from Israel. I also received a video from the army. So I'm really happy to receive all the love from the Israeli people.
Are you surprised that it became such a big deal, you coming out and holding up the flag?
Você está surpreso que isso foi uma coisa assim tão grande, se tornou uma coisa tão grande você aparecer com a bandeira de Israel?
Eu não imaginava que iria repercutir tanto que nem repercutiu. Fiquei muito feliz com isso. A minha intenção era só mostrar o meu apoio a Israel por tudo que está acontecendo com essa guerra. E fiquei muito feliz do pessoal de Israel, as pessoas de Israel, ter mandado mensagens agradecendo. Hoje eu tenho vontade agora de ir em Israel conhecer, eu já tinha vontade e agora pretendo ir em Israel quando tudo estiver mais calmo, porque gostei muito do povo de lá, são pessoas que falaram muitas mensagens boas para mim, muita coisa legal.
I didn't imagine that it would get this repercussion. I was surprised. My intention was merely to show support. So I got really happy with all the love that I got. You know, those are good people. And I want, hopefully, I never been there, but I want to hopefully go to Israel and see the land and meet those people because those are good people.
And I think a teammate or friend of yours named Shimon Smotritsky posted a conversation that I think was between you two about you asking him and telling him that you would do this. I just wanted to confirm, did this actually happen? Is this what led, like, did you see things online and you reached out to him and this is why you decided to do it?
Ele disse que viu umas mensagens, acho que de um amigo seu, que postou na internet uma conversa sua com ele, falando sobre a questão do que estava acontecendo, da guerra, e ele quer saber se isso é verdade, isso realmente aconteceu. E foi isso que te motivou a aparecer com a bandeira.
Não, esse cara é um parceiro meu de treino, treina junto comigo, é o meu amigo. E eu sei que ele é de Israel, é um dos amigos que eu tenho de Israel. E aí eu mandei mensagem para ele para ver se ele tinha bandeira, né? Porque foi ele que me arrumou a bandeira, conseguiu a bandeira para mim. Então, é um amigo que eu tenho de treino.
Yeah, this is a teammate I have. I know he's from Israel, and I sent him a message because he was the one that had the flag, and he helped me get it because I didn't have one. So yeah, that's why the conversation that you saw.
What is the People's Farm? On his shirt, it says the People's Farm. What is that? He's wearing a shirt that says the People's Farm.
Ele está perguntando sobre essa sua camiseta. Tá falando da People's Farm. Qual que é o significado?
The People's Farm é meu patrocinador e a Casa do Fazendeiro também são meus patrocinadores, são meus 2 patrocinadores que eu tenho, que me apoiou aí, porque eu estava 1 ano e meio sem lutar, e se não fosse eles, e também a MP Flo também, que é uma outra empresa que eu tenho também, então se não fosse esses meus patrocinadores que não tivessem me ajudado aí durante 1 ano e meio que eu não estava lutando, então eu só tenho gratidão por esses 2 patrocinadores, e só gratidão.
This is my sponsor. I spent over a year without fighting. If it wasn't for them, I don't even know how, I would be here. So I'm very thankful to them, few sponsors that I have.
Okay. Well, welcome back, Michel. I'm glad it all worked out for you at 185. Tremendous performance. I don't think you should ever consider going back to 170. Don't put your body through that. And I hope you get a fight soon. And I just want to say, I'm not trying to editorialize too much, but thank you, obrigado, for what you did. It meant a lot to a lot of people, including myself.
Entendeu? Ele falou parabéns de novo pela sua luta. Não volte a lutar na categoria abaixo, está muito bem nessa. Não precisa fazer nada com seu corpo, né? Que vai te colocar numa situação complicada. E ele também está falando muito obrigado pelo que você fez, esse gesto de entrar com a bandeira. Ele aprecia.
Eu que agradeço aí pela oportunidade. É sempre bom aqui bater esse papo com você. Obrigado pela oportunidade e espero vir mais vezes aí, sempre com vitória. Obrigado aí.
Thank you for the opportunity. It's always good to be here, and I hope to be back always with a victory.
Nice. Thank you so much. Obrigado, Luciano. You stay there, but Michel, thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon. All the best.
Thank you, my friend.
Okay, there he is, Michel Pereira. Wow, that was incredible. That was the best one. I think that was the best. That was better than the first
I
chart.
got lost twice there. I was like, what was it again?
No, you nailed that one. You see, the second time you weren't writing a lot. This time you were scribbling away. I mean, you were like a pro. You were like one of those people on the tour.
I don't know how these people do it.
You killed it. That was the best one by far. You feel good about it?
Nah.
You didn't like it?
Okay, I'm sure. Did you see it? So I know what it was. I was talking. I mean, I was like taking notes, and then one of the lights went off.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Well, for some reason you you put yourself in like a dark cave for some reason. What's with the lighting over there?
It's because I live in California. It's super sunny now, and I have a window here and a window there. And if I don't close the black house, I just can't see anything.
Oh, okay. So. The window is in back of the computer?
Yeah, there's a window here, and this you asked this before. You thought it was a TV.
But I think the window would give you some natural light in there, so it doesn't look like you're in a basement.
So strong, like I can't see.
Okay, I understand. Well, I thought you nailed it. I thought that was your best work to date. Really, I don't think you should be so hard on yourself. And I think
yeah, that's just your strategy to make me come back.
No, I'm being honest. I mean.
You wouldn't be free tomorrow around this time to translate, would you?
Well, they said, it's not like I'm forcing it, but they said he didn't have a translator. So I'm like, I know someone that could help out.
I feel like he was understanding everything you were saying.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
You think? I think maybe they just don't feel comfortable like fully expressing themselves, so they want the.
I think they understand better than they speak.
Okay,
maybe.
interesting. All right, well that worked out. Thank you for
Speaking when you're being recorded
Sure.
in live. It's different. If you're having a conversation with somebody, that's fine. Who cares, right? But this is just it's there. It's out now. It's on YouTube.
right
So
live.
you can see.
A lot of
Yeah.
pressure. Biggest show on the planet. I mean, there's all these eyeballs. Are you going to Abu Dhabi?
No,
No.
I'm going to São Paulo.
Sao Paulo. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's the following. No, that's in 2 weeks. November 4 or something, right?
Yeah, correct. Mm-hmm.
Back in Brazil.
Yeah, back in Brazil. I haven't been in a while.
You didn't go to the one in January?
Yeah, no, I did that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you like the ones in
Yeah.
Brazil, or do you feel like it's too much pressure because you're Brazilian and now you have to be super nice to everyone? And
I don't think there's pressure. I just
Okay.
feel like I need to be in better shape.
okay, all right. Well, I appreciate that. I mean, it's tough. We can hide, under baggy clothes. You can't.
I can't exactly. It's the worst.
What do you
I'm like,
do?
We still have like leggings sometimes.
What's the secret?
Do I do?
Yeah.
I just walk around.
Okay.
I'm like, she's not even cute. She's not even there. She's too thin, or she's too curvy, or she's too this, too that. Okay, I mean,
Who cares? Who cares?
please everybody. You're not a good translator.
No, not a good translator. Trust me, I got a lot of hatred this weekend as well from my commentary. Did you watch the boxing Logan Paul, Dylan Dennis? Did you watch any of that?
No, but I did see your reaction.
To which one? Oh, when I almost got hit?
They were throwing balls. I don't know who started. But
yeah.
It was hilarious.
Well, you thought it was. I didn't want to get hit. I got the moneymaker. I can't get hit in the face with a bottle.
Yeah.
Cut him open.
It was so funny to watch.
Okay, wow. You didn't watch the fight. You weren't interested?
Nah.
Thought maybe you.
I mean, yeah.
Can't be bothered.
I didn't want to pay for it.
What's that?
Didn't want to pay for it.
You didn't want to pay for it. I thought maybe you'd support your friend. He's working in the broadcast. You pay for it.
Well, how many shows do you have?
Well, it was a big one.
It
was a big one. It was a big one. But that's okay. That's all right. Well, thank you for doing this. Appreciate it.
Of course.
I really do think it was your best one. It was your best one. So I hope you get that kind of love in the comments. I hope people are very nice to you. And I think the writing was the big. And then when it started to get serious with the Israel stuff, you really nailed it. I thought you really upped your game.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was intense.
So can't
No, you were good. You were good. Thank you so much, Luciana, especially on short notice. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Okay. There she is. Thank you. We'll talk to you soon. The great Luciana, our translator / interpreter. Someone said, don't call it a translator. It's an interpreter. That's the job. So there you have it. And interesting stuff from Michel calling Wonderboy a coward. Jeez Louise. That was interesting stuff. All right. Appreciate both of their times. Appreciate them coming on. Is that the right thing to say? Both of their times?
Yep.
Is it? All right.
It's been said.
And we're going to talk to the boys here in a second as we round third on the program. But first, a quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. Of course, we love DraftKings Sportsbook. And of course, the big one this weekend is UFC 294. Yes, back in Abu Dhabi, their yearly October date it has become. It's the rematch for the lightweight title. It was supposed to be a different kind of rematch. Now it's the one that we weren't expecting. It's Islam Makhachev defending his 155-pound title against Alex Volkanovski. Can I say, more interested and excited for this fight than I was the Charles rematch? Frank, agree or disagree?
Absolutely agree.
Yeah, I just think the other one was so much closer. The first one, if you compare the first fights, Islam and Alex was way closer than Charles and Islam. So I can't wait for it. It's this Saturday in Abu Dhabi, UFC 294, Islam Makhachev defending his title against the featherweight champion moving up to 155, Alexander the Great Volkanovski of Australia. And of course, the new co-main event, Kamaru Usman going up against Khamzat Chimaev at 185 pounds. No matter who you've got, DraftKings Sportsbook is bringing epic action to you. New customers can bet just $5 to land 200 instantly in bonus bets. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. So what are you waiting for? Download the app right now. Use the code DMMAHour. New customers can bet just $5 to get 200 instantly in bonus bets. That's code DMMAHour only on DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. The crown is yours. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit www.100gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPENY. Wire text HOPENY. That's 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino Resorts, licensee partner Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, Louisiana, 21 and older, age varies by jurisdiction, born in Ontario, bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/MMA terms for eligibility and deposit restrictions, terms, and responsible gaming research. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much to DraftKings Sportsbook. Appreciate their support. As always, gentlemen, how did you do as far as the bets are concerned?
I mean, I actually had nothing to do with it. I mean, my pick fell out on Friday, but we can show the graphic. Parlay Boys
Would you
just
look at
keep
that?
rolling right along. Is that three? Is that three straight now?
I think it's two. Is it three?
I think it's three.
I meant two with us in the green.
Yes, we are now deeper into the green, now up over 3 units all time. Closing that gap on getting back to 500, 24 and 33. I mean, Giuliano's been a fantastic addition to
Killing
the
it.
crew. Yeah, I mean, what else do you want us to
So
say?
I'll be honest with you, my eyesight is horrendous. I guess I can look at the stream. I can't see. Oh, why did yours? Oh, your fight got canceled.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Canceled on Friday.
I can't see. What color is that? Is that pink?
White.
That's white?
Gray. No, that's gray.
McKinney killed it. Quick
Killed
win
it.
for him.
Quick one.
Could see him back on track. Gutierrez, solid win. Isn't it amazing that Chris Gutierrez beat Frankie Edgar at MSG, and it feels like that win did very little for him?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, kind of does. But he's looked good of late.
Yeah, and Jennifer Maya, Viviana Araujo, over 2.5. Well done, guys. Well done.
You're always welcome back.
No, I'm good. What do you need me for?
Feel free to hop in.
What do you need me for?
We celebrate together.
No, we do a 5-person parlay? No one needs that.
We could just have you part of the team.
Nah, you're killing it. What about the rest of the picks?
Yeah, let's dive right in. Apex 81 and the Prime card. Singles, we get Chris Gutierrez, as you mentioned. Solid win. And, Tommy Fury versus KSI. Took that one to go to a decision. Tommy Fury had me shook all week the way he was talking, but alas, didn't get the finish.
No.
I took the over 2.5 in Pereira Petrosky. That did not work out for me at all. And then I took Sadiq and Barboza under 3.5. That one hurt. That was a bad beat.
By the way, should the books consider the Tommy fight a loss because he said if it goes the distance, it's a loss, or is that no?
Right?
Okay.
My question is, he stared into the camera with crazy eyes, saying that he was going to kill someone, and then he actually meant he was going to clinch with them.
Yeah, a lot of clinching.
No. According to the internet, KSI did all the clinching. It was nothing to do with.
Dylan Danis, I took Dylan Danis by decision. Another bad beat. I felt like he could have gotten it on the scorecards, but unfortunately got DQ'd. I felt good. I had him up looking like 4 rounds to 2 going into the cards. So it's unfortunate. I felt like I made a good bet, but unfortunately we didn't even get to hear the scorecards. So yeah, that one hurt.
Yeah. Do you think that there was some dissension within the scorecards, or do you think it would have been 6-0?
Oh yeah, if we're actually being serious, yeah, that was a 6-0 clean sweep for Logan. That one, it took me about 20 seconds before I was like, oh yep, that one's not hitting.
No,
I put a very small amount of money on it though.
It was really weird that the security guard kept going in the ring. How is that even possible?
Yeah, why did he come in so fast?
I don't know.
It's just like boxing, and he was trying to go after and
fight.
Swing on him.
Did he think that they weren't supposed to fight? What was he trying to break up?
I don't know, but I'm glad he did because we got that picture of Dylan in throwing the huge overhand right.
Yes,
he's a full 3 feet away from the security guard. The parlays hit them both. Unfortunately, lost the Charez fight, so payout was much less for that one. But we do go 2-0 there. Another winning week, man. So I've lost count at this point. It's either 13 of 15 or 12 of 14 winning weeks. I mean, we've really had a nice second half of the year started. At the very beginning of July, International Fight Week started this trend. So hopefully we can keep it going on to 294. Get a couple units back. Would have been a lot nicer if we'd gotten that under 3.5 in the main event of UFC. But you live and you learn. Always variance. Hopefully we'll get some good luck this coming week.
So close to 100.
So close. I hope this is not the closest we ever get. It'll be a big monkey off my back, a big accomplishment for me if we can get to 100 units all time.
Oh yeah.
It kind of feels like I get my stamp, my like this guy can really do it. He can hang with the best of them. So I mean, we're like one good week away, like a really good week.
Perhaps this weekend. This is it.
Come in.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Did Frank just say come in?
Oh, it's a reflex.
Yeah.
Oh.
How's he so quick with this stuff? I was hoping that we'd keep the gag up of you changing outfits throughout the whole show. That was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I can only have so many Man City and Menu things. I should have brought the David Beckham jersey. No love on the Oasis shirt though.
No, the Oasis. So, did you buy it from there?
No. I actually didn't see an Oasis merch there, but yeah, had to show some love, become a big fan, watch the doc. Liam, Noel, some great songs. Shout out.
You got a lot of love for the Beckham shirt. A lot of people asked me how you even got it.
It's a quality kit, I have to say. Quality kit.
Yeah. Speaking of kits, shout out to our good friends over at Classic Football Shirts.
Yeah.
They treated us well over there.
Sick store.
Got my son it wasn't really classic, but a Jude Bellingham Real Madrid jersey, but some of the classic ones that they had there, like they had a Pep Guardiola player jersey over there and some old school. There was one that you liked, right? What was the one that you liked? A really random one.
Oh, Venetia.
Yeah, because it was gold.
Yeah, that gold one. That one is sick. Didn't have it in my size, but that's a good jersey right there. Yeah, they had a ton of stuff. I mean, just racks and racks and racks of old jerseys. That whole
so
Man
cool.
City section, whole Man U section. When we were in there, they had like the old school David Beckham, and you were like, "Oh, you're gonna get something?" I was like,
"You had it planned."
Might already have something up the old sleeve.
And I do want to give a shout out also to there's a coffee shop right next door to it called Pot Kettle Black, right?
Oh yeah,
is that what it's called? Yeah. And on Thursday, when I was really struggling with the voice, I went there and I asked for hot water with lemon and honey because I've used that in the past and I'm told it helps. And there was a woman working behind the counter. Do you call them barista? I don't know if they call them barista over there. But nevertheless, she gave me something that I've never had before. It was hot water with it wasn't honey. It wasn't until it wasn't honey. It was like guava. Is it guava? Not guava. Guava's a fruit, right?
Yeah.
It's a different kind of. It's like honey, but it's not honey. Something with a G. Not
agave.
Water. Agave.
There we go.
Thank you, Rick.
Good shout, Rick. Good shout.
But instead of, I usually do lemon and I squeeze the lemon. Instead of doing the lemon, she peeled the lemon and just put the lemon skin in there.
Wow. Yeah. Lemon peel.
Lemon peel. And she said, "This is what my grandmother used to make for me." And I got two, and then the next day I went back and got two, and she refused to charge me for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
She's like, "It's just hot water with," but I'm like, it's your agave, it's your, and I was really touched by that. So I want to give a shout out to Pot Kettle Black. And I don't know that woman's name, but she was incredibly kind. It made me feel really nice inside.
I have to say, everyone in Manchester
They were amazing.
Incredibly kind. I mean, I was running around town looking for a headphone jack on Wednesday, and I went to the mall, the Arndale right next to us.
Mm-hmm.
First store I go to, they're like, no, we don't have that here. But if you go check that store, I'm pretty sure they have it. Like, you should go to this place. They all gave me directions. And next door did the same thing. Next door did the same thing. Unfortunately, none of them have it. But it felt like they all, like, genuinely were trying to help me find this thing.
So we've talked a lot about Saturday. I don't think there's much more to say unless you guys have other things to say.
No love for the R store, huh?
The what?
The R
the R store was great. Yeah. Got some great stuff there.
And then last but not least, I just have to, the Mysterios met. backstage. I mean, we undersold that. I mean, there they are, baby.
Wow, that's
Look
right.
at them.
How did
Frankie
we
Mysterio and Rey Mysterio.
Yeah, did you tell him?
No.
You didn't tell. You know what? I kind of blew that.
You could just tell.
Hey,
he was whispering to me, and he was like, "Do you want a photo?"
Wow.
Like, absolutely, Mr. Mysterio.
What a mensch Ray is, huh?
Yeah,
mensch is an understatement.
Such a nice guy.
Such a nice
freaking
guy.
legend.
Whole team that came in today.
Yes. Greg. Shout out to Greg at WWE.
Greg, big Jedi Goodman fan.
Yes. Who would have thought? Yeah. I mean, people don't realize how connected Jedi is. He's very connected on the streets. Okay, so we've talked about Saturday. Two of the things I wanted to mention, it flew under the radar because Wednesday was a crazy day because we had the Volk situation, we had the Usman situation. There's a ton of other stuff going on, obviously in Manchester, this fight. But don't sleep on this Saudi Arabia UFC thing. This is the thing that the PFL had in their back pocket that was differentiating them. This was the $100 million influx of money that they had. And now the UFC just casually drops this, this little nugget that they're going to do a show March 2nd in Saudi Arabia as part of Riyadh season, which of course is being kicked off by the Francis Ngannou versus Tyson Fury fight. That's a huge deal. And a lot of people thought, their UFC is aligned with Saudi Arabia, with Abu Dhabi, so they're not going to be with Saudi Arabia. Clearly not an issue. There's an event coming up, I'm told not an issue. That's a really, really big deal. Obviously, WWE has a relationship with them. I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but that's a huge thing. And the thing you need to recognize is they didn't announce that it would be a pay-per-view. Maybe that changes. But if you know anything about the way they have, had this relationship with WWE, they want big names. There's the pay-per-view, Crown Jewel pay-per-view, but they always bring back big stars. This won't be, in my opinion, a regular fight night. This isn't an Apex level fight night. This is a top tier. I wouldn't even be surprised if there's a title fight on this card, to be honest, because they pay a lot and I think they want a certain standard and I think they will get that. So keep an eye out on that date. The first half of 2024 is going to be really interesting as we gear up for UFC 300. But this event, too, I think is going to be really interesting to see what kind of a card they build, what are the names and the quality of the card. So that is a massive piece of news. And honestly, of all, like the Volkanovski news and the Usman news, those are big. But like by a month from now, they will be forgotten for the John Jones fight against Stipe Miocic. The USADA news is big, and I want to say something about that in a moment. But the Saudi news is the one that, to me, is actually the biggest, believe it or not. By the way, speaking of John Jones, cool to see him send a tweet to Israel Adesanya and wish him the best. Nice to see where their relationship is now after some ugly words over the years. And I think I've exemplified that as well. We squashed the beef with Darren Till. We squashed the beef with the Schmo. And even the coach and I had a handshake and a smile. And I think we've squashed whatever beef. I don't even know what that beef was all about. But who would have thought? All in one fell swoop. So that was nice to see. A beef has not been squashed between the UFC and USADA. In fact, it has been created. We didn't know that one existed until last Wednesday. There were some hints with Dana White saying, who cares about what they have to say and whatnot. You didn't think that would sit well. But as GC and I were enjoying our Nando's on Wednesday night, I get this email from USADA, which I think was just mind-blowing. Scathing is how I called it. Today's announcement regarding... sorry. I'm reading the wrong one. How did I screw this up? I had it ready. Here it is. This is how the press release started. Quote, we can confirm that Conor McGregor has re-entered the USADA testing pool as of Sunday, October 8th, 2023. We have been clear and firm with the UFC that there should be no exception given by the UFC for McGregor to fight until he has returned 2 negative tests and been in the pool for at least 6 months. The rules also allow USADA to keep someone in the testing pool longer before competing based on their declarations upon entry in the pool and testing results. Unfortunately, we do not currently know whether the UFC will ultimately honor the 6-month or longer requirement because as of January 1st, 2024, USADA will no longer be involved with the UFC anti-doping program. Despite a positive and productive meeting about a contract renewal in May of 2023, the UFC did an about-face and informed USADA on Monday, October 9th, that it was going in a different direction. Like just that paragraph alone, there's a lot there. Unfortunately, despite a positive and productive meeting, did an about-face. Like there's a lot there. It continues. We are disappointed for UFC athletes who are independent contractors who rely on our independent gold standard global program to protect their rights to a clean, safe, and fair octagon. Independent contractors line cuts a little deep too. The UFC's move imperils the immense progress made within the sport under USADA's leadership, which dates back to 2015. The relationship between USADA and UFC became untenable given the statements made by UFC leaders. They don't mention Dana White, but one suspects that's what they're referring to, and others questioning USADA's principled stance that McGregor not be allowed to fight without being in the testing pool for at least 6 months. One UFC commentator echoed this recently, declaring that USADA should not oversee the UFC program since we held firm to the 6-month rule, involving McGregor, and since we do not allow fighters without an approved medical basis to use performance-enhancing drugs like experimental, unapproved peptides or testosterone for healing or injuries simply to get back in the octagon. By the way, is that commentator Joe Rogan?
I'm going to assume yes.
Okay. I thought it was maybe Brendan Fitzgerald since he was tweeting a lot about this. I didn't know. And I'm not like being funny here, but he was tweeting a lot about it, so I didn't know if he was talking about it too. But you think it's Joe?
Yeah, I think it's safe to say.
It concludes with fighters' long-term health and safety, in addition to a fair and level playing field, are more important to USADA than short-term profits at the expense of clean athletes. USADA is proud of the work we've done over the past 8 years to clean up the UFC, and we will continue to provide our unparalleled service to UFC athletes through the remainder of our current contract, which ends on December 31st, 2023. As always, we will continue to uphold the rights and voices of clean athletes in all the sport. So, wow, I saw that and I was like, holy smokes, the UFC and USADA, I mean, like, that's a huge piece of news because, I mean, we've been told for the last 8 years it's the best in the business. It's all this other stuff, and USADA has this reputation. Now, it's always going to be a little bit weird because UFC was paying USADA, so it's not fully independent. They are an independent entity, but it was never fully independent because ultimately the check was being cut by the UFC. But, you know, they did step in, UFC 200, all that stuff. Those big, you know, reveals, if you will, or positive tests, they were fewer and far between. But one of the big stories was over the years, you know, the fighters complaining about them showing up at 6 a.m. or as Volk is trying to sleep in Abu Dhabi, he's jet lagged and all that stuff. And so there was some, you know, criticism. My biggest criticism of it wasn't that, you know, there shouldn't be a clean sport. I know some people like to take that stance, let them use whatever they want, all this. I don't agree with that. But I don't like the fact that the fighters don't get a say in the matter. Again, independent contractors, right? Well, an independent contractor is also someone who I call to my house if my garage is broken. I can't tell that person what to wear. I can't tell that person where to be 24/7. I can't check in on them. They're independent contractors. They could do whatever they want once the job is done. However, UFC fighters have to update an app 24/7, 365 to tell USADA where they are because they need to be able to show up to wherever they are to drug test them. And if they're not where they are or where they're supposed to be, and USADA comes 3 times and they're not there, that can lead to a suspension. So if they go to Cabo on vacation and don't put that in the app and the UFC shows up to their house in St. Louis, that's 1 strike. And 3 of those strikes leads to a suspension. What? UFC employees don't even have to do that. But UFC fighters have to do that. The independent contractors have to do that, and the employees don't. Think about that for a second. Now, ultimately, if that's what they want, great. If it's a year-round sport, great. But think about the fact that most fighters are fighting 3 times max a year, most on average, and they have to be subjected to this 24/7, 365. Okay, if you want that, great. But ultimately, this has to be something that needs to be collectively bargained, in my opinion, by the fighters. And what do I mean by that? Obviously, there's no collective bargaining agreement meaning there's no system in place where there's a head of the Fighters Association who sits down with the UFC and goes through these things. But imagine, just like they did with the uniform, they spring this upon the fighters and they have no say in the matter. So there is drug testing in the NHL, in the NBA, in the NFL, and Major League Baseball, but that is collectively bargained. There is a collective voice. They come to an agreement and they say, okay, you can test us X amount of times, or during these months, or during this time period. This is all part of the discussion. The fighters have zero say in all of this. Zero. Absolutely none. And so that has always been crazy to me. And now that there's this transition, they have an opportunity to say, all right, we want a drug-free sport as well, but can we have a say? Does it have to be 24/7, 365? Does it have to be this thing where if I don't update an app 24/7, 365, like you come to my house and I'm not there, you're gonna give me a strike? Does it have to be a thing where, sleep is imperative, but you come to my house at 6 a.m. and wake up my family? Like, does it have to be this way? Or could we talk about it? Could we have some kind of discussion? The next day, Jeff Nowitzki and Hunter Campbell of the UFC had this press conference, which, they're trying to defend themselves. I get it. I think they didn't like the way, Conor was used. It's a hot topic. They made it seem like Conor was like in a corner crying. I don't think he cares about this press release. I don't think he's bothered one bit. But I think that that he was so upset, that he was so offended. I don't really think that's the case. But that's the way they spun it. I did think it was interesting that they had been telling us for 8 years that they're like this beacon of integrity and all this stuff, and then they come out with all these things in this very stern voice as to the bad things that they've done, and why now we should think that they're scumbags. But what they also announced was that the UFC is, according to this, I'm reading it from this Associated Press article that came out on October 12th, which is Thursday at 9:01 p.m. Eastern Time. The UFC is moving on from the United States Anti-Doping Agency, and it's creating its own drug testing program in a feud that involves former champion Conor McGregor. The Mixed Martial Arts Organization also sent a legal letter to USADA to demand a retraction and apology for a statement it issued on Wednesday, which is the one I just read to you, regarding the end of its deal with the UFC. In a statement to the Associated Press, USADA CEO Travis Tigert said, "We stand by our statement and our credibility. Drug-Free Sport International will be in charge of the collection process under the new program that begins in January when the UFC's deal with USADA ends." Former FBI special agent George Pirro, best known for interrogating former Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein, will be in charge of the new program. Quote, "You identify people and entities in this space that can make something that is already working well and you make them better," said Jeff Nowitzki, UFC Senior Vice President of Athlete Health and Performance. "You learn that USADA is not the only player in this space and that a combination of other entities and individuals can actually make your program stronger and better. That's exactly what's happening right now with our program." USADA announced Wednesday it is severing its 8-year relationship with the UFC over a dispute regarding McGregor. UFC officials said in a news conference Thursday the organization informed USADA on Monday was ending the relationship. "I think it's a self-preservation tactic," Hunter Campbell, UFC Executive Vice President and Chief Business Officer, said of USADA's announcement. "I think it will ultimately fail." It was so interesting to see the UFC in this position, if only because they have done this time and again, trying to get ahead of news, trying to spin the narrative. And now someone who, let's be honest, we didn't expect this from the USADA entity. Now they did it to them, and you saw how mad it made them. Golly, they were fired up. Tiger acknowledged in the Wednesday statement that the UFC told his organization on Monday was leaving, but said the two organizations may had a positive and productive meeting about a contract renewal. And then there's more. A letter from the Las Vegas law firm, Campbell & Williams, which is Hunter Campbell's family, said Tiger's statement included several false and highly misleading representations. The letter also said it appeared to be the first time USADA has publicly announced an athlete's entry into the testing program. I know they've acknowledged it. I don't know if that's, right or wrong, personally. McGregor's fulfilled every obligation under the rules that has been asked of him and gets rewarded with that garbage statement that came out earlier this week. It's really unfair. I don't know. I think they're protecting their guy, and they were upset that they came out with it first. I don't think that USADA ever accused Conor of taking any sort of PED. I think they were just trying to protect themselves as an entity, as flawed as it may be, and let everyone know that there will be no exemptions given like there had been in the past with the likes of Brock Lesnar. Lastly, Nowitzki says, in fact, we see from time to time that USADA has contracted out with drug-free sport and the collection network of over 5,000 strong international collectors. They test in over 100 countries. They collect over 200,000 samples annually. So for a sport with over 650 athletes in over 50 countries, they fit us perfectly. Great. And I'm happy about that. It did come out that George Piro, who appears to be, someone that everyone can trust. I don't know him personally. I would be lying if I said I had ever heard of him. Obviously, I know about the Saddam Hussein situation, and it's pretty incredible that he was the guy interrogating him. But it did come out that George Piro is someone who has trained at ATT. So, like, they put on this thing that, you can never even question his, stance, integrity, bias. It's like, training at ATT, I mean, those are your friends, right? Those are your friends. So I believe actually his Instagram is George_Piro_BJJ. And his second picture is him training at ATT. His fifth picture is him training at ATT. His seventh picture is him training at ATT. His 10th picture is him training at ATT with Magomed Umalatov. There's an inherent conflict of interest right there. I know Umalatov is a PFL fighter, but there's plenty of ATT fighters in the UFC. So this is going to be interesting. And like I said, if anyone's getting paid by the entity, doesn't matter. You can't fully be independent if you're being paid by the entity. You're just not. Now, do they deserve a lot of credit because they're the only promotion that does it? Yes, of course. And that's what they'll tell you, and they deserve that credit. Bellator doesn't have a drug testing system in place. Neither does PFL. Neither does Top Rank or Matchroom or anyone else under the sun. It doesn't exist. And so they deserve a lot of credit for that, even if there are conflicts of interest. Let's not get this twisted. The only reason why I bring this up at the end of the day is there's a moment in time right now where the fighters could say, all right, you want to do this? Well, we're in a transition period. Let us have a voice. Is it going to happen? No, it's not going to happen. I'd be shocked if it did. I would be shocked if it did. And ultimately, am I rooting for it? No. I'm just telling you what I think is going on here and what could happen if the fighters recognize the situation. But they are in a position where they don't say much for whatever reason, and they're probably going to accept this just like they accept the fact that, they have to wear uniforms, they don't get a cut of the TV deals, they don't get a cut of the sponsors on the mat, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But to me, the biggest inconvenience of them all is this drug testing situation. Why they wouldn't want to speak up to make this at least as comfortable as possible is beyond me. But they're the ones that are going to have to deal with it. And so it's going to be interesting to see what happens in this new era come January 1st. Will there be a 6-month period? Will they allow fighters to take PEDs and of some kind just to recuperate, right? This is something that's been brought up. These rules that we have been kind of beholden to when talking about these situations, it's all out the window now. It's a whole new era. Now, people are joking that, this guy and that guy are going to come back. I think that the UFC was always going to have something in place, but it's going to be very interesting to see if the fighters do say anything. Does George Piro still train at ATT in the midst of all of this? Feels like a bit of a conflict. What exactly is drug-free sport and how stringent are they going to be? And what does USADA do? Do they just, move on from the sport of MMA, or do they team up with someone else? Who knows? So a very fascinating story to monitor, and another crazy stretch in the history of the sport. New York Creek, you have any thoughts on any of this before we go? I know I spoke a little bit long there, but I just wanted to throw it to you if you had anything you wanted to say.
No, I thought you summed it up quite nicely. The one part I disagree with is I thought USADA pretty flagrantly and intentionally went at Conor McGregor there. And I think the UFC's response.
You thought it was unfair?
Yeah, I mean, you said they didn't essentially try to convince anybody that he was using PEDs, but they definitely alluded to like the connection of his name to, like these could have been two separate things, right? Conor McGregor's entry into the pool, and we are no
two
longer
separate press
in a
releases.
relationship. Yeah, like
Yeah.
they made
that
some
is fair.
clear allusions to the idea that rules were trying to be skirted, and according to Hunter Campbell, there was never any intention of that. Now we're getting this from the two separate sides, and they each have their own agendas at this point in the game. But the moment I finished reading that, I thought that Conor McGregor got an unfair shake there.
Okay, that is totally fair. Is it possible that just because he was such a big story and this has been such a long saga that it like put this massive spotlight
again
on the relationship?
Two separate releases, right?
But
Conor McGregor.
But also, is it possible that the McGregor situation is what led to the end of the relationship?
100% it is.
Right.
But now you're making either an explicit admission that it is, which they are not doing here, right? They're making allusions to things. They're kind of talking around things, or nothing happened. And according to Hunter Campbell, they never suggested that Conor McGregor would not do the 6 months, which seems to be alluded to in the press release, right? Like, point one, sentence one, Conor McGregor is back in the testing pool. Sentence two, we would never compromise our integrity and allow somebody to get back in the pool early. Like, if those two things are not related, you didn't do a very good job of clarifying that and clearing that up. So if you are to believe what Hunter Campbell then said later, that there was no request for special privileges related to Conor McGregor, then that would imply that USADA was pretty reckless in saying that. Again, we're hearing from two sides that are at each other's throats at the moment.
The
and
truth
we need
is
to
probably
kind of,
somewhere in the middle.
We need to know what the real situation is. And also, it seemed like Hunter Campbell demanded that retraction, right? And
they did not.
It's come and gone, and we don't know what
all they said was we stand by it.
Yeah.
That's all they said is we stand by it. Dana White did say in that interview, I think with Aaron Bronstetter, right? Who cares about what they have to say? And then I think he did the like I was taken out of context thing, right?
Yeah, I don't recall if it was Aaron. It was definitely during one of those like media rounds that he does before an event. So it's very likely.
I think it was with Aaron.
It could have been with
it doesn't
Aaron.
matter.
I don't remember off the top. But yes, he did say essentially he dismissed USADA's influence on what would happen there.
That's pretty damning coming from him, right?
Sure.
At the time, we're like, holy shit! Like, imagine what Travis Tigard thinks when he hears that from Dana White.
Yeah, and many people picked up on that, and then Dana White kind of tried to move that aside, push that aside, and kind of cool the tensions there, at least publicly. But now we see that the relationship was fractured.
It's hard to do this in-house. It's.
But the alternative is what? Like
no, there isn't. Like look, WWE has been trying to do this for years too, and they get accused of things as well. Like it's just ultimately the intentions are there, but ultimately it's a promotional company, right? And it's just tough. It's tough. Like you think UFC. Think about like what UFC 200.
So how long have we talked about Dana White passing the buck on the idea like the commission regulates us, right?
Yeah.
Like if they leave it to commission testing, I think that opens more of a can of worms. I will admit, I was actually more shocked to see that they were installing another independent body and one that seems to have stricter guidelines potentially in terms of what they're talking about doing.
But what about this training at ATT thing? That's weird, no?
Yes, but how often have we heard when it comes to fighter relations issues, how often have we heard they don't know what we're going through? There's somebody now who's at least in a gym, right? Now, is it a potential conflict related to teammates of this person? There's no doubt. I recognize that and acknowledge that. But the best that could be safeguarded against is to make sure that he's not involved in direct handling of those cases or whatever. However that needs to be handled. I don't think that there's a way that you can come away with somebody who's going to have no associations or no involvement or whatever, unless it is a completely independent body. And the commissions do not seem to care about that part of the equation to any degree other than doing the minimal testing that they already do. So the UFC seems to be, look, we can assume things, we can speculate, we can do whatever we need to do. And I think that is deserved. I think there's a rightful skepticism around this. Who's more of a skeptic than me? I've proven my track record. But I do think that the UFC is giving a good faith effort here and trying to do this properly. And until proven otherwise, I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. Now, when we see certain things playing out that might be different than how it played out under USADA, I think it'd be right to raise an eyebrow and inquire, and let's see the level of transparency that we see as the system is put in place. Beyond that, I think you raised the most important point, which is who's appointing George Piro? Like, is that the fighters didn't get to choose that? Who is determining the rules and regulations of this policy? The fighters didn't get to choose that. Now, maybe down the line, there will be a meeting of the minds where the UFC and the fighters come together and there is influence that the fighters can have on that. And I would like to believe that that's possible, and I'd like to think that that happens. But until then, the fighters not having say in what was just proven to be maybe a clumsy and inefficient method of adjusting their schedules and all these things that we saw, and the reason that the UFC is presenting for why they are no longer working with USADA, you would think that the lesson from that would be, well, let's get the fighters involved in figuring out this policy and this plan and how to best do it. It doesn't seem like that has been done now. Maybe that is done on the fly. Maybe that is how the system is improved. But until then, I don't know that there will be a perfect answer.
Yeah. Well said. Well said, New York Rick.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. All right. Now I'm seeing that our friends over at Happy Punch are reporting that the pay-per-view on Saturday. Did you see this?
Yeah.
They're reporting that at one point.
Yeah, Rick
Sure.
Rick says farce.
I say, okay, like, show me, prove it.
Yeah. I'm just, the only thing I was going to say was, like, if we keep sitting here, more news is going to come out, and I'm very tired, so I'm just going to get the hell out.
I just said I was a skeptic, right?
Yes.
I'm not buying it. Show me.
Wait, you're saying Happy Punch is not? You're saying Happy Punch is not a good source?
I want to see the work. Show me your work.
I mean, it has to come from DAZN or something.
I mean, they sold out of pay-per-views.
They did sell out. Also,
that's right, Casey. I said that. I forgot about that.
Also, ESPN Plus. It was on ESPN Plus.
That's true.
Which I feel like kind of flew under the radar.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't think many people knew that it was
on ESPN
Plus. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Did you guys see when they announced me and I came out like Scott Hall? I feel like that he can get a lot of play. I thought Jedi was going to cut that. Someone was going to cut that for me. No one.
I saw it. I saw it. The problem was the cameraman botched it, or the director botched it because the angle sucked. The angle didn't capture.
Did you realize that there was 21,000 people there, and they're like, and we've got Ariel Helwani here. I'm like, what? What is going on? And there's a big video board with my face. I mean, it's pretty much the closest I'll ever get to a pro wrestling entrance.
You're top billing, right? Everybody gets introduced, and then you pop out.
How could I hate crossover boxing? I mean, how could you hate it?
Okay, but there's something important that I need to ask you about.
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with Chris Eubank
about the fight?
About how he's got somebody here.
I said
who says it's the biggest fight in combat sports. Right?
I did. I said, mate, we're buzzing over here for this. All right.
Okay. Wait.
Well,
that's what you said?
As a collective, I didn't want to put you on the island. I said we're buzzing over here. He actually flew in like 2 hours before from Abu Dhabi. First, we talked about him being annoyed when he was on the show, and that I had to. And he went on and on about he was having a nice dinner, and there were a lot of nice people there, nice looking people, and he had to step outside to do some interview at 11 p.m. or whatever it was over there with some jabroni that he's never heard of. And I'm like, but I think I won you over. We had a nice chat. Yeah, it was a nice chat. But he's sitting there. He's got a perfect hairline, perfect beard. And then I said, we're buzzing. I tried to get the scoop. He wasn't really giving. But I did see him talk with Eddie. So, that's interesting because,
Yeah, that's the other side of the equation.
He's not an Eddie guy, Matchroom. So he said, I appreciate that. I said, we'd like to give you the full treatment, come out on the Wednesday. He says, I have no idea what you're talking about. But I was just like, put it in your back pocket, all right? Put it in your back pocket.
I'll be there
with us.
Get me the Kylian Mbappe.
Yeah.
I'll be there.
My God.
I'll be there no matter what. I just have to go back quickly to the Frank thing. Frank's throwing a fit back here. He's very angry.
About the picture?
Because he just found out that it's on, that the fight was on ESPN Plus.
No, but you had to pay for it.
No, yeah, he paid for it. He's angry about that.
No, but you had to pay for it on Plus too.
You had to pay for it on Plus.
Obviously.
What, you thought it was free?
He's throwing an absolute fit.
What's wrong with you, Frank? It was on ESPN Plus pay-per-view, like a UFC pay-per-view.
Right. I mean, that's common knowledge. Easy.
Wow, Frank.
Common
I was
sense.
completely unaware.
you think
that have
they-
to pay
you
for
think
the
they put
pay-per-view
it-
on ESPN Plus?
You think they put? Oh, okay. Well, that's I get.
Life must be nice for you, man.
By the way,
Dude,
now-
just come on
now-
over to my
I'm
crib.
gonna let you
we
have
got
this.
a comp. Don't worry about
By
it.
the way, now we know why Frank likes working the watch parties. He doesn't have to pay for the pay-per-views.
Yeah, that's why he always used to come over to my house too. What can I bring?
know what?
Buffalo chicken.
What a guy.
I'll Venmo you the $5 for the pay-per-view right now. Frank, it's actually $80. Venmo and $5 now.
Oh yeah,
It's actually Apple Cash. I don't have Apple Cash. It's a whole thing.
Frank, do you want to defend your honor?
I mean, it is what it is.
Can I ask, why do you even invite Frank over anymore? I feel like he's a bad house guest, but
this
based on
point-
the descriptions that have been provided on this show solely.
At this point, I just do it because I know he's going to bail, and then I can just trash him.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, that tracks.
We're out of time.
Yeah.
Thank you, gents. God bless. Oh wow, Frank, straight to the music. Jeez. Okay, I love it. Frank, are you a big Mysterio fan?
Huge.
When you say it like that, I feel like you're not being serious.
I am being sincere.
All right. Voice held up. Feeling a little bit tired.
Yeah.
GC, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. I've been buzzing since this morning. It's like I got all my energy back from Manchester.
Oh, really?
Yeah, great night's sleep last night. Took some medicine.
10.5 hours?
10 and a half. Full out. I don't think I ever woke up in the middle of the night.
Wow. Yeah, I stayed up to watch the Bills game, unfortunately.
I was out before halftime.
Was it really a game or?
I don't know what it was. It was not good. They won by the skin of their teeth. Some might say they didn't deserve to win, but this is not good, guys. This is not good.
My wife turned to me in the middle of the game and she's like, "I'm so sorry I dragged you into this."
Oh my God. Now you know what it
You
is.
remember Frank like 15 months ago used to just shit on the Bills, and
Yeah.
now he's like their biggest fan.
Now he's texting.
I have to get up. I have to stop watching at some point because I get so upset.
It is very, very frustrating. But anyway, a fun day has been had, my friends. Appreciate everyone who has stopped by. How about Alex Volkanovski? What a G. I mean, what a guy. Can't wait for Saturday. That's going to be fun. Remember, it's an afternoon card here in the United States. Thank you very much to him. Thank you very much to Rey Mysterio for stopping by. Looking forward to SmackDown on Friday as he faces off with Logan Paul. Thank you to Darren Till. Great to have him back. And, of course, thank you to Michel Pereira and Luciana Andrade for coming on as well. Back on Wednesday, same time. Peace.